Section 23 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 4. However, as he now fancied, it was because he lacked an education that he had done so poorly. Because of those various moves from city to city in his early youth, he had never been permitted to collect such a sum of practical training in any field as would permit him, so he thought, to aspire to the great worlds of which these men appeared to be a part. Yet his soul now yearned for this. The people who lived in fine houses, who stopped at great hotels, and had men like Mr. Squires, and the manager of the bellhops here to wait on them and arrange for their comfort. And he was still a bellhop, and close to 21. At times it made him very sad. He wished and wished that he could get into some work where he could rise and be somebody, not always remain a bellhop, as at times he feared he might. About the time that he reached this conclusion in regard to himself, and was meditating on some way to improve and safeguard his future, his uncle, Samuel Griffiths, arrived in Chicago, and having connections here which made a card to this club an obvious civility, he came directly to it, and for several days was about the place conferring with individuals who came to see him, or hurrying to and fro to meet people, and visit concerns whom he deemed it important to see. And it was not an hour after he arrived before Ratterer, who had charge of the pegboard at the door by day, and who had but a moment before finished posting the name of his uncle on the board, signaled to Clyde, who came over. "Didn't you say you had an uncle or something by the name of Griffiths in the collar business somewhere in New York State?" "Sure," replied Clyde. "Samuel Griffiths. He has a big collar factory in Lycurgus. That's his ad you see in all the papers, and that's his fire sign over there on Michigan Avenue." "Would you know him if you saw him?" "No," replied Clyde. "I never saw him in all my life." "I'll bet anything it's the same fellow," commented Ratterer, consulting a small registry slip that had been handed him. "Look at here. Samuel Griffiths, Lycurgus, N.Y. That's probably the same guy, eh?" "Surest thing you know," added Clyde, very much interested and even excited, for this was the identical uncle about whom he had been thinking so long. "He just went through here a few minutes ago," went on Ratterer. "Devoy took his bags up to K. Swell-looking man, too. You better keep your eye open and take a look at him when he comes down again. Maybe it's your uncle. He's only medium tall and kinda thin. Wears a small gray mustache and a pearl gray hat. Good looking. I'll point him out to you. If it is your uncle, you better shine up to him. Maybe he'll do something for you. Give you a collar or two," he added, laughing. Clyde laughed too, as though he very much appreciated this joke, although in reality he was flustered. His uncle Samuel? And in this club? Well, then this was his opportunity to introduce himself to his uncle. He had intended writing him before ever he secured this place, but now he was here in this club and might speak to him if he chose. But hold! What would his uncle think of him, supposing he chose to introduce himself? For he was a bellboy again, and acting in that capacity in this club. What, for instance, might his uncle's attitude be toward boys who worked as bellboys, particularly at his, Clyde's, years? For he was over 20 now, and getting to be pretty old for a bellboy, that is, if one ever intended to be anything else. A man of his wealth and high position might look on bell-hopping as menial, particularly bellboys who chanced to be related to him. He might not wish to have anything to do with him, might not even wish him to address him in any way. It was in this state that he remained for fully 24 hours after he knew that his uncle had arrived at this club. The following afternoon, however, after he had seen him at least half a dozen times, and had been able to formulate the most agreeable impressions of him, since his uncle appeared to be so very quick, alert, incisive, so very different from his father in every way, and so rich and respected by everyone here, he began to wonder, to fear even at times, whether he was going to let this remarkable opportunity slip. For after all, his uncle did not look to him to be at all unkindly, quite the reverse, very pleasant. And when, at the suggestion of Ratterer, he had gone to his uncle's room to secure a letter which was to be sent by a special messenger, his uncle had scarcely looked at him, but instead had handed him the letter and $50. "See that a boy takes that right away, and keep the money for yourself," he had remarked. Clyde's excitement was so great at the moment that he wondered that his uncle did not guess that he was his nephew, but plainly he did not, and he went away a little crestfallen. Later, some half-dozen letters for his uncle having been put in the key-box, Ratterer called Clyde's attention to them. "If you want to run in on him again, here's your chance. Take those up to him. He's in his room, I think." And Clyde, after some hesitation, had finally taken the letters and gone to his uncle's suite once more. His uncle was writing at the time and merely called, "Come." Then Clyde, entering and smiling rather enigmatically, observed, "Here's some mail for you, Mr. Griffiths." "Thank you very much, my son," replied his uncle, and proceeded to finger his vest for pocket change. But Clyde, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "Oh, no, I don't want anything for that." And then before his uncle could say anything more, although he proceeded to hold out some silver to him, he added, "I believe I'm related to you, Mr. Griffiths. You're Mr. Samuel Griffiths of the Griffiths Collar Company of Lycurgus, aren't you?" "Yes, I have a little something to do with it, I believe. Who are you?" returned his uncle, looking at him sharply. "My name's Clyde Griffiths. My father, Asa Griffiths, is your brother, I believe." At the mention of this particular brother, who, to the knowledge of all the members of this family, was distinctly not a success materially, the face of Samuel Griffiths clouded the least trifle, for the mention of Asa brought rather unpleasingly before him the stocky and decidedly not well-groomed figure of his younger brother, whom he had not seen in so many years. His most recent distinct picture of him was as a young man of about Clyde's age, about his father's house near Birtwick, Vermont. But how different! Clyde's father was then short, fat, and poorly knit mentally as well as physically, oleaginous and a bit mushy, as it were. His chin was not firm, his eyes a pale watery blue, and his hair frizzled, whereas this son of his was neat, alert, good-looking, and seemingly well-mannered and intelligent, as most bellhops were inclined to be, as he noted, and he liked him. However, Samuel Griffiths, who along with his elder brother Alan had inherited the bulk of his father's moderate property, and this because of Joseph Griffiths's prejudice against his youngest son, had always felt that perhaps an injustice had been done to Asa. For Asa, not having proved very practical or intelligent, his father had first attempted to drive and then later ignore him, and finally had turned him out at about Clyde's age, and had afterward left the bulk of his property, some $30,000, to these two elder brothers, share and share alike, willing Asa but a petty thousand. It was this thought in connection with this younger brother that now caused him to stare at Clyde rather curiously. For Clyde, as he could see, was in no way like the younger brother who had been harried from his father's home so many years before. Rather, he was more like his own son, Gilbert, whom, as he now saw, he resembled. Also, in spite of all Clyde's fears, he was obviously impressed by the fact that he should have any kind of place in this interesting club. For to Samuel Griffiths, who was more than less confined to the limited activities and environment of Lycurgus, the character and standing of this particular club was to be respected, and those young men who served the guests of such an institution as this were, in the main, possessed of efficient and unobtrusive manners. Therefore, to see Clyde standing before him in his neat gray and black uniform, and with the air of one whose social manners, at least, were excellent, caused him to think favorably of him. "You don't tell me!" he exclaimed interestedly. "So you're Asa's son, I do declare. Well, now, this is a surprise. You see, I haven't seen or heard from your father in at least, well, say 25 or 6 years, anyhow. The last time I did hear from him, he was living in Grand Rapids, Michigan, I think, or here. He isn't here now, I presume." "Oh, no, sir," replied Clyde, who was glad to be able to say this. "The family live in Denver. I'm here all alone." "Your mother and father are living, I presume?" "Yes, sir, they're both alive." "Still connected with religious work, is he, your father?" "Well, yes, sir," answered Clyde, a little dubiously, for he was still convinced that the form of religious work his father essayed was of all forms the poorest and most inconsequential socially. "Only the church he has now," he went on, "has a lodging-house connected with it. About 40 rooms, I believe. He and my mother run that, and the mission, too." "Oh, I see." He was so anxious to make a better impression on his uncle than the situation seemed to warrant that he was quite willing to exaggerate a little. "Well, I'm glad they're doing so well," continued Samuel Griffiths, rather impressed with the trim and vigorous appearance of Clyde. "You like this kind of work, I suppose?" "Well, not exactly. No, Mr. Griffiths, I don't," replied Clyde quickly, alive at once to the possibilities of this query. "It pays well enough, but I don't like the way you have to make the money you get here. It isn't my idea of a salary at all, but I got in this because I didn't have a chance to study any particular work or get in with some company where there was a real chance to work up and make something of myself. My mother wanted me to write you once and ask whether there was any chance in your company for me to begin and work up, but I was afraid that you might not like that exactly, and so I never did." He paused, smiling, and yet with an inquiring look in his eye. His uncle looked solemnly at him for a moment, pleased by his looks and his general manner of approach in this instance, and then replied, "Well, that is very interesting. You should have written, if you wanted to." Then, as was his custom in all matters, he cautiously paused. Clyde noted that he was hesitating to encourage him. "I don't suppose there is anything in your company that you would let me do," he ventured boldly after a moment. Samuel Griffiths merely stared at him thoughtfully. He liked and he did not like this very direct request. However, Clyde appeared at least a very adaptable person for his purpose. He seemed bright and ambitious, so much like his own son, and he might readily fit into some department as head or assistant under his son, once he had acquired a knowledge of the various manufacturing processes. At any rate, he might let him try it. There could be no real harm in that. Besides, there was his younger brother, to whom, perhaps, both he and his older brother Alan owed some form of obligation, if not exactly restitution. "Well," he said after a moment, "that is something I would have to think over for a while. I wouldn't be able to say, offhand, whether there is or not. We wouldn't be able to pay you as much as you make here to begin with," he warned. "Oh, that's all right," exclaimed Clyde, who was far more fascinated by the thought of connecting himself with his uncle than anything else. "I wouldn't expect very much until I was able to earn it, of course. Besides, it might be that you would find that you didn't like the collar business once you got into it, or we might find we didn't like you. Not everyone is suited to it by a long way." "Well, all you'd have to do then would be to discharge me," assured Clyde. "I've always thought I would be, though, ever since I heard of you and your big company." This last remark pleased Samuel Griffiths. Plainly, he and his achievements had stood in the nature of an ideal to this youth. "Very well," he said. "I won't be able to give any more time to this now, but I'll be here for a day or two more, anyhow, and I'll think it over. It may be that I will be able to do something for you. I can't say now." And he turned quite abruptly to his letters. And Clyde, feeling that he had made as good an impression as could be expected under the circumstances, and that something might come of it, thanked him profusely and beat a hasty retreat. The next day, having thought it over, and deciding that Clyde, because of his briskness and intelligence, was likely to prove as useful as another, Samuel Griffiths, after due deliberation as to the situation at home, informed Clyde that in case any small opening in the home factory occurred, he would be glad to notify him. But he would not even go so far as to guarantee him that an opening would be immediately forthcoming. He would have to wait. Accordingly, Clyde was left to speculate as to how soon, if ever, a place in his uncle's factory would be made for him. In the meanwhile, Samuel Griffiths had returned to Lycurgus, and after a later conference with his son, he decided that Clyde might be inducted into the very bottom of the business at least, the basement of the Griffiths plant, where the shrinking of all fabrics used in connection with the manufacture of collars was brought about, and where beginners in the industry who really desired to acquire the technique of it were placed, for it was his idea that Clyde by degrees was to be taught the business from top to bottom. And since he must support himself in some form, not absolutely incompatible with the standing of the Griffiths family here in Lycurgus, it was decided to pay him the munificent sum of $15 to begin. For while Samuel Griffiths, as well as his son Gilbert, realized that this was small pay, not for an ordinary apprentice, but for Clyde, since he was a relative, yet so inclined were both toward the practical rather than the charitable in connection with all those who worked for them, that the nearer the beginner in this factory was to the clear mark of necessity and compulsion, the better. Neither could tolerate the socialistic theory relative to capitalistic exploitation. As both saw it, there had to be higher and higher social orders to which the lower social classes could aspire. One had to have castes. One was foolishly interfering with and disrupting necessary and unavoidable social standards when one tried to unduly favor anyone, even a relative. It was necessary when dealing with the classes and intelligences below one, commercially or financially, to handle them according to the standards to which they were accustomed. And the best of these standards were those which held the lower individuals to a clear realization of how difficult it was to come by money, to an understanding of how very necessary it was for all who were engaged in what both considered the only really important constructive work of the world, that of the material manufacture, to understand how very essential it was to be drilled, and that sharply and systematically, in all the details and processes which comprise that constructive work, and so to become inured to a narrow and abstemious life in so doing. It was good for their characters. and informed and strengthened the minds and spirits of those who were destined to rise, and those who were not should be kept right where they were. Accordingly, about a week after that, the nature of Clyde's work having been finally decided upon, a letter was dispatched to him to Chicago by Samuel Griffiths himself, in which he set forth that if he chose, he might present himself any time now within the next few weeks, but he must give due notice in writing of at least 10 days in advance of his appearance, in order that he might be properly arranged for. And upon his arrival, he was to seek out Mr. Gilbert Griffiths at the office of the mill, who would look after him. And upon receipt of this, Clyde was very much thrilled, and at once wrote to his mother that he had actually secured a place with his uncle and was going to Lycurgus. Also, that he was going to try to achieve a real success now. Whereupon she wrote him a long letter, urging him to be oh so careful of his conduct and associates. Bad companionship was at the root of nearly all of the errors and failures that befell an ambitious youth such as he. If he would only avoid evil-minded or foolish and headstrong boys and girls, all would be well. It was so easy for a young man of his looks and character to be led astray by an evil woman. He had seen what had befallen him in Kansas City. But now he was still young, and he was going to work for a man who was very rich, and who could do so much for him if he would. And he was to write her frequently as to the outcome of his efforts here. And so, after having notified his uncle as he had requested, Clyde finally took his departure for Lycurgus. But on his arrival there, since his original notification from his uncle had called for no special hour at which to call at the factory, he did not go at once, but instead sought out the one important hotel of Lycurgus, the Lycurgus House. Then, finding himself with ample time on his hands, and very curious about the character of the city in which he was to work, and his uncle's position in it, he set forth to look it over, his thought being that once he reported and began work, he might not soon have the time again. He now ambled out into Central Avenue, the very heart of Lycurgus, which in this section was crossed by several business streets, which together with Central Avenue for a few blocks on either side, appeared to constitute the business center, all there was to the life and gaiety of Lycurgus. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Section 24 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 5. But once in this and walking about, how different it all seemed to the world to which so recently he had been accustomed. For here, as he had thus far seen, all was on a so much smaller scale. The depot, from which only a half hour before he had stepped down, was so small and dull, untroubled, as he could plainly see, by much traffic. And the factory section which lay opposite the small city, across the Mohawk, was little more than a red and gray assemblage of buildings, with here and there a smokestack projecting upward, and connected with the city by two bridges, a half-dozen blocks apart, one of them directly at this depot, a wide traffic bridge across, which traveled a car line following the curves of Central Avenue, dotted here and there with stores and small homes. But Central Avenue was quite alive with traffic, pedestrians and automobiles. Opposite diagonally from the hotel, which contained a series of wide, plate-glass windows, behind which were many chairs interspersed with palms and pillars, was the dry goods emporium of Stark and Company, a considerable affair, 4 stories in height and of white brick, and at least 100 feet long, the various windows of which seemed bright and interesting, crowded with as smart models as might be seen anywhere. Also, there were other large concerns, a second hotel, various automobile showrooms, a moving picture theater. He found himself ambling on until suddenly he was out of the business district again and in touch with a wide and tree-shaded thoroughfare of residences, the houses of which, each and every one, appeared to possess more room space, lawn space, general ease and repose and dignity even than any with which he had ever been in contact. In short, as he sensed it from this brief inspection of its very central portion, it seemed a very exceptional, if small, city street. Rich, luxurious even. So many imposing wrought iron fences, flower-bordered walks, grouped trees and bushes, expensive and handsome automobiles, either beneath porte-cocheres within or speeding along the broad thoroughfare without. And in some neighboring shops, those nearest Central Avenue and the business heart, where this wide and handsome thoroughfare began, were to be seen such expensive-looking and apparently smart displays of the things that might well interest people of means and comfort, motors, jewels, lingerie, leather goods, and furniture. But where now did his uncle and his family live? In which house? What street? Was it larger and finer than any of these he had seen in this street? He must return at once, he decided, and report to his uncle. He must look up the factory address, probably in what region beyond the river, and go over there and see him. What would he say? How act? What would his uncle set him to doing? What would his cousin Gilbert be like? What would he be likely to think of him? In his last letter, his uncle had mentioned his son Gilbert. He retraced his steps along Central Avenue to the depot, and found himself quickly before the walls of the very large concern he was seeking. It was of red brick, 6 stories high, almost 1,000 feet long. It was nearly all windows, at least that portion which had been most recently added and which was devoted to callers. An older section, as Clyde later learned, was connected with the newer building by various bridges. And the south walls of both of these two structures, being built at the water's edge, paralleled the Mohawk. There were also, as he now found, various entrances along River Street, 100 feet or more apart, and each one guarded by an employee in uniform, entrances numbered 1, 2, and 3, which were labeled for employees only, an entrance numbered 4, which read office, and entrances 5 and 6 appeared to be devoted to freight receipts and shipments. Clyde made his way to the office portion, and finding no one to hinder him, passed through 2 sets of swinging doors, and found himself in the presence of a telephone girl seated at a telephone desk behind a railing, in which was set a small gate, the only entrance to the main office, apparently, and this she guarded. She was short, fat, 35, and unattractive. "Well?" she called as Clyde appeared. "I want to see Mr. Gilbert Griffiths," Clyde began, a little nervously. "What about?" "Well, you see, I'm his cousin. Clyde Griffiths is my name. I have a letter here from my uncle, Mr. Samuel Griffiths. He'll see me, I think." As he laid the letter before her, he noticed that her quite severe and decidedly indifferent expression changed, and became not so much friendly as awed, for obviously she was much impressed, not only by the information, but his looks, and began to examine him slyly and curiously. "I'll see if he's in," she replied much more civilly, and plugging at the same time a switch which led to Mr. Gilbert Griffiths' private office. Word coming back to her, apparently, that Mr. Gilbert Griffiths was busy at the moment and could not be disturbed, she called back. "It's Mr. Gilbert's cousin, Mr. Clyde Griffiths. He has a letter from Mr. Samuel Griffiths." Then she said to Clyde, "Won't you sit down? I'm sure Mr. Gilbert Griffiths will see you in a moment. He's busy just now." And Clyde, noting the unusual deference paid him, a form of deference that never in his life before had been offered to him, was strangely moved by it. To think that he should be a full cousin to this wealthy and influential family, this enormous factory, so long and wide and high, as he had seen, 6 stories. And walking along the opposite side of the river just now, he had seen through several open windows whole rooms full of girls and women hard at work, and he had been thrilled in spite of himself. For somehow, the high red walls of the building suggested energy and very material success, a type of success that was almost without flaw, as he saw it. He looked at the gray plaster walls of this outer waiting chamber, at some lettering on the inner door which read, "The Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company, Inc., Samuel Griffiths, President, Gilbert Griffiths, Secretary," and wondered what it was all like inside, what Gilbert Griffiths would be like, cold or genial, friendly or unfriendly. And then, as he sat there meditating, the woman suddenly turned to him and observed, "You can go in now. Mr. Gilbert Griffith's office is at the extreme rear of this floor, over toward the river. Any one of those clerks inside will show you." She half rose as if to open the door for him, but Clyde, sensing her intent, brushed by her. "That's all right, thanks," he said most warmly, and opening the glass-plated door he gazed upon a room housing many over 100 employees, chiefly young men and young women, and all were apparently intent on their duties before them. Most of them had green shades over their eyes. Quite all of them had on short alpaca office coats or sleeve protectors over their shirt sleeves. Nearly all of the young women wore clean and attractive gingham dresses or office slips. And all about this central space, which was partitionless and supported by round white columns, were offices labeled with the names of the various minor officials and executives of the company. Mr. Smiley, Mr. Latch, Mr. Gotboy, Mr. Berkey. Since the telephone girl had said that Mr. Gilbert Griffiths was at the extreme rear, Clyde, without much hesitation, made his way along the railed-off aisle to that quarter, where upon a half-open door he read, "Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, Secretary." He paused, uncertain whether to walk in or not, and then proceeded to tap. At once a sharp, penetrating voice called, "Come!" and he entered and faced a youth who looked, if anything, smaller and a little older, and certainly much colder and shrewder than himself. Such a youth, in short, as Clyde would have liked to imagine himself to be, trained in an executive sense, apparently authoritative and efficient. He was dressed, as Clyde noted at once, in a bright gray suit of a very pronounced pattern, for it was once more approaching spring. His hair, of a lighter shade than Clyde's, was brushed and glazed most smoothly back from his temples and forehead, and his eyes, which Clyde, from the moment he had opened the door, had felt drilling him, were of a clear, liquid, grayish-green blue. He had on a pair of large horn-rimmed glasses, which he wore at his desk only, and the eyes that peered through them went over to Clyde swiftly and notatively, from his shoes to the round, brown felt hat which he carried in his hand. "You're my cousin, I believe," he commented rather icily, as Clyde came forward and stopped, a thin and certainly not very favorable smile playing about his lips. "Yes, I am," replied Clyde, reduced and confused by this calm and rather freezing reception. On the instant, as he now saw, he could not possibly have the same regard and esteem for this cousin, as he could and did have for his uncle, whose very great ability had erected this important industry. Rather, deep down in himself, he felt that this young man, an heir and nothing more to this great industry, was taking to himself airs and superiorities which, but for his father's skill before him, would not have been possible. At the same time, so groundless and insignificant were his claims to any consideration here, and so grateful was he for anything that might be done for him, that he felt heavily obligated already, and tried to smile his best and most ingratiating smile. Yet Gilbert Griffiths at once appeared to take this as a bit of presumption which ought not to be tolerated in a mere cousin, and particularly one who was seeking a favor of him and his father. However, since his father had troubled to interest himself in him, and had given him no alternative, he continued his wry smile and mental examination. The while he said, "We thought you would be showing up today or tomorrow. Did you have a pleasant trip?" "Oh, yes, very," replied Clyde, a little confused by this inquiry. "So, you think you'd like to learn something about the manufacture of collars, do you?" Tone and manner were infiltrated by the utmost condescension. "I would certainly like to learn something that would give me a chance to work up, have some future in it," replied Clyde, genially and with a desire to placate his young cousin as much as possible. "Well, my father was telling me of his talk with you in Chicago. From what he told me, I gathered that you haven't had much practical experience of any kind. You don't know how to keep books, do you?" "No, I don't," replied Clyde a little regretfully. "And you're not a stenographer or anything like that?" "No, sir, I'm not." Most sharply, as Clyde said this, he felt that he was dreadfully lacking in every training, and now Gilbert Griffiths looked at him as though he were rather a hopeless proposition, indeed, from the viewpoint of this concern. "Well, the best thing to do with you, I think," he went on, as though before this his father had not indicated to him exactly what was to be done in this case, "is to start you in the shrinking room. That's where the manufacturing end of this business begins, and you might as well be learning that from the ground up. Afterwards, when we see how you do down there, we can tell a little better what to do with you. If you had any office training, it might be possible to use you up here." Clyde's face fell at this, and Gilbert noticed it. It pleased him. "But it's just as well to learn the practical side of the business, whatever you do," he added rather coldly, not that he desired to comfort Clyde any, but merely to be saying it as a fact. And seeing that Clyde said nothing, he continued. "The best thing, I presume, before you try to do anything around here, is for you to get settled somewhere. You haven't taken a room anywhere yet, have you?" "No, I just came in on the noon train," replied Clyde. "I was a little dirty, and so I went up to the hotel to brush up a little. I thought I'd look for a place afterwards." "Well, that's right. Only don't look for any place. I'll have our superintendent see that you're directed to a good boarding house. He knows more about the town than you do." His thought here was that after all, Clyde was a full cousin and that it wouldn't do to have him live just anywhere. At the same time, he was greatly concerned lest Clyde get the notion that the family was very much concerned as to where he did live, which most certainly it was not, as he saw it. His final feeling was that he could easily place and control Clyde in such a way as to make him not very important to anyone in any way, his father, the family, all the people who worked here. He reached for a button on his desk and pressed it. A trim girl, very severe and reserved, in a green gingham dress, appeared. "Ask Mr. Wigham to come here." She disappeared, and presently there entered a medium-sized and nervous, yet moderately stout man, who looked as though he were under a great strain. He was about 40 years of age, repressed and noncommittal, and looked curiously and suspiciously about, as though wondering what new trouble impended. His head, as Clyde at once noticed, appeared chronically to incline forward, while at the same time he lifted his eyes as though actually he would prefer not to look up. "Wigham," began young Griffiths authoritatively. "This is Clyde Griffiths, a cousin of ours. You remember I spoke to you about him." "Yes, sir." "Well, he's to be put in the shrinking department for the present. You can show him what he's to do. Afterwards, you had better have Mrs. Brayley show him where he can get a room." All this had been talked over and fixed upon the week before by Gilbert and Wiggum, but now he gave it the ring of an original suggestion. "And you'd better give his name in to our timekeeper as beginning tomorrow morning, see?" "Yes, sir," bowed Wiggum deferentially. "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all," concluded Gilbert smartly. "You go with Wiggum, Mr. Griffiths. He'll tell you what to do." Wiggum turned. "If you'll just come with me, Mr. Griffiths," he observed deferentially, as Clyde could see, and that for all of his cousin's apparently condescending attitude, and marched out with Clyde at his heels. And young Gilbert turned briskly to his own desk, but at the same time shaking his head. His feeling at the moment was that mentally Clyde was not above a good bellboy in a city hotel, probably. Else why should he have come here in this way? "I wonder what he thinks he's going to do here," he continued to think. "Where he thinks he's going to get." And Clyde, as he followed Mr. Wiggum, was thinking what a wonderful place Mr. Gilbert Griffiths enjoyed. No doubt he came and went as he chose, arrived at the office late, departed early, and somewhere in this very interesting city dwelt with his parents and sisters in a very fine house, of course. And yet here he was, Gilbert's own cousin and the nephew of his wealthy uncle, being escorted to work in a very minor department of this great concern. Nevertheless, once they were out of the sight and hearing of Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, he was somewhat diverted from this mood by the sights and sounds of the great manufactory itself. For here, on this same floor, but beyond the immense office room through which he had passed, was another, much larger room filled with rows of bins, facing aisles not more than 5 feet wide, and containing, as Clyde could see, enormous quantities of collars boxed in small paper boxes, according to sizes. These bins were either being refilled by stock boys, who brought more boxed collars from the boxing room in large wooden trucks, or were being as rapidly emptied by order clerks, who, trundling small box trucks in front of them, were filling orders from duplicate checklists which they carried in their hands. "Never worked in a collar factory before, Mr. Griffiths, I presume?" commented Mr. Wiggum with somewhat more spirit once he was out of the presence of Gilbert Griffiths. Clyde noticed at once the Mr. Griffiths. "Oh, no," he replied quickly. "I never worked at anything like this before." "Expect to learn all about the manufacturing end of the game in the course of time, though, I suppose." He was walking briskly along one of the long aisles as he spoke, but Clyde noticed that he shot sly glances in every direction. "I'd like to," he answered. "Well, there's a little more to it than some people think, although you often hear there isn't very much to learn." He opened another door, crossed a gloomy hall, and entered still another room, which, filled with bins as was the other, was piled high in every bin with bolts of white cloth. "You might as well know a little about this as long as you're going to begin in the shrinking room. This is the stuff from which the collars are cut, the collars and the lining. They are called webs. Each of these bolts is a web. We take these down to the basement and shrink them because they can't be used this way. If they are, the collars would shrink after they were cut. But you'll see, we tub them and then dry them afterwards." He marched solemnly on, and Clyde sensed once more that this man was not looking upon him as an ordinary employee by any means. His Mr. Griffiths, his supposition to the effect that Clyde was to learn all about the manufacturing end of the business, as well as his condescension in explaining about these webs of cloth, had already convinced Clyde that he was looked upon as one to whom some slight homage must be paid. He followed Mr. Wiggum, curious as to the significance of this, and soon found himself in an enormous basement which had been reached by descending a flight of steps at the end of a third hall. Here, by the help of 4 long rows of incandescent lamps, he discerned row after row of porcelain tubs or troughs, lengthwise of the room, and end to end, which reached from one exterior wall to the other. And in these, under steaming hot water apparently, were any quantity of those same webs he had just seen upstairs soaking. And nearby, north and south of these tubs, and paralleling them for the length of this room, all of 150 feet in length, were enormous drying racks or moving skeleton platforms, boxed, top and bottom and sides, with hot steam pipes, between which on rolls, but festooned in such a fashion as to take advantage of these pipes above, below, and on either side, were more of these webs, but unwound and wet, and draped as described, yet moving along slowly on these rolls from the east end of the room to the west. This movement, as Clyde could see, was accompanied by an enormous rattle and clatter of ratchet arms, which automatically shook and moved these lengths of cloth forward from east to west. And as they moved, they dried, and were then automatically rewound at the west end of these racks into bolt form once more, upon a wooden spool, and then lifted off by a youth whose duty it was to take from these moving platforms. One youth, as Clyde saw, took from two of these tracks at the west end, while at the east end another youth of about his own years fed. That is, he took bolts of this now partially shrunk yet still wet cloth, and attaching one end of it to some moving hooks, saw that it slowly and properly unwound and fed itself over the drying racks for the entire length of these tracks. As fast as it had gone the way of all webs, another was attached. Between each two rows of tubs in the center of the room were enormous whirling separators or dryers, into which these webs of cloth, as they came from the tubs in which they had been shrinking for 24 hours, were piled, and as much water as possible centrifugally extracted before they were spread out on the drying racks. Primarily little more than this mere physical aspect of the room was grasped by Clyde. Its noise, its heat, its steam, the energy with which a dozen men and boys were busying themselves with various processes. They were, without exception, clothed only in armless undershirts, a pair of old trousers belted at the waist, and with canvas-topped and rubber-soled sneakers on their bare feet. The water and the general dampness and heat of the room seemed obviously to necessitate some such dressing as this. "This is the shrinking room," observed Mr. Wiggum as they entered. "It isn't as nice as some of the others, but it's where the manufacturing process begins. Kemmerer!" he called. A short, stocky, full-chested man with a pale, full face and white, strong-looking arms, dressed in a pair of dirty and wrinkled trousers and an armless flannel shirt, now appeared. Like Wiggum in the presence of Gilbert, he appeared to be very much overawed in the presence of Wiggum. "This is Clyde Griffiths, the cousin of Gilbert Griffiths. I spoke to you about him last week, you remember?" "Yes, sir." "He's to begin down here. He'll show up in the morning." "Yes, sir." "Better put his name down on your checklist. He'll begin at the usual hour." "Yes, sir." Mr. Wiggum, as Clyde noticed, held his head higher and spoke more directly and authoritatively than at any time so far. He seemed to be the master, not underling now. "7:30 is the time everyone goes to work here in the morning," went on Mr. Wiggum to Clyde informatively. "But they all ring in a little earlier, about 7:20 or so as to have time to change their clothes and get to the machines. Now, if you want to," he added, "Mr. Kemmerer can show you what you'll have to do tomorrow before you leave today. It might save a little time, or you can leave it until then if you want to. It don't make any difference to me. Only, if you'll come back to the telephone girl at the main entrance about 5:30, I'll have Mrs. Brayley there for you. She's to show you about your room, I believe. I won't be there myself, but you just ask the telephone girl for her. She'll know." He turned and added, "Well, I'll leave you now." He lowered his head and started to go away, just as Clyde began, "Well, I'm very obliged to you, Mr. Wiggum." Instead of answering, he waved one fishy hand slightly upward and was gone, down between the tubs toward the west door. And at once Mr. Kemmerer, still nervous and overawed apparently, began. "Oh, that's all right about what you have to do, Mr. Griffiths. I'll just let you bring down webs on the floor above to begin with tomorrow. But if you've got any old clothes, you'd better put 'em on. A suit like that wouldn't last long here." He eyed Clyde's very neat, if inexpensive suit in an odd way. His manner, quite like that of Mr. Wiggum before him, was a mixture of uncertainty and a very small authority here in Clyde's case, of extreme respect and yet some private doubt which only time might resolve. Obviously it was no small thing to be a Griffiths here, even if one were a cousin and possibly not as welcome to one's powerful relatives as one might be. At first sight, and considering what his general dreams in connection with this industry were, Clyde was inclined to rebel. For the type of youth and man he saw here were in his estimation, and at first glance rather below the type of individuals he hoped to find here, individuals neither so intelligent nor alert as those employed by the Union League and the Green Davidson by a long distance. And still worse, he felt them to be much more subdued and sly and ignorant, mere clocks, really. And their eyes, as he entered with Mr. Wiggum, while they pretended not to be looking, were very well aware, as Clyde could feel, of all that was going on. Indeed, he and Mr. Wiggum were the center of all their secret looks. At the same time, their spare and practical manner of dressing struck dead at one blow any thought of refinement in connection with the work in here. How unfortunate that his lack of training would not permit his being put to office work or something like that upstairs. He walked with Mr. Kemmerer, who troubled to say that these were the tubs in which the webs were shrunk overnight, these the centrifugal dryers, these the rack dryers. Then he was told that he could go, and by then it was only 3 o'clock. He made his way out of the nearest door, and once outside he congratulated himself on being connected with this great company, while at the same time wondering whether he was going to prove satisfactory to Mr. Kemmerer and Mr. Wiggum. Supposing he didn't, Or supposing he couldn't stand all this? It was pretty rough. Well, if worst came to worst, as he now thought, he could go back to Chicago, or on to New York, maybe, and get work. But why hadn't Samuel Griffiths had the graciousness to receive and welcome him? Why had that young Gilbert Griffiths smiled so cynically? And what sort of woman was this Mrs. Brayley? Had he done wisely to come here? Would this family do anything for him now that he was here? It was thus that, strolling west along River Street, on which were a number of other kinds of factories, and then north through a few other streets that held more factories, tinware, wick wire, a big vacuum carpet cleaning plant, a rug manufacturing company, and the like, that he came finally upon a miserable slum, the like of which, small as it was, he had not seen outside of Chicago or Kansas City. He was so irritated and depressed by all the poverty and social angularity and crudeness of it, all spelling but one thing, social misery, to him, that he at once retraced his steps, and recrossing the Mohawk by a bridge farther west, soon found himself in the area, which was very different indeed, a region once more of just such homes as he had been admiring before he left for the factory. And walking still farther south, he came upon that same wide and tree-lined avenue, which he had seen before, the exterior appearance of which alone identified it as the principal residence thoroughfare of Lycurgus. It was so very broad and well paved, and lined by such an arresting company of houses. At once he was very much alive to the personnel of this street, for it came to him immediately that it must be in this street, very likely, that his uncle Samuel lived. The houses were nearly all of French, Italian, or English design, and excellent period copies at that, although he did not know it. Impressed by their beauty and spaciousness, however, he walked along, now looking at one and another, and wondering which, if any, of these was occupied by his uncle, and deeply impressed by the significance of so much wealth. How superior and condescending his cousin Gilbert must feel, walking out of some such place as this in the morning. Then, pausing before one which, because of trees, walks, newly groomed if bloomless flower beds, a large garage at the rear, a large fountain to the left of the house as he faced it, in the center of which was a boy holding a swan in his arms, and to the right of the house, one lone cast iron stag, pursued by some cast iron dogs, he felt especially impelled to admire, and charmed by the dignity of this place, which was a modified form of Old English, he now inquired of a stranger who was passing, a middle-aged man of a rather shabby working type, "Whose house is that, mister?" And the man replied, "Why, that's Samuel Griffith's residence. He's the man who owns the big collar factory over the river." At once Clyde straightened up as though dashed with cold water. His uncle's? His residence? Then that was one of his automobiles standing before the garage at the rear there, and there was another visible through the open door of the garage. Indeed, in his immature and really psychically unilluminated mind, it suddenly evoked a mood which was as of roses, perfumes, lights, and music. The beauty, the ease. What member of his own immediate family had ever even dreamed that his uncle lived thus? The grandeur! And his own parents so wretched, so poor, preaching on the streets of Kansas City and no doubt Denver, conducting a mission. And although thus far no single member of his family other than his chill cousin had troubled to meet him, and that at the factory only, and although he had been so indifferently assigned to the menial type of work that he had, still he was elated and uplifted. For, after all, was he not a Griffiths, a full cousin as well as a full nephew to the two very important men who lived here, and now working for them in some capacity at least? And must not that spell a future of some sort, better than any he had known as yet? For consider who the Griffiths were here, as opposed to the who the Griffiths were in Kansas City, say, or Denver. The enormous difference. A thing to be as carefully concealed as possible. At the same time, he was immediately reduced again, for supposing the Griffiths here, his uncle or his cousin or some friend or agent of theirs, should now investigate his parents and his past. Heavens! The matter of that slain child in Kansas City, his parents' miserable makeshift life, Esta. At once his face fell, his dreams being so thickly clouded over. If they should guess! If they should sense! Oh, the devil! Who was he, anyway? And what did he really amount to? What could he hope for from such a great world as this, really, once they knew why he had troubled to come here? A little disgusted and depressed, he turned to retrace his steps, for all at once he felt himself very much of a nobody. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Section 25 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 6. The room which Clyde secured this same day with the aid of Mrs. Brayley was in Thorpe Street, a thoroughfare enormously removed in quality, if not in distance, from that which his uncle resided. Indeed, the difference was sufficient to decidedly qualify his mounting notions of himself as one who, after all, was connected with him. The commonplace brown or gray or tan-colored houses, rather smoked or decayed, which fronted it, the leafless and winter-harried trees, which in spite of smoke and dust seemed to give promise of the newer life so near at hand, the leaves and flowers of May. Yet as he walked into it with Mrs. Brayley, many drab and commonplace figures of men and girls, and elderly spinsters resembling Mrs. Brayley in kind, were making their way home from the several factories beyond the river, and at the door Mrs. Brayley and himself were received by a none too polished woman in a clean gingham apron over a dark brown dress, who led the way to a second-floor room, not too small or uncomfortably furnished, which she assured him he could have for $4 without board, or $7.50 with, a proposition which, seeing that he was advised by Mrs. Brayley that this was somewhat better than he would get in most places for the same amount, he decided to take. And here, after thanking Mrs. Brayley, he decided to remain, later sitting down to dinner with a small group of Milltown store and factory employees, such as partially he had been accustomed to in Paulina Street in Chicago, before moving to the better atmosphere of the Union League. And after dinner he made his way out into the principal thoroughfares of Lycurgus, only to observe such a crowd of nondescript mill workers as, judging these streets by day, he would not have fancied swarmed here by night. Girls and boys, men and women of various nationalities and types, Americans, Poles, Hungarians, French, English, and for the most part, if not entirely touched with a peculiar something, ignorance or thickness of mind or body, or with a certain lack of taste and alertness or daring, which seemed to mark them one and all as of the basement world which he had seen only this afternoon. Yet in some streets and stores, particularly those nearer Waikiki Avenue, a better type of girl and young man who might have been, and no doubt were of the various office groups of the different companies over the river, neat and active. And Clyde, walking to and fro from 8 until 10, when, as though by prearrangement, the crowd in the more congested streets seemed suddenly to fade away, leaving them quite vacant, and throughout this time contrasting it all with Chicago and Kansas City. What would Ratterer think if he could see him now, his uncle's great house and factory? And perhaps because of its smallness, liking it. The Lycurgus Hotel, neat and bright, and with a brisk local life seeming to center about it. And the post office, and a handsomely spired church, together with an old and interesting graveyard, cheek by jowl with an automobile salesroom. And now a new moving picture theater just around the corner in a side street. And various boys and girls, men and women, walking here and there, some of them flirting, as Clyde could see, and with a suggestion somehow hovering over it all of hope and zest and youth, the hope and zest and youth that is at the bottom of all the constructive energy of the world everywhere. And finally returning to his room in Thorpe Street, with the conclusion that he did like the place and would like to stay here. That beautiful Waikiki Avenue, his uncle's great factory, the many pretty and eager girls he had seen hurrying to and fro. In the meantime, in so far as Gilbert Griffiths was concerned, and in the absence of his father, who was in New York at the time, a fact which Clyde did not know, and of which Gilbert did not trouble to inform him, he had conveyed to his mother and sisters that he had met Clyde, and if he were not the dullest, certainly he was not the most interesting person in the world either. Encountering Myra, as he first entered at 5:30, the same day that Clyde had appeared, he troubled to observe, "Well, that Chicago cousin of ours blew in today." "Yes," commented Myra. "What's he like?" The fact that her father had described Clyde as gentlemanly and intelligent had interested her, although knowing Lycurgus and the nature of the mill life here and its opportunities for those who worked in factories such as her father owned, she had wondered why Clyde had bothered to come. "Well, I can't see that he's so much," replied Gilbert. "He's fairly intelligent and not bad-looking, but he admits that he's never had any business training of any kind. He's like all those young fellows who work for hotels. He thinks clothes are the whole thing, I guess. He had on a light brown suit and a brown tie and hat to match, and brown shoes. His tie was too bright, and he had on one of those bright pink striped shirts like they used to wear 3 or 4 years ago. Besides, his clothes aren't cut right. I don't want to say anything because he's just come on, and we don't know whether he'll hold out or not. But if he does, and he's going to pose around as a relative of ours, he'd better tone down, or else I'd advise the governor to have a few words with him. Outside of that, I guess he'll do well enough in one of the departments after a while, as a foreman or something." He might even be made into a salesman later on, I suppose. But what he sees in all that to make it worthwhile to come here is more than I can guess. As a matter of fact, I don't think the governor made it clear to him just how few the chances are here for anyone who isn't really a wizard or something. He stood with his back to the large open fireplace. Oh, well, you know what Mother was saying the other day about his father. She thinks Daddy feels that he's never had a chance in some way. He'll probably do something for him whether he wants to keep him in the mill or not. She told me that she thought that Dad felt that his father hadn't been treated just right by their father. Myra paused, and Gilbert, who had had the same hint from his mother before now, chose to ignore the implication of it. Oh, well, it's not my funeral, he went on. If the governor wants to keep him on here, whether he's fitted for anything special or not, that's his lookout. Only he's the one that's always talking about efficiency in every department and cutting and keeping out the dead timber. Meeting his mother and Bello later, he volunteered the same news and much the same ideas. Mrs. Griffiths sighed, for after all, in a place like Lycurgus, and established as they were, anyone related to them and having their name ought to be most circumspect and have careful manners and taste and judgment. It was not wise for her husband to bring on anyone who was not all of that and more. On the other hand, Bella was by no means satisfied with the accuracy of her brother's picture of Clyde. She did not know Clyde, but she did know Gilbert, and as she knew he could decide very swiftly that this or that person was lacking in almost every way, when, as a matter of fact, they might not be at all as he saw it. Oh, well, she finally observed, after hearing Gilbert comment on more of Clyde's peculiarities at dinner. If Daddy wants him, I presume he'll keep him or do something with him eventually. At which Gilbert winced internally, for this was a direct slap at his assumed authority in the mill under his father, which authority he was eager to make more and more effective in every direction, as his younger sister well knew. In the meanwhile, on the following morning, Clyde, returning to the mill, found that the name or appearance, or both perhaps, his resemblance to Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, was of some peculiar advantage to him which he could not quite sufficiently estimate at present, for on reaching the number 1 entrance, the doorman on guard there looked as though startled. "Oh, you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths," he queried. "You're going to work under Mr. Kemmerer. Yes, I know. Well, that man there will have your key." And he pointed to a stodgy, stuffy old man whom later Clyde came to know as Old Jeff, the time clock guard, who, at a stand farther along the same hall, furnished and reclaimed all keys between 7:30 and 7:40. When Clyde approached him and said, "My name's Clyde Griffiths, and I'm here to work downstairs with Mr. Kemmerer," he too started, and then said, "Sure, that's right. Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Kemmerer spoke to me about you yesterday. Number 71 is to be yours. I'm giving you Mr. Duvaney's old key." When Clyde had gone down the stairs into the shrinking department, he turned to the doorman who had drawn near, and exclaimed, "Don't it beat all how much that fellow looks like Mr. Gilbert Griffiths? Why, he's almost his spit and image. What is he, do you suppose, a brother or a cousin or what?" "Don't ask me," replied the doorman. "I never saw him before, but he's certainly related to the family all right. When I seen him first, I thought it was Mr. Gilbert. I was just about to tip my hat to him when I saw it wasn't." And in the shrinking room when he entered, as on the day before, he found Kemmerer as respectful and evasive as ever, for, like Wigham before him, Kemmerer had not as yet been able to decide what Clyde's true position with this company was likely to be. For, as Wigham had informed Kemmerer the day before, Mr. Gilbert had said no least thing which tended to make Mr. Wigham believe that things were to be made especially easy for him, nor yet hard either. On the contrary, Mr. Gilbert had said, "He's to be treated like all the other employees as to time and work, no different." Yet in introducing Clyde, he had said, "This is my cousin, and he's going to try and learn this business," which would indicate that as time went on, Clyde was to be transferred from department to department until he had surveyed the entire manufacturing end of the business. Wigham, for this reason, after Clyde had gone, whispered to Kemmerer, as well as to several others, that Clyde might readily prove to be someone who was a protege of the chief, and therefore they determined to watch their step, at least until they knew what his standing here was to be. And Clyde, noticing this, was quite set up by it, for he could not help but feel that this in itself, and apart from whatever his cousin Gilbert might either think or wish to do, might easily presage some favor on the part of his uncle that might lead to some good for him. So when Kemmerer proceeded to explain to him that he was not to think that the work was so very hard, or that there was so very much to do for the present, Clyde took it with a slight air of condescension. And in consequence, Kemmerer was all the more respectful. "Just hang up your hat and coat there in one of those lockers," he proceeded mildly and ingratiatingly even. "Then you can take one of those crate trucks back there and go up the next floor and bring down some webs. They'll show you where to get them. The days that followed were diverting and yet troublesome enough to Clyde, who to begin with was puzzled and disturbed at times by the peculiar social and workaday worlds and position in which he found himself. For one thing, those by whom now he found himself immediately surrounded at the factory were not such individuals as he would ordinarily select for companions, far below bellboys or drivers or clerks anywhere. They were, one and all, as he could now clearly see, needy or stodgy, mentally and physically. They wore such clothes as only the most common laborers would wear, such clothes as are usually worn by those who count their personal appearance among the least of their troubles, their work and their heavy material existence being all. In addition, not knowing just what Clyde was, or what his coming might mean to their separate and individual positions, they were inclined to be dubious and suspicious. After a week or two, however, coming to understand that Clyde was a nephew of the president, a cousin of the secretary of the company, and hence not likely to remain here long in any menial capacity, they grew more friendly, but inclined in the face of the sense of subserviency which this inspired in them, to become jealous and suspicious of him in another way. For, after all, Clyde was not one of them, and under such circumstances could not be. He might smile and be civil enough, yet he would always be in touch with those who were above them, would he not? Or so they thought. He was, as they saw it, part of the rich and superior class, and every poor man knew what that meant. The poor must stand together everywhere. For his part, however, and sitting about for the first few days in this particular room eating his lunch, he wondered how these men could interest themselves in what were to him such dull and uninteresting items. The quality of the cloth that was coming down in the webs, some minute flaws in the matter of weight or weave. The last 20 webs hadn't looked so closely shrunk as the preceding 16, or the Cranston Wickwire Company was not carrying as many men as it had the month before, or the Anthony Woodenware Company had posted a notice that the Saturday half-holiday would not begin before June 1st this year, as opposed to the middle of May last year. They all appeared to be lost in the humdrum and routine of their work. In consequence, his mind went back to happier scenes. He wished at times he were back in Chicago or Kansas City. He thought of Ratterer, Hegland, Higby, Louise Ratterer, Larry Doyle, Mr. Squires, Hortense, all of the young and thoughtless company of which he had been a part, and wondered what they were doing. What had become of Hortense? She had got that fur coat after all, probably from that cigar clerk, and then gone away with him after she had protested so much feeling for him, the little beast, after she had gotten all that money out of him. The mere thought of her and all that she might have meant to him if things had not turned as they had made him a little sick at times. To whom was she being nice now? How had she found things since leaving Kansas City? And what would she think if she saw him here now or knew of his present high connections? Gee, that would cool her a little. But she would not think much of his present position, that was sure. But she might respect him more if she could see his uncle and his cousin, and the factory and their big house. It would be like her then to try and be nice to him. Well, he would show her, if he ever ran into her again. Snub her, of course, as no doubt he very well could by then. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Section 26 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 7. In so far as his life at Mrs. Cuppy's went, he was not so very happily placed there either, for that was but a commonplace rooming and boarding house, which drew to it, at best, such conservative mill and business types as looked on work and their wages, and the notions of the middle-class religious world of Lycurgus, as most essential to the order and well-being of the world. From the point of view of entertainment or gaiety, it was in the main a very dull place. At the same time, because of the presence of one Walter Dillard, a brainless sprig who had recently come here from Florida, it was not wholly devoid of interest for Clyde. The latter, a youth of about Clyde's own age and equally ambitious socially, but without Clyde's tact or discrimination anent the governing facts of life, was connected with the men's furnishing department of Stark and Company. He was spry, avid, attractive enough physically, with very light hair, a very light and feeble mustache, and the delicate airs and ways of a small-town Beau Brummel. Never having had any social standing or the use of any means whatsoever, his father having been a small-town dry goods merchant before him who had failed, he was, because of some atavistic spur or fillip in his own blood, most anxious to attain some sort of social position. But failing that so far, he was interested in and envious of those who had it, much more so than Clyde even. The glory and activity of the leading families of this particular city had enormous weight with him. The Nicholsons, the Starks, the Harriets, Griffiths, Finchleys, etc. And learning a few days after Clyde's arrival of his somewhat left-handed connection with this world, he was most definitely interested. What? A Griffiths? The nephew of Samuel Griffiths of Lycurgus, and in this boarding house, beside him at this table. At once, his interest rose to where he decided that he must cultivate this stranger as speedily as possible. Here was a real social opportunity knocking at his very door, a connecting link to one of the very best families. And besides, was he not young, attractive, and probably ambitious like himself? A fellow to play around with if one could? He proceeded at once to make overtures to Clyde. It seemed almost too good to be true. In consequence, he was quick to suggest a walk, the fact that there was a certain movie just on at the Mohawk, which was excellent, very snappy. Didn't Clyde want to go? And because of his neatness, smartness, a touch of something that was far from humdrum or the heavy practicality of the mill and the remainder of this boarding house world, Clyde was inclined to fall in with him. But, as he now thought, here were his great relatives, and he must watch his step here. Who knew but that he must be making a great mistake in holding such free and easy contacts as this? The Griffiths, as well as the entire world of which they were a part, as he guessed from the general manner of all those who even contacted him, must be very removed from the commonalty here. More by instinct than reason, he was inclined to stand off and look very superior. More so, since those, including this very youth on whom he practiced this, seemed to respect him the more. And although upon eager, and even, after its fashion, supplicating request, he now went with this youth, still, he went cautiously. And his aloof and condescending manner Dillard at once translated as class and connection. And to think he had met him in this dull, dubby boarding house here, and on his arrival, at the very inception of his career here. And so his manner was that of the sycophant, although he had a better position and was earning more money than Clyde was at this time, $22 a week. I suppose you'll be spending a good deal of your time with your relatives and friends here, he volunteered on the occasion of their first walk together, and after he had extracted as much information as Clyde cared to impart, which was almost nothing, while he volunteered a few most decidedly furbished bits from his own history. His father owned a dry goods store now. He had come over here to study other methods, etc. He had an uncle here, connected with Stark and Company. He had met a few, not so many as yet, nice people here, since he hadn't been here so very long himself. 4 months, all told. But Clyde's relatives! Say, your uncle must be worth over $1 million, isn't he? They say he is. Those houses in Waikiki Avenue are certainly the cats. You won't see anything finer in Albany or Utica or Rochester either. Are you Samuel Griffith's own nephew? You don't say! Well, that'll certainly mean a lot to you here. I wish I had a connection like that. You bet I'd make it count. He beamed on Clyde eagerly and hopefully, and through him Clyde sensed even more how really important this blood relation was. Only think how much it meant to this strange youth. Oh, I don't know, replied Clyde dubiously, and yet very much flattered by this assumption of intimacy. I came on to learn the collar business, you know, not to play about very much. My uncle wants me to stick to that, pretty much. Sure, I know how that is, replied Dillard. That's the way my uncle feels about me, too. He wants me to stick close to the work here and not play about very much. He's the buyer for Stark and Company, you know. But still, a man can't work all the time either. He's got to have a little fun. Yes, that's right, said Clyde, for the first time in his life a little condescendingly. They walked along in silence for a few moments. Then, do you dance? Yes, answered Clyde. Well, so do I. There are a lot of cheap dance halls around here, but I never go to any of those. You can't do it and keep in with the nice people. This is an awfully close town that way, they say. The best people won't have anything to do with you unless you go with the right crowd. It's the same way up at Fonda. You have to belong, or you can't go anywhere at all. And that's right, I guess. But still, there are a lot of nice girls here that a fellow can go with. Girls of right nice families. Not in society, of course. But still, they're not talked about, see? And they're not so slow, either. Pretty hot stuff, some of them. And you don't have to marry any of them, either. Clyde began to think of him as perhaps a little too lusty for this new life here, maybe. At the same time, he liked him some. By the way, went on Dillard, what are you doing next Sunday afternoon? Well, nothing in particular that I know of just now, replied Clyde, sensing a new problem here. I don't know just what I may have to do by then, but I don't know of anything now. Well, how'd you like to come with me if you're not too busy? I've come to know quite a few girls since I've been here. Nice ones. I can take you out and introduce you to my uncle's family if you like. They're nice people. And afterwards, I know 2 girls we can go and see. Peaches. One of 'em did work in the store, but she don't now. She's not doing anything now. The other is her pal. They have a Victrola and they can dance. I know it isn't a thing to dance here on Sundays, but no one need know anything about that. The girl's parents don't mind. Afterwards, we might take 'em to a movie or something, if you want to. Not any of those things down near the Mill District, but one of the better ones, see? There formulated itself in Clyde's mind the question as to what, in regard to just such proposals as this, his course here was to be. In Chicago, and recently, because of what happened in Kansas City, he had sought to be as retiring and cautious as possible. For, after that, and while connected with the club, he had been taken with the fancy of trying to live up to the ideals with which the seemingly stern face of that institution had inspired him: conservatism, hard work, saving one's money, looking neat and gentlemanly. It was such an eveless paradise, that. In spite of his quiet surroundings here, however, the very air of the city seemed to suggest some such relaxation as this youth was now suggesting, a form of diversion that was probably innocent enough, but still connected with girls and their entertainment. There were so many of them here, as he could see. These streets, after dinner here, were so alive with good-looking girls, and young men, too. But what might his new-found relatives think of him, in case he was seen stepping about in the manner and spirit which this youth's suggestion seemed to imply? Hadn't he just said that this was an awfully close town, and that everybody knew nearly everything about everybody else? He paused in doubt. He must decide now. And then, being lonely and hungry for companionship, he replied, "Yes, well, I think that's all right." But he added a little dubiously, "Of course, my relatives here—" "Oh, that's all right," replied Dillard smartly. "You have to be careful, of course. Well, so do I." If he could only go around with the Griffiths, even, if he was new around here and didn't know many people, wouldn't it reflect a lot of credit on him? It certainly would. Did already, as he saw it. And forthwith he offered to buy Clyde some cigarettes, a soda, anything he liked. But Clyde, still feeling very strange and uncertain, excused himself, after a time, because this youth with his complacent worship of society and position annoyed him a little, and made his way back to his room. He had promised his mother a letter, and he thought he had better go back and write it, and incidentally to think a little on the wisdom of this new contact. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Section 27 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 8. Nevertheless, the next day being a Saturday and a half-holiday the year round in this concern, Mr. Wiggum came through with the pay envelopes. "Here you are, Mr. Griffiths," he said, as though he were especially impressed with Clyde's position. Clyde, taking it, was rather pleased with this mistering, and going back to his locker, promptly tore it open and pocketed the money. After that, taking his hat and coat, he wandered off in the direction of his room, where he had lunch. But, being very lonely, and Dillard not being present because he had to work, he decided upon a trolley ride to Gloversville, which was a city of some 20,000 inhabitants, and reported to be as active, if not as beautiful, as Lycurgus. And that trip amused and interested him, because it took him into a city very different from Lycurgus in its social texture. But the next day, Sunday, he spent idly in Lycurgus, wandering about by himself. For, as it turned out, Dillard was compelled to return to Fonda for some reason, and could not fulfill the Sunday understanding. Encountering Clyde, however, on Monday evening, he announced that on the following Wednesday evening, in the basement of the Digby Avenue Congregational Church, there was to be held a social with refreshments, and according to young Dillard, at least this promised to prove worthwhile. "We can just go out there," was the way he put it to Clyde, "and buzz the girls a little. I want you to meet my uncle and aunt. They're nice people, all right, and so are the girls. They're no slouches. Then we can edge out afterwards, about 10, see? And go around to either Zella or Rita's place. Rita has more good records over at her place, but Zella has the nicest place to dance. By the way, you didn't chance to bring along your dress suit with you, did you?" he inquired. For having already inspected Clyde's room, which was above his own on the 3rd floor, in Clyde's absence, and having discovered that he had only a dress suitcase and no trunk, and apparently no dress suit anywhere, had decided that in spite of Clyde's father conducting a hotel, and Clyde having worked in the Union League Club in Chicago, he must be very indifferent to social equipment, or, if not, must be endeavoring to make his own way on some character-building plan without help from anyone. This was not to his liking, exactly. A man should never neglect these social essentials. Nevertheless, Clyde was a Griffiths, and that was enough to cause him to overlook nearly anything, for the present anyhow. "No, I didn't," replied Clyde, who was not exactly sure as to the value of this adventure, even yet, in spite of his own loneliness, "but I intend to get one." He had already thought since coming here of his lack in this respect, and was thinking of taking at least 35 of his more recently hard-earned savings and indulging in a suit of this kind. Dillard buzzed on about the fact that while Zella Schumann's family wasn't rich, they owned the house they lived in, still, she went with a lot of nice girls here too. So did Rita Dickerman. Zella's father owned a little cottage upon Eckert Lake near Fonda. When next summer came, and with it the holidays and pleasant weekends, he and Clyde, supposing that Clyde liked Rita, might go up there sometime for a visit, for Rita and Zella were inseparable almost, and they were pretty too. "Zella's dark and Rita's light," he added enthusiastically. Clyde was interested by the fact that the girls were pretty, and that out of a clear sky, and in the face of his present loneliness, he was being made so much of by this Dillard. But was it wise for him to become very much involved with him? That was the question, for, after all, he really knew nothing of him. And he gathered from Dillard's manner, his flighty enthusiasm for the occasion, that he was far more interested in the girls as girls, a certain freedom or concealed looseness that characterized them, than he was in the social phase of the world which they represented. And wasn't that what brought about his downfall in Kansas City? Here in Lycurgus, of all places, he was least likely to forget it, aspiring to something better, as he now did. Nonetheless, at 8:30 on the following Wednesday evening, they were off, Clyde full of eager anticipation. And by 9 o'clock, they were in the midst of one of those semi-religious, semi-social, and semi-emotional church affairs, the object of which was to raise money for the church, the general service of which was to furnish an occasion for gossip among the elders, criticism, and a certain amount of enthusiastic, if disguised, courtship and flirtation among the younger members. There were booths for the sale of everything from pies, cakes, and ice cream, to laces, dolls, and knickknacks of every description, supplied by the members and parted with for the benefit of the church. The Reverend Peter Israels, the minister, and his wife were present. Also Dillard's uncle and aunt, a pair of brisk and yet uninteresting people whom Clyde could sense were of no importance socially here. They were too genial and altogether social in the specific neighborhood sense, although Grover Wilson, being a buyer for Stark & Company, endeavored to assume a serious and important air at times. He was an undersized and stocky man who did not seem to know how to dress very well or could not afford it. In contrast to his nephew's almost immaculate garb, his own suit was far from perfect fitting. It was unpressed and slightly soiled, and his tie the same. He had a habit of rubbing his hands in a clerkly fashion, of wrinkling his brows and scratching the back of his head at times, as though something he was about to say had cost him great thought and was of the utmost importance. Whereas nothing that he uttered, even as Clyde could see, was of the slightest importance. And so too with the stout and large Mrs. Wilson, who stood beside him while he was attempting to rise to the importance of Clyde. She merely beamed a fatty beam. She was almost ponderous and pink with a tendency to a double chin. She smiled and smiled, largely because she was naturally genial and on her good behavior here, but incidentally because Clyde was on who he was. For as Clyde himself could see, Walter Dillard had lost no time in impressing his relatives with the fact that he was a Griffiths, also that he had encountered and made a friend of him, and that he was now chaperoning him locally. "Walter has been telling us that you have just come on here to work for your uncle. You're at Mrs. Cuppy's now, I understand. I don't know her, but I've always heard she keeps such a nice, refined place. Mr. Parsley, who lives here with her, used to go to school with me, but I don't see much of him any more. Did you meet him yet?" "No, I didn't," said Clyde in return. "Well, you know, we expected you last Sunday to dinner, only Walter had to go home. But you must come soon, any time at all. I would love to have you." She beamed, and her small grayish-brown eyes twinkled. Clyde could see that because of the fame of his uncle, he was looked upon as a social find, really. And so it was with the remainder of his company, old and young, the Reverend Peter Israels and his wife, Mr. Micah Bumpus, a local vendor of printing inks, and his wife and son, Mr. and Mrs. Maximilian Pick, Mr. Pick being a wholesale and retail dealer in hay, grain, and feed, Mr. Witness, a florist, and Mrs. Troop, a local real estate dealer. All knew Samuel Griffiths and his family by reputation, and it seemed not a little interesting and strange to all of them that Clyde, a real nephew of so rich a man, should be here in their midst. The only trouble with this was that Clyde's manner was very soft and not as impressive as it should be, not so aggressive and contemptuous, and most of them were of that type of mind that respects insolence even where it pretends to condemn it. Insofar as the young girls were concerned, it was even more noticeable, for Dillard was making this important relationship of Clyde's perfectly plain to everyone. This is Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of Samuel Griffiths, Mr. Gilbert Griffiths' cousin, you know. He's just come on here to study the collar business in his uncle's factory. And Clyde, who realized how shallow was this pretense, was still not a little pleased and impressed by the effect of it all. This Dillard's effrontery, the brassy way in which, because of Clyde, he presumed to patronize these people. On this occasion, he kept guiding Clyde here and there, refusing for the most part to leave him alone for an instant. In fact, he was determined that all whom he knew and liked among these girls and young men should know who and what Clyde was, and that he was presenting him. Also, that those whom he did not like should see as little of him as possible, not be introduced at all. She doesn't amount to anything. Her father only keeps a small garage here. I wouldn't bother with her if I were you. Or, he isn't much around here, just a clerk in our store. At the same time, in regard to some others, he was all smiles and compliments, or at worst, apologetic for their social lacks. And then he was introduced to Zella Schumann and Rita Dickerman, who, for reasons of their own, not the least among which was a desire to appear a little wise and more sophisticated than the others here, came a little late. And it was true, as Clyde was to find out soon afterwards, that they were different too, less simple and restricted than all the girls whom Dillard had thus far introduced him to. They were not as sound religiously and morally as were these others, and as even Clyde noted on meeting them, they were keen for as close an approach to pagan pleasure without admitting it to themselves, as it was possible to be and not be marked for what they were. And in the consequence, there was something in their manner, the very spirit of the introduction, which struck him as different from the tone of the rest of the church group, not exactly morally or religiously unhealthy, but rather much freer, less repressed, less reserved than were these others. "Oh, so you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths," observed Zella Schumann. "My, you look a lot like your cousin, don't you? I see him driving down Central Avenue ever so often. Walter has been telling us all about you. Do you like Lycurgus?" The way she said Walter, together with something intimate and possessive in the tone of her voice, caused Clyde to feel at once that she must feel rather closer to and freer with Dillard than he himself indicated. A small scarlet bow of velvet ribbon at her throat, 2 small garnet earrings in her ears, a very trim and tight-fitting black dress with a heavily flounced skirt, seemed to indicate that she was not opposed to showing her figure, and prized it, a mood which, except for a demure and rather retiring poise which she affected, would most certainly have excited comment in such a place as this. Rita Dickerman, on the other hand, was lush and blonde, with pink cheeks, light chestnut hair, and bluish-gray eyes. Lacking the aggressive smartness that characterized Zella Schumann, she still radiated a certain something to which Clyde seemed to harmonize with the liberal if secret mood of her friend. Her manner, as Clyde could see, while much less suggestive of masked bravado, was yielding, and to him designedly so, as well as naturally provocative. It had been arranged that she was to intrigue him. Very much fascinated by Zella Schumann and in tow of her, they were inseparable. And when Clyde was introduced to her, she beamed upon him in a melting and sensuous way, which troubled him not a little. For here in Lycurgus, as he was telling himself at the time, he must be very careful with whom he became familiar. And yet, unfortunately, as in the case of Hortense Briggs, she evoked thoughts of intimacy, however unproblematic or distant, which troubled him. But he must be careful. It was just such a free attitude as this suggested by Dillard, as well as these girls' manners, that had gotten him into trouble before. "Now we'll just have a little ice cream and cake," suggested Dillard, after the few preliminary remarks were over, "and then we can get out of here. You two had better go around together and hand out a few hellos. Then we can meet at the ice cream booth. After that, if you say so, we'll leave, eh? What do you say?" He looked at Zella Schumann as much as to say, "You know it is the best thing to do," and she smiled and replied, "That's right, we can't leave right away. I see my cousin Mary over there, and Mother, and Fred Bruckner. Rita and I'll just go around by ourselves for a while, and then we'll meet, you see?" And Rita Dickerman forthwith bestowed upon Clyde an intimate and possessive smile. After about 20 minutes of drifting and browsing, Dillard received some signal from Zella, and he and Clyde paused near the ice cream booth with its chairs in the center of the room. In a few moments they were casually joined by Zella and Rita, with whom they had some ice cream and cake. And then, being free of all obligations, and as some of the others were beginning to depart, Dillard observed, "Let's beat it. We can go over to your place, can't we?" Sure, whispered Zella, and together they made their way to the coat room. Clyde was still so dubious as to the wisdom of all this that he was inclined to be a little silent. He did not know whether he was fascinated by Rita or not. But once out in the street, out of view of the church and the homing amusement seekers, he and Rita found themselves together, Zella and Dillard having walked on ahead. And although Clyde had taken her arm, as he thought fit, she maneuvered it free and laid a warm and caressing hand on his elbow, and she nudged quite close to him, shoulder to shoulder and half leaning on him, and began pattering of life on Lycurgus. There was something very furry and caressing about her voice now. Clyde liked it. There was something heavy and languorous about her body, a kind of ray or electron that intrigued and lured him in spite of himself. He felt that he would like to caress her arm and might if he wished, that he might even put his arm around her waist, and so soon. Yet here he was, a Griffiths. He was shrewd enough to think, a Lycurgus Griffiths, and that was what now made a difference, that made all those girls at this church social seem so much more interested in him and so friendly. Yet in spite of this thought, he did squeeze her arm ever so slightly, and without reproach or comment from her. And once in the Schumann house, which was a large old-fashioned square frame house with a square cupola, very retired among some trees and a lawn, they made themselves at home in a general living room which was much more handsomely furnished than any room with which Clyde had been identified heretofore. Dillard at once began sorting the records, with which he seemed most familiar, and to pull two rather large rugs out of the way, revealing a smooth hardwood floor. "There's one thing about this house, and these trees, and these soft-toned needles," he commented for Clyde's benefit, of course, since he was still under the impression that Clyde might be, and probably was, a very shrewd person who was watching his every move. "You can't hear a note of this Victrola out in the street, can you, Zell? Nor upstairs either, really, not with the soft needles. We've played it down here and danced to it several times, until 3 or 4 in the morning, and they didn't even know it upstairs, did they, Zell?" "That's right. But then, Father's a little hard of hearing. And Mother don't hear anything either, when she gets in her room and gets to reading, but it is hard to hear at that." "Why, do people object to dancing here?" asked Clyde. "Oh, they don't. Not the factory people. Not at all," put in Dillard. "But most of the church people do. My uncle and aunt do, and nearly everyone else we met at the church tonight except Zell and Rita." He gave them a most approving and encouraging glance. "And they're too broad-minded to let a little thing like that bother them. Ain't that right, Zell?" This young girl, who was very much fascinated by him, laughed and nodded. "You bet that's right. I can't see any harm in it." "Nor me, either," put in Rita, "nor my mother and father. Only they don't like to say anything about it or make me feel that they want me to do too much of it." Dillard by then had started a piece entitled Brown Eyes, and immediately Clyde and Rita and Dillard and Zella began to dance, and Clyde found himself insensibly drifting into a kind of intimacy with this girl, which boded he could scarcely say what. She danced so warmly and enthusiastically, a kind of weaving and swaying motion which suggested all sorts of repressed enthusiasms, and her lips were at once wreathed with a kind of lyric smile which suggested a kind of hunger for this thing, and she was very pretty, more so dancing and smiling than at any other time. "She is delicious," thought Clyde, "even if she is a little soft. Any fellow would do almost as well as me, but she likes me because she thinks I'm somebody." And almost at the same moment she observed, "Isn't it just too gorgeous? And you're such a good dancer, Mr. Griffiths." "Oh, no," he replied, smiling into her eyes. "You're the one that's the dancer. I can dance because you're dancing with me." He could feel now that her arms were large and soft, her bosom full for one so young. Exhilarated by dancing, she was quite intoxicating, her gestures almost provoking. "Now we'll put on the love boat," called Dillard the moment Brown Eyes was ended, "and you and Zella can dance together, and Rita and I will have a spin. Eh, Rita?" He was so fascinated by his own skill as a dancer, however, as well as his natural joy in the art, that he could scarcely wait to begin another, but must take Rita by the arms before putting on another record, gliding here and there, doing steps and executing figures which Clyde could not possibly achieve, and which at once established Dillard as the superior dancer. Then, having done so, he called to Clyde to put on the love boat. But as Clyde could see, after dancing with Zella once, this was planned to be a happy companionship of two mutually mated couples who would not interfere with each other in any way, but rather would aid each other in their various schemes to enjoy society. For while Zella danced with Clyde, and danced well and talked to him much, all the while he could feel that she was interested in Dillard and Dillard only, and would prefer to be with him. For after a few dances, and while he and Rita lounged on a settee and talked, Zella and Dillard left the room to go into the kitchen for a drink. Only, as Clyde observed, they stayed there much longer than any single drink would have required. And similarly, during this interval, it seemed as though it was intended, even, by Rita, that he and she should draw closer to one another. For, finding the conversation on the settee lagging for a moment, she got up and, apropos of nothing, no music and no words, motioned to him to dance some more with her. She had danced certain steps with Dillard which she pretended to show Clyde, but because of their nature, these brought her and Clyde into closer contact than before. Very much so. And standing so close together, and showing Clyde by elbow and arm what to do, her face and cheek came very close to him, too much for his own strength of will and purpose. He pressed his cheek to hers, and she turned smiling and encouraging eyes upon him. On the instant, his self-possession was gone, and he kissed her on the lips, and then again, and instead of withdrawing them, as he thought she might, she let him, remain just as she was in order that he might kiss her more. And suddenly now, as he felt this yielding of her warm body so close to him, and the pressure of her lips in response to his own, he realized that he had let himself in for a relationship which might not be so very easy to modify or escape. Also that it would be a very difficult thing for him to resist, since he now liked her, and obviously she liked him. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Section 28 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 9. Apart from the momentary thrill and zest of this, the effect was to throw Clyde, as before, speculatively back upon the problem of his proper course here. For here was this girl, and she was approaching him in this direct and suggestive way, and so soon after telling himself and his mother that his course was to be so different here. No such approaches or relationships as had brought on his downfall in Kansas City. And yet, he was sorely tempted now, for in his contact with Rita, he had the feeling that she was expecting him to suggest a further step, and soon. But just how and where? Not in connection with this large, strange house. There were other rooms apart from the kitchen, to which Dillard and Zella had ostensibly departed. But even so, such a relationship once established, what then? Would he not be expected to continue it, or let himself in for possible complications in case he did not? He danced with and fondled her in a daring and aggressive fashion, yet thinking as he did so, "But this is not what I should be doing either, is it? This is like Lycurgus. I am a Griffiths here. I know how these people feel toward me, their parents even. Do I really care for her? Is there not something about her quick and easy availability which, if not exactly dangerous, in so far as my future here is concerned, is not quite satisfactory, too quickly intimate?" He was experiencing a sensation not unrelated to his mood in connection with the lupanar in Kansas City, attracted and yet repulsed. He could do no more than kiss and fondle her here in a somewhat restrained way, until at last Dillard and Zella returned, whereupon the same degree of intimacy was no longer possible. A clock somewhere striking 2, it suddenly occurred to Rita that she must be going. Her parents would object to her staying out so late, and since Dillard gave no evidence of deserting Zella, it followed, of course, that Clyde was to see her home, a pleasure that now had been allayed by a vague suggestion of disappointment or failure on the part of both. He had not risen to her expectations, he thought. Obviously he lacked the courage yet to follow up the proffer of her favors, was the way she explained it to herself. At her own door, not so far distant, and after a conversation which was still tinctured with intimations of some future occasions which might prove more favorable, her attitude was decidedly encouraging, even here. They parted, but with Clyde still saying to himself that this new relationship was developing much too swiftly. He was not sure that he should undertake a relationship such as this here, so soon anyhow. Where now were all his fine decisions made before coming here? What was he going to decide? And yet, because of the sensual warmth and magnetism of Rita, he was irritated by his resolution and his inability to proceed as he otherwise might. Two things which eventually decided him in regard to this came quite close together. One related to the attitude of the Griffiths themselves, which, apart from that of Gilbert, was not one of opposition or complete indifference, so much as it was a failure on the part of Samuel Griffiths in the first instance, and the others largely because of him, to grasp the rather anomalous, if not exactly lonely position in which Clyde would find himself here, unless the family chose to show him at least some little courtesy, or advise him cordially from time to time. Yet Samuel Griffiths, being always very much pressed for time, had scarcely given Clyde a thought, during the first month at least. He was here, properly placed, as he heard, and would be properly looked after in the future. What more, just now, at least? And so for all of 5 weeks before any action of any kind was taken, and with Gilbert Griffiths comforted thereby, Clyde was allowed to drift along in his basement world, wondering what was being intended in connection with himself. The attitude of others, including Dillard and these girls, finally made his position here seem strange. However, about a month after Clyde had arrived, and principally because Gilbert seemed so content to say nothing regarding him, the elder Griffiths inquired one day, "Well, what about your cousin? How's he doing by now?" And Gilbert, only a little worried as to what this might bode, replied, "Oh, he's all right. I started him off in the shrinking room. Is that all right?" "Yes, I think so. That's as good a place as any for him to begin, I believe. But what do you think of him now?" "Oh," answered Gilbert very conservatively and decidedly independently, a trait for which his father had always admired him. "Not so much. He's all right, I guess. He may work out, but he doesn't strike me as a fellow who would ever make much of a stir in this game. He hasn't had much of an education of any kind, you know. Anyone can see that. Besides, he's not so very aggressive or energetic looking. Too soft, I think. Still, I don't want to knock him. He may be all right. You like him, and I may be wrong, but I can't help but think that his real idea in coming here is that you'll do more for him than you would for someone else, just because he is related to you." "Oh, you think he does? Well, if he does, he's wrong." But at the same time he added, and that with a bantering smile, "He may not be as impractical as you think, though. He hasn't been here long enough for us to really tell, has he? He didn't strike me that way in Chicago. Besides, there are a lot of little corners into which he might fit, aren't there, without any great waste, even if he isn't the most talented fellow in the world? If he's content to take a small job in life, that's his business. I can't prevent that. But at any rate, I don't want him sent away yet, anyhow, and I don't want him put on piecework. It wouldn't look right. After all, he is related to us. Just let him drift along for a little while and see what he does for himself." "All right, Governor," replied his son, who was hoping that his father would absent-mindedly let him stay where he was, in the lowest of all the positions the factory had to offer. But now, to his dissatisfaction, Samuel Griffiths proceeded to add, "We'll have to have him out to the house for dinner pretty soon, won't we? I have thought of that, but I haven't been able to attend to it before. I should have spoken to Mother about it before this. He hasn't been out yet, has he?" "No, sir, not that I know of," replied Gilbert dourly. He did not like this at all, but was too tactful to show his opposition just here. "We've been waiting for you to say something about it, I suppose." "Very well," went on Samuel. "You'll better find out where he's stopping and have him out. Next Sunday wouldn't be a bad time if we haven't anything else on." Noting a flicker of doubt or disapproval in his son's eyes, he added, "After all, Gil, he's my nephew and your cousin, and we can't afford to ignore him entirely. That wouldn't be right, you know, either. You'd better speak to your mother tonight, or I will, and arrange it." He closed the drawer of a desk in which he had been looking for certain papers, got up and took down his hat and coat and left the office. In consequence of this discussion, an invitation was sent to Clyde for the following Sunday at 6:30 to appear and participate in a Griffiths family meal. On Sunday at 1:30 was served the important family dinner, to which usually was invited one or another of the various local or visiting friends of the family. At 6:30 nearly all of these guests had departed, and sometimes one or two of the Griffiths themselves, the cold collation served being partaken of by Mr. and Mrs. Griffiths and Myra, Bella and Gilbert usually having appointments elsewhere. On this occasion, however, as Mrs. Griffiths and Myra and Bella decided in conference, they would all be present with the exception of Gilbert, who, because of his opposition as well as another appointment, explained that he would stop in for only a moment before leaving. Thus Clyde, as Gilbert was pleased to note, would be received and entertained without the likelihood of contacts, introductions, and explanations to such of their more important connections who might stop by during the afternoon. They would also have an opportunity to study him for themselves and see what they really did think, without committing themselves in any way. But in the meantime, in connection with Dillard, Rita, and Zella, there had been a development which, because of the problem it had posed, was to be affected by this very decision on the part of the Griffiths. For following the evening at the Schumann home, and because, in spite of Clyde's hesitation at the time, all three, including Rita herself, were still convinced that he must or would be smitten with her charms, there had been various hints, as well as finally a direct invitation or proposition on the part of Dillard, to the effect that because of the camaraderie which had been established between himself and Clyde and these two girls, they make a weekend trip somewhere, preferably to Utica or Albany. The girls would go, of course. He could fix that through Zella with Rita, for Clyde if he had any doubts or fears as to whether it could be negotiated or not. You know she likes you. Zell was telling me the other day that she said she thought you were the candy. Some ladies' man, eh? And he nudged Clyde genially and intimately, a proceeding in this newer and grander world in which he now found himself, and considering who he was here, was not as appealing to Clyde as it otherwise might have been. These fellows were so pushing where they thought a fellow amounted to something more than they did. He could tell. At the same time, the proposition he was now offering, as thrilling and intriguing as it might be from one point of view, was likely to cause him endless trouble. Was it not? In the first place, he had no money, only $15 a week here so far, and if he was going to be expected to indulge in such expensive outings as these, why, of course he could not manage. Car fare, meals, a hotel bill, maybe an automobile ride or two. And after that, he would be in close contact with this Rita whom he scarcely knew. And might she not take it on herself to become intimate here in Lycurgus, maybe? Expect him to call on her regularly, and go places, and then, well, gee, supposing the Griffiths, his cousin Gilbert, heard of or saw this. Hadn't Zella said that she saw him often on the street here and there in Lycurgus? And wouldn't they be likely to encounter him somewhere, sometime, when they were all together? And wouldn't that fix him as being intimate with just another store clerk like Dillard who didn't amount to so much after all? It might even mean the end of his career here. Who could tell what it might lead to? He coughed and made various excuses. Just now he had a lot of work to do. Besides, a venture like that, he would have to see first. His relatives, you know. Besides next Sunday and the Sunday after, some extra work in connection with the factory was going to hold him in Lycurgus. After that he would see. Actually, in his wavering way, and various disturbing thoughts as to Rita's charm returning to him at moments, he was wondering if it was not desirable, his other decision to the contrary notwithstanding, to skimp himself as much as possible over 2 or 3 weeks and so go anyhow. He had been saving something toward a new dress suit and collapsible silk hat. Might he not use some of that, even though he knew the plan to be all wrong? The fair, plump, sensuous Rita. But then, not at that very moment, but in the interim following, the invitation from the Griffiths. Returning from his work one evening very tired, and still cogitating this gay adventure proposed by Dillard, he found lying on the table in his room a note written on very heavy and handsome paper, which had been delivered by one of the servants of the Griffiths in his absence. It was all the more arresting to him, because on the flap of the envelope it was embossed in high relief the initials E.G. He at once tore it open and eagerly read, "My dear nephew, since your arrival my husband has been away most of the time, and although we have wished to have you with us before, we have thought it best to await his leisure. He is freer now, and we will be very glad if you can find it convenient to come to supper with us at 6 o'clock next Sunday. We dine very informally, just ourselves, so in case you can or cannot come, you need not bother to write or telephone, and you need not dress for this occasion either. But come if you can. We will be happy to see you. Sincerely, your aunt, Elizabeth Griffiths." On reading this, Clyde, who, during all this silence and the prosecution of a task in the shrinking room, which was so eminently distasteful to him, was being more and more weighed upon by the thought that possibly, after all, this quest of his was going to prove a vain one, and that he was going to be excluded from any real contact with his great relatives, was most romantically and hence impractically heartened. For only see, here's this grandiose letter with its "very happy to see you," which seemed to indicate that perhaps, after all, they did not think so badly of him. Mr. Samuel Griffiths had been away all the time. That was it. Now he would get to see his aunt and cousins in the inside of that great house. It must be very wonderful. They might even take him up after this. Who could tell? But how remarkable that he should be taken up now, just when he had about decided that they would not. And forthwith his interest in, as well as his weakness for, Rita, if not Zella and Dillard, began to evaporate. What? Mixed with people so far below him, a Griffiths, in the social scale here, and at the cost of endangering his connection with that important family? Never! It was a great mistake. Didn't this letter, coming just at this time, prove it? And fortunately, how fortunately, he had had the good sense not to let himself in for anything as of yet. And so now, without much trouble, and because, most likely from now on, it would prove necessary for him so to do,
He could gradually eliminate himself from this contact with Dillard, move away from Mrs. Cuppies if necessary, or say that his uncle had cautioned him. Anything, but not go with this crowd anymore, just the same. It wouldn't do. It would endanger his prospects in connection with this new development. And instead of troubling over Rita and Utica now, he began to formulate for himself once more the essential nature of the private life of the Griffiths, the fascinating places they must go, the interesting people with whom they must be in contact. And at once he began to think of the need of a dress suit, or at least a tuxedo and trousers. Accordingly, the next morning, he gained permission from Mr. Kemmerer to leave at 11 and not return before 1, and in that time he managed to find coat, trousers, and a pair of patent leather shoes, as well as a white silk muffler for the money he had already saved. And so, arrayed, he felt himself safe. He must make a good impression. And for the entire time between then and Sunday evening, instead of thinking of Rita or Dillard or Zella anymore, he was thinking of this opportunity. Plainly, it was an event to be admitted to the presence of such magnificence. The only drawback to all this, as he well now sensed, was this same Gilbert Griffiths, who surveyed him always, whenever he met him anywhere, with such hard, cold eyes. He might be there, and then he would probably assume that superior attitude to make him feel his inferior position, if he could, and Clyde had the weakness at times of admitting to himself that he could. And no doubt, if he, Clyde, sought to carry himself with too much of an air in the presence of this family, Gilbert would likely seek to take it out of him in some way later, in connection with the work in the factory. He might see to it, for instance, that his father only heard unfavorable things about him. And of course, if he were retained in this wretched shrinking room, and given no show of any kind, how could he expect to get anywhere or be anybody? It was just his luck that on arriving here he should find this same Gilbert looking almost like him, and being so opposed to him for obviously no reason at all. However, despite all his doubts, he decided to make the best of the opportunity, and accordingly on Sunday evening at 6 set out for the Griffiths' residence, his nerves decidedly taut because of the ordeal before him. And when he reached the main gate, a large, arched wrought-iron affair, which gave in on a wide, winding brick walk which led to the front entrance, he lifted the heavy latch which held the large iron gates in place, with almost a quaking sense of adventure, and as he approached along the walk he felt as though he might well be the object of observant and critical eyes. Perhaps Mr. Samuel or Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, or one of the two sisters was looking at him now from one of those heavily curtained windows. On the lower floor, several lights glowed with a soft and inviting radiance. This mood, however, was brief, for soon the door was opened by a servant who took his coat and invited him into the very large living room, which was very impressive. To Clyde, even after the Green Davidson and the Union League, it seemed a very beautiful room. It contained so many handsome pieces of furniture and such rich rugs and hangings. A fire burned in the large, high fireplace, before which was circled a number of divans and chairs. There were lamps, a tall clock, a great table. No one was in the room at the moment, but presently as Clyde fidgeted and looked about, he heard a rustling of silk to the rear, where a great staircase descended from the rooms above. And from there he saw Mrs. Griffiths approaching him, a bland and angular and faded-looking woman. But her walk was brisk, her manner courteous, if non-committal, as was her custom always, and after a few moments of conversation he found himself peaceful and fairly comfortable in her presence. "My nephew, I believe," she smiled. "Yes," replied Clyde simply, and because of his nervousness, with unusual dignity. "I am Clyde Griffiths." "I'm very glad to see you and to welcome you to our home," began Mrs. Griffiths, with a certain amount of aplomb which years of contact with the local high world had given her at last. "And my children will be too, of course. Bella is not here just now, or Gilbert either, but then they will be soon, I believe. My husband is resting, but I heard him stirring just now, and he'll be down in a moment. Won't you sit here?" She motioned to a large divan between them. "We dine nearly always alone here together on Sunday evening, so I thought it would be nice if you came just to be alone with us. How do you like Lycurgus now?" She arranged herself on one of the large divans before the fire, and Clyde rather awkwardly seated himself at a respectful distance from her. "Oh, I like it very much," he observed, exerting himself to be congenial and to smile. "Of course, I haven't seen so very much of it yet, but what I have I like. This street is one of the nicest I have ever seen anywhere," he added enthusiastically. "The houses are so large and the grounds so beautiful." "Yes, we here in Lycurgus pride ourselves on Waikiki Avenue," smiled Mrs. Griffiths, who took no end of satisfaction in the grace and rank of her own home in the street. She and her husband had been so long climbing up to it. Everyone who sees it seems to feel the same way about it. It was laid out many years ago when Lycurgus was just a village. It's only about within the last 15 years that it has come to be as handsome as it is now. But you must tell me something about your mother and father. I never met either of them, you know, though of course I have heard my husband speak of them often. That is, of his brother, anyhow, she corrected. I don't believe he ever met your mother. How is your father? Oh, he's quite well, replied Clyde simply. And mother, too. They're living in Denver now. We did live for a while in Kansas City, but for the last 3 years they've been out there. I had a letter from Mother only the other day. She says everything is all right. Then you keep up a correspondence with her, do you? That's nice. She smiled, for by now she had become interested by, and, on the whole, rather taken with Clyde's appearance. He looked so neat and generally presentable, so much like her own son that she was a little startled at first, and intrigued on that score. If anything, Clyde was taller, better built, and hence better looking, only she would never have been willing to admit that. For to her, Gilbert, although he was intolerant and contemptuous even to her at times, simulating an affection which was as much a custom as a reality, was still a dynamic and aggressive person, putting himself and his conclusions before everyone else, whereas Clyde was more soft and vague and fumbling. Her son's force must be due to the innate ability of her husband, as well as the strain of some relatives in her own line who had not been unlike Gilbert, while Clyde probably drew his lesser force from the personal unimportance of his parents. But having settled this problem in her son's favor, Mrs. Griffiths was about to ask after his sisters and brothers, when they were interrupted by Samuel Griffiths, who now approached. Measuring Clyde, who had risen very sharply once more, and finding him very satisfactory in appearance at least, he observed, "Well, so here you are, eh? They've placed you, I believe, without my ever seeing you." "Yes, sir," replied Clyde very deferentially, and half bowing in the presence of so great a man. "Well, that's all right. Sit down, sit down. I'm very glad they did. I hear you're working down in the shrinking room at present. Not exactly a pleasant place, but not such a bad place to begin either. At the bottom. The best people start there sometimes." He smiled and added, "I was out of the city when you came on, or I would have seen you." "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, who had not ventured to seat himself again until Mr. Griffiths had sunk into a very large stuffed chair near the divan, and the latter, now that he saw Clyde in an ordinary tuxedo with a smart pleated shirt and black tie, as opposed to the club uniform in which he had last seen him in Chicago, was inclined to think him even more attractive than before, not quite as negligible and unimportant as his son Gilbert had made out. Still, not being dead to the need of force and energy in business, and sensing that Clyde was undoubtedly lacking in these qualities, he did now wish that Clyde had more vigor and vim in him. It would reflect more handsomely on the Griffiths end of the family and please his son more, maybe. "Like it where you are now?" he observed condescendingly. "Well, yes, sir. That is, I wouldn't say that I like it exactly," replied Clyde quite honestly. "But I don't mind it. It's as good as any other way to begin, I suppose." The thought in his mind at the moment was that he would like to impress on his uncle that he was cut out for something better, and the fact that his cousin Gilbert was not present at the moment gave him the courage to say it. "Well, that's the proper spirit," commented Samuel Griffiths, pleased. "It isn't the most pleasant part of the process, I will admit, but it's one of the most essential things to know, to begin with. And it takes a little time, of course, to get anywhere in any business these days." From this, Clyde wondered how long he was to be left in that dim world below stairs. But while he was thinking this, Myra came forward, curious about him and what he would be like, and very pleased to see that he was not as uninteresting as Gilbert had painted him. There was something, as she now saw, about Clyde's eyes, nervous and somewhat furtive and appealing or seeking, that at once interested her, and reminded her, perhaps, since she was not much of a success socially either, of something in herself. "Your cousin, Clyde Griffiths, Myra," observed Samuel rather casually as Clyde arose. "My daughter Myra," he added to Clyde. "This is the young man I've been telling you about." Clyde bowed, and then took the cool and not very vital hand that Myra extended to him, but feeling it just the same to be more friendly and considerate than the welcome of the others. "Well, I hope you'll like it now that you're here," she began genially. "We all like Lycurgus, only after Chicago I suppose it won't mean so much to you." She smiled, and Clyde, feeling very formal and stiff in the presence of all these very superior relatives, now returned a stiff thank you, and was just about to seat himself when the outer door opened and Gilbert Griffiths strode in. The whirring of a motor had preceded this, a motor that had stopped outside the large east side entrance. "Just a minute, Dolge," he called to someone outside. "I won't be long." Then, turning to the family, he added, "Excuse me, folks, I'll be back in a minute." He dashed up the rear stairs, only to return after a time and confront Clyde, if not the others, with that same icy and inconsiderate air that had so far troubled him at the factory. He was wearing a light belted motoring coat of a very pronounced stripe, and a dark leather cap and gauntlets, which gave him almost a military air. After nodding to Clyde rather stiffly and adding, "How do you do?" he laid a patronizing hand on his father's shoulder and observed, "Hi, Dad. Hello, Mother. Sorry I can't be with you tonight, but I just came over from Amsterdam with Dolge and Eustace to get Constance and Jacqueline. There's some doings over at the Bridgemans, but I'll be back again before morning. Or at the office, anyhow. Everything all right with you, Mr. Griffiths?" he observed to his father. "Yes, I have nothing to complain of," returned his father. "But it seems to me that you're making a pretty long night of it, aren't you?" "Oh, I don't mean that," returned his son, ignoring Clyde entirely. "I just mean that if I can't get back by 2, I'll stay over. That's all, see?" He tapped his father genially on the back again. "I hope you're not driving that car as fast as usual," complained his mother. "It's not safe at all." 15 miles an hour, Mother. 15 miles an hour. I know the rules." He smiled loftily. Clyde did not fail to notice the tone of condescension and authority that went with all this. Plainly here, as at the factory, he was a person who had to be reckoned with. Apart from his father, perhaps, there was no one here to whom he offered any reverence. What a superior attitude, thought Clyde. How wonderful it must be to be a son who, without having had to earn all this, could still be so much, take oneself so seriously, exercise so much command and authority. It might be, as it plainly was, that this youth was very superior and indifferent in tone to him. But think of being such a youth, having so much power at one's command. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Section 29 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 10. At this point, a maid announced that supper was served, and instantly Gilbert took his departure. At the same time, the family arose, and Mrs. Griffiths asked the maid, "Has Bella telephoned yet?" "No, ma'am," replied the servant, "not yet." "Well, have Mrs. Truesdale call up the Finchleys and see if she's there. You tell her I said that she is to come home at once." The maid departed for a moment while the group proceeded to the dining room, which lay to the west of the stairs at the rear. Again, as Clyde saw, this was another splendidly furnished room done in a very light brown, with a long centered table of carved walnut, evidently used only for special occasions. It was surrounded by high-backed chairs and lighted by candelabras set at even spaces upon it. In a lower-ceilinged and yet ample circular alcove beyond this, looking out on the garden to the south, was a smaller table set for 6. It was in this alcove that they were to dine, a different thing from what Clyde had expected for some reason. Seated in a very placid fashion, he found himself answering questions principally as to his own family, the nature of its life, past and present. How old was his father now? His mother? What had been the places of their residence before moving to Denver? How many brothers and sisters had he? How old was his older sister, Esta? What did she do? And the others? Did his father like managing a hotel? What had been the nature of his father's work in Kansas City? How long had the family lived there? Clyde was not a little troubled and embarrassed by this chain of questions which flowed rather heavily and solemnly from Samuel Griffiths or his wife, and from Clyde's hesitating replies, especially in regard to the nature of the family life in Kansas City, both gathered that he was embarrassed and troubled by some of the questions. They laid it to the extreme poverty of their relatives, of course. For having asked, "I suppose you began your hotel work in Kansas City, didn't you, after you left school?" Clyde blushed deeply, bethinking himself of the incident of the stolen car, and of how little real schooling he had had. Most certainly he did not like the thought of having himself identified with hotel life in Kansas City, and more especially the Green Davidson. But fortunately at this moment the door opened, and Bella entered, accompanied by 2 girls such as Clyde would have assumed at once belonged to this world. How different to Rita and Zella, with whom his thoughts so recently had been disturbedly concerned. He did not know Bella, of course, until she proceeded most familiarly to address her family. But the others, one was Sondra Finchley, so frequently referred to by Bella and her mother, as smart and vain and sweet a girl as Clyde had ever laid his eyes upon, so different to any he had ever known, and so superior. She was dressed in a close-fitting tailored suit which followed her form exactly, and which was enhanced by a small dark leather hat, pulled fetchingly low over her eyes. A leather belt of the same color encircled her neck. By a leather leash she led a French bull, and over one arm carried a most striking coat of black and gray checks, not too pronounced, and yet having the effect of a man's modish overcoat. To Clyde's eyes she was the most adorable feminine thing he had seen in all his days. Indeed, her effect on him was electric, thrilling, arousing in him a curiously stinging sense of what it was to want and not to have, to wish to win and yet to feel, almost agonizingly, that he was destined not to even win a glance from her. It tortured and flustered him. At one moment he had a keen desire to close his eyes and shut her out. At another, to look only at her, constantly, so truly was he captivated. Yet, whether she saw him or not, she gave no sign at first, exclaiming to her dog, "Now, Bissell, if you're not going to behave, I'm going to take you out and tie you out there. Oh, I don't believe I can stay a moment if you won't behave better than this." He had seen a family cat and was tugging to get near her. Beside her was another girl whom Clyde did not fancy nearly as much, and yet who, after her fashion, was as smart as Sondra and perhaps as alluring to some. She was blonde, tow-headed, with clear almond-shaped, greenish-gray eyes, a small, graceful, cat-like figure, and a slinky feline manner. At once, on entering, she sidled across the room to the end of the table, where Mrs. Griffiths sat, and leaning over her at once began to purr. "Oh, how are you, Mrs. Griffiths? I'm so glad to see you again. It's been some time since I've been over here, hasn't it? But then Mother and I have been away. She and Grant are over at Albany today, and I just picked up Bella and Sondra here at the Lamberts. You're just having a quiet little supper by yourselves, aren't you? How are you, Myra?" she called, and reaching over Mrs. Griffith's shoulder touched Myra quite casually on the arm, as though it were more a matter of form than anything else. In the meantime, Bella, who next to Sondra seemed to Clyde decidedly the most charming of the three, was exclaiming, "Oh, I'm late. Sorry, Mama and Daddy. Won't that do this time?" Then noting Clyde, and as though for the first time, although he had risen as they entered and was still standing, she paused in semi-mock modesty, as did the others. And Clyde, oversensitive to just such airs and material distinctions, was fairly tremulous with his sense of his own inadequacy as he waited to be introduced. For to him, youth and beauty in such a station as this represented the ultimate triumph of the female. His weakness for Hortense Briggs, to say nothing of Rita, who was not so attractive as either of these, illustrated the effect of trim femininity on him, regardless of merit. "Bella," observed Samuel Griffiths, heavily, noting Clyde still standing, "your cousin, Clyde." "Oh, yes," replied Bella, observing that Clyde looked exceedingly like Gilbert. "How are you? Mother has been saying that you were coming to call one of these days." She extended a finger or two, and then turned toward her friends. "My friends, Miss Finchley and Miss Cranston, Miss Griffiths." The two girls bowed, each in the most stiff and formal manner, and at the same time studying Clyde most carefully and rather directly. "Well, he does look like Gil a lot, doesn't he?" whispered Sondra to Bertine, who had drawn near to her, and Bertine replied, "I never saw anything like it. He's really better looking, isn't he? A lot." Sondra nodded, pleased to note in the first instance that he was somewhat better looking than Bella's brother, whom she did not like, next that he was obviously stricken with her, which was her due, as she invariably decided in connection with youths thus smitten with her. But having thus decided, and seeing that his glance was persistently and helplessly drawn to her, she concluded that she need pay no more attention to him, for the present, anyway. He was too easy. But now Mrs. Griffiths, who had not anticipated this visitation and was a little irritated with Bella for introducing her friends at this time, since it at once raised the question of Clyde's social position here, observed, "Hadn't you two better lay off your coats and sit down? I'll just have Nadine lay extra plates at this end. Bella, you can sit next to your father." "Oh, no, not at all," and "No, indeed, we're just on our way home ourselves. I can't stay a minute," came from Sondra and Bertine. But now that they were here, and Clyde had proved to be as attractive as he was, they were perversely interested to see what, if any, social flair was to him. Gilbert Griffiths, as they both knew, was far from being popular in some quarters, their own in particular, however much they might like Bella. He was, for two such self-centered beauties as these, too aggressive, self-willed, and contemptuous at times, whereas Clyde, if one were to judge by his looks, at least was much more malleable. And if it were to prove now that he was of equal station, or that the Griffiths thought so, decidedly he would be available locally, would he not? At any rate, it would be interesting to know whether he was rich. But this thought was almost instantly satisfied by Mrs. Griffiths, who observed rather definitely and intentionally to Bertine, "Mr. Griffiths is a nephew of ours from the West who has come to see if he can make a place for himself in my husband's factory. He's a young man who has to make his own way in the world, and my husband has been kind enough to give him an opportunity." Clyde flushed, since obviously this was a notice to him that his social position here was decidedly below that of the Griffiths or these girls. At the same time, as he also noticed, the look of Bertine Cranston, who was only interested in youths of means and position, changed from one of curiosity to marked indifference. On the other hand, Sondra Finchley, by no means so practical as her friend, though of a superior station in her set since she was so very attractive and her parents possessed of even more means, resurveyed Clyde with one thought written rather plainly on her face, that it was too bad. He really was so attractive. At the same time, Samuel Griffiths, having a peculiar fondness for Sondra, if not Bertine, whom Mrs. Griffiths also disliked as being too tricky and sly, was calling to her. "Here, Sondra, tie up your dog to one of the dining-room chairs and come and sit by me. Throw your coat over that chair. Here's room for you." He motioned to her to come. "But I can't, Uncle Samuel," called Sondra, familiarly and showily, and yet somehow sweetly, seeking to ingratiate herself by this affected relationship. "We're late now. Besides, Bissell won't behave. Bertine and I are just on our way home, truly." "Oh, yes, Papa," put in Bella quickly. "Bertine's horse ran a nail in his foot yesterday and is going lame today, and neither Grant nor his father is home. She wants to know if you know anything that's good for it." "Which foot is it?" inquired Griffiths, interested, while Clyde continued to survey Sondra as best he might. She was so delicious, he thought, her nose so tiny and tilted, her upper lip arched so roguishly upward toward her nose. "It's the left fore. I was riding out on the East Kingston Road yesterday afternoon. Jerry threw a shoe and must have picked up a splinter, but John doesn't seem to be able to find it." "Did you ride it much with a nail, do you think?" "About 8 miles, all the way back." "Well, you had better have John put on some liniment and a bandage and call a veterinary. He'll come around all right, I'm sure." The group showed no signs of leaving, and Clyde, left quite to himself for the moment, was thinking what an easy, delightful world this must be, this local society. For here they were without a care, apparently, between any of them. All their talk was of houses being built, horses they were riding, friends they had met, places they were going to, things they were going to do. And there was Gilbert, who had left only a little while before, motoring somewhere with a group of young men, and Bella, his cousin, trifling around with these girls in the beautiful homes of this street, while he was shunted away to a small third-floor room at Mrs. Cuppy's with no place to go, and with only $15 a week to live on. And in the morning he would be working in the basement again, while these girls were rising to more pleasure. And out in Denver were his parents with their small lodging-house in Mission, which he dared not even describe accurately here. Suddenly, the two girls declaring they must go, they took themselves off, and he and the Griffiths were once more left to themselves, he with the feeling that he was very much out of place and neglected here, since Samuel Griffiths and his wife and Bella, anyhow, if not Myra, seemed to be feeling that he was merely being permitted to look into a world into which he did not belong. Also, that because of his poverty it would be impossible to fit him into, however much he might dream of associating with 3 such wonderful girls as these. And at once he felt sad. Very. His eyes and his mood darkening so much that not only Samuel Griffiths, but his wife as well as Myra noticed it. If he could enter upon this world, find some way. But of the group it was only Myra, not any of the others, who sensed that in all likelihood he was lonely and depressed. And in consequence, as all were rising and returning to the large family room, Samuel chiding Bella for her habit of keeping her family waiting, it was Myra who drew near to Clyde to say, "I think after you've been here a little while, you'll probably like Lycurgus better than you do now, even. There are quite a number of interesting places to go and see around here. Lakes and the Adirondacks are just north of here, about 70 miles. And when the summer comes and we get settled at Greenwood, I'm sure Father and Mother will like you to come up there once in a while." She was by no means sure that this was true, but under the circumstances, whether it was or not, she felt like saying it to Clyde. and thereafter, since he felt more comfortable with her, he talked with her as much as he could without neglecting either Bella or the family, until about 9:30, when, suddenly feeling very much out of place and alone, he arose saying that he must go, that he had to get up early in the morning. And as he did so, Samuel Griffiths walked with him to the front door and let him out. But he, too, by now, as had Myra before him, feeling that Clyde was rather attractive, and yet, for reasons of poverty, likely to be neglected from now on, not only by his family, but by himself as well, observed most pleasantly, and as he hoped, compensatively, "It's rather nice out, isn't it? Waikiki Avenue hasn't begun to show what it can do yet because the spring isn't quite here, but in a few weeks," and he looked up most inquiringly at the sky and sniffed the late April air, "we must have you out. All the trees and flowers will be in bloom, and then you can see how really nice it is. Good night." He smiled and put a very cordial note into his voice, and once more Clyde felt that, whatever Gilbert Griffith's attitude might be, most certainly his father was not wholly indifferent to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Section 30 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 11. The days lapsed, and although no further word came from the Griffiths, Clyde was still inclined to exaggerate the importance of this one contact, and to dream from time to time of delightful meetings with those girls, and how wonderful if a love affair with one of them might eventuate for him. The beauty of that world in which they moved, the luxury and charm as opposed to this of which he was a part. Dillard, Rita, tush! They were really dead for him. He aspired to this other or nothing as he saw it now, and proceeded to prove as distant to Dillard as possible, an attitude which by degrees tended to alienate that youth entirely, for he saw in Clyde a snob, which potentially he was if he could have but one to what he desired. However, as he began to see afterwards, time passed and he was left to work, until, depressed by the routine, meager pay, and commonplace shrinking-room contacts, he began to think not so much of returning to Rita or Dillard. He could not quite think of them now with any satisfaction, but of giving up this adventure here and returning to Chicago, or going to New York, where he was sure that he could connect himself with some hotel if need be. But then, as if to revive his courage and confirm his earlier dreams, a thing happened which caused him to think that certainly he was beginning to rise in the estimation of the Griffiths, father and son, whether they troubled to entertain him socially or not. For it chanced that one Saturday in spring, Samuel Griffiths decided to make a complete tour of inspection of the factory with Joshua Wiggum at his elbow. Reaching the shrinking department about noon, he observed for the first time, with some dismay, Clyde in his undershirt and trousers, working at the feeding end of two of the shrinking racks, his nephew having by this time acquired the necessary skill to feed as well as take. And recalling how very neat and generally presentable he had appeared at his house but a few weeks before, he was decidedly disturbed by the contrast. For one thing, he had felt about Clyde, both in Chicago and here at his home, that he had presented a neat and pleasing appearance. And he, almost as much as his son, was jealous, not only of the name, but the general social appearance of the Griffiths before the employees of this factory, as well as the community at large. And the sight of Clyde here, looking so much like Gilbert and in an armless shirt and trousers, working among these men, tended to impress upon him more sharply than at any time before the fact that Clyde was his nephew, and that he ought not to be compelled to continue at this very menial form of work any longer. To the other employees it might appear that he was unduly indifferent to the meaning of such a relationship. Without, however, saying a word to Wiggum or anyone else at the time, he waited until his son returned on Monday morning from a trip that he had taken out of town, when he called him into his office and observed, "I made a tour of the factory Saturday and found young Clyde still down in the shrinking room." "What of it, Dad?" replied his son, curiously interested as to why his father should, at this time, wish to mention Clyde in this special way. "Other people before him have worked down there, and it hasn't hurt them." "All true enough, but they weren't nephews of mine, and they didn't look as much like you as he does," a comment which irritated Gilbert greatly. "It won't do, I tell you. It doesn't look quite right to me, and I'm afraid it won't look right to other people here, who see how much he looks like you, and know that he is your cousin and nephew. I didn't realize that at first, because I haven't been down there. But I don't think it's wise to keep him down there any longer doing that kind of thing. It won't do. We'll have to make a change, switch him around somewhere else where he won't look like that." His eyes darkened and his brow wrinkled. The impression that Clyde made in his old clothes and with beads of sweat standing out on his forehead had not been pleasant. "But I'll tell you how it is, Dad," Gilbert persisted, anxious and determined because of his innate opposition to Clyde to keep him there if possible. "I'm not so sure that I can find just the right place for him now anywhere else, at least not without moving someone else who has been here a long time and worked hard to get here. He hasn't had any training in anything so far, but just what he's doing." "Don't know or don't care anything about that," replied Griffiths Sr., feeling that his son was a little jealous and in consequence disposed to be unfair to Clyde. "That's no place for him, and I won't have him there any longer. He's been there long enough, and I can't afford to have the name of any of this family come to mean anything but just what it does around here now: reserve and ability and energy and good judgment. It's not good for the business, and anything less than that is a liability. You get me, don't you?" "Yes, I get you all right, Governor." "Well then, do as I say. Get hold of Wiggum and figure out some other place for him around here, and not as a piece worker or a hand, either. It was a mistake to put him down there in the first place. There must be some little place in one of the departments where he can be fitted in as the head of something, first or second or third assistant to someone, and where he can wear a decent suit of clothes and look like somebody. And if necessary, let him go home on full pay until you find something for him. But I want him changed. By the way, how much is he being paid now?" "About 15, I think," replied Gilbert blandly. "Not enough if he's to make the right sort of an appearance here. Better make it 25. It's more than he's worth, I know, but it can't be helped now. He has to have enough to live on while he's here, and from now on I'd rather pay him that than have anyone think we were not treating him right." All right, Governor. Please don't be cross about it, will you?" pleaded Gilbert, noting his father's irritation. "I'm not entirely to blame. You agreed to it in the first place when I suggested it, didn't you? But I guess you're right about that. Just leave it to me. I'll find a decent place for him." And turning, he proceeded in search of Wiggum, although at the same time thinking how he was to effect all this, without permitting Clyde to get the notion that he was at all important here, to make him feel that this was being done as a favor to him, and not for any reasons of merit in connection with himself. And at once, Wiggum appearing, he, after a very diplomatic approach on the part of Gilbert, racked his brains, scratched his head, went away and returned after a time, to say that the only thing he could think of, since Clyde was obviously lacking in technical training, was that of assistant to Mr. Liggett, who was foreman in charge of 5 big stitching rooms on the 5th floor, but who had under him one small and very special, though by no means technical, department which required the separate supervision of an assistant forelady or man. This was the stamping room, a separate chamber at the west end of the stitching floor, where were received daily from the cutting room above from 75 to 100,000 dozen unstitched collars of different brands and sizes, and here they were stamped by a group of girls, according to the slips or directions attached to them, with the size and brand of the collar. The sole business of the assistant foreman in charge here, as Gilbert well knew, after maintaining due decorum and order, was to see that this stamping process went uninterruptedly forward. Also, that after the 75 to 100,000 dozen collars were duly stamped and transmitted to the stitchers, who were just outside in a larger room, to see that they were duly credited in a book of entry, and that the number of dozens stamped by each girl was duly recorded, in order that her pay should correspond with her services. For this purpose, a little desk and various entry books, according to size and brand, were kept here. Also the cutter's slips, as taken from the bundles by the stampers, were eventually delivered to this assistant, in lots of a dozen or more, and filed on spindles. It was really nothing more than a small clerkship, at times in the past held by young men or girls or old men or middle-aged women, according to the exigencies of the life of the place. The thing that Wiggum feared in connection with Clyde, and which he was quick to point out to Gilbert on this occasion, was that, because of his inexperience in youth, Clyde might not, at first, prove as urgent and insistent a master of this department as the work there required. There were nothing but young girls there, some of them quite attractive. Also, was it wise to place a young man of Clyde's years and looks among so many girls? For, being susceptible, as he might well be at that age, he might prove too easy, not stern enough. The girls might take advantage of him. If so, it wouldn't be possible to keep him there very long. Still, there was this temporary vacancy, and it was the only one in the whole factory at the moment. Why not, for the time being, send him upstairs for a tryout? It might not be long before either Mr. Liggett or himself would know of something else, or whether or not he was suited for the work up there. In that case, it would be easy to make a retransfer. Accordingly, about 3 in the afternoon of this same Monday, Clyde was sent for, and after being made to wait for 15 minutes, as was Gilbert's method, he was admitted to the austere presence. "Well, how are you getting along down where you are now?" asked Gilbert coldly and inquisitorially, and Clyde, who invariably experienced a depression whenever he came anywhere near his cousin, replied, with a poorly forced smile, "Oh, just about the same, Mr. Griffiths. I can't complain. I like it well enough. I'm learning a little something, I guess." "You guess?" "Well, I know I've learned a few things, of course," added Clyde, flushing slightly and feeling down deep within himself a keen resentment at the same time that he achieved a half-ingratiating and half-apologetic smile. "Well, that's a little better. A man could hardly be down there as long as you've been and not know whether he had learned anything or not." Then, deciding that he was being too severe, perhaps, he modified his tone slightly and added, "But that's not why I sent for you. There's another matter I want to talk to you about. Tell me, did you ever have charge of any people, or any other person than yourself at any time in your life?" "I don't believe I quite understand," replied Clyde, who, because he was a little nervous and flustered, had not quite registered the question accurately. "I mean, have you ever had any people work under you, been given a few people to direct in some department somewhere, been a foreman or an assistant foreman in charge of anything?" "No, sir, I never have," answered Clyde, but so nervous that he almost stuttered, for Gilbert's tone was very severe and cold, highly contemptuous. At the same time, now that the nature of the question was plain, its implication came to him. In spite of his cousin's severity, his ill manner toward him, still he could see his employers were thinking of making a foreman of him, putting him in charge of somebody. People. That must be. At once his ears and fingers began to titillate, the roots of his hair to tingle. "But I've seen how it's done in clubs and hotels," he added at once, "and I think I might manage if I were given a trial." His cheeks were now highly colored, his eyes crystal clear. "Not the same thing, not the same thing," insisted Gilbert sharply. "Seeing and doing are two entirely different things. A person without any experience can think a lot, but when it comes to doing, he's not there. Anyhow, this is one business that requires people who do know." He stared at Clyde critically and quizzically, while Clyde, feeling that he must be wrong in his notion that something was going to be done for him, began to quiet himself. His cheeks resumed their normal pallor, and the light died from his eyes. "Yes, sir, I guess that's true, too," he commented. "But you don't need to guess in this case," insisted Gilbert. "You know. That's the trouble with people who don't know. They're always guessing." The truth was that Gilbert was so irritated to think that he must now make a place for his cousin, and that despite his having done nothing at all to deserve it, that he could scarcely conceal the spleen that now colored his mood. "You're right, I know," said Clyde placatingly, for he was still hoping for this hinted-at promotion. "Well, the fact is," went on Gilbert, "I might have placed you in the accounting end of the business when you first came, if you had been technically equipped for it." The phrase technically equipped overawed and terrorized Clyde, for he scarcely understood what that meant. "As it was," went on Gilbert nonchalantly, "we had to do the best we could for you. We knew it was not very pleasant down there, but we couldn't do anything for you more at the time." He drummed on his desk with his fingers. "But the reason I called you up here today is this. I want to discuss with you a temporary vacancy that has occurred in one of our departments upstairs, and which we were wondering, my father and I, whether you might be able to fill." Clyde's spirits rose amazingly. "Both my father and I," he went on, "have been thinking for some little time that we would like to do a little something for you, but, as I say, your lack of practical training of any kind makes it very difficult for both of us. You haven't had either a commercial or a trade education of any kind, and that makes it doubly hard." He paused long enough to allow that to sink in, give Clyde the feeling that he was an interloper indeed. "Still," he added after a moment, "so long as we have seen fit to bring you here, we have decided to give you a tryout at something better than you are doing. It won't do to let you stay down there indefinitely. Now, let me tell you a little something about what I have in mind." And he proceeded to explain the nature of the work on the 5th floor. And when after a time Wiggum was sent for and appeared and had acknowledged Clyde's salutation, he observed, Wiggum, I've just been telling my cousin here about our conversation this morning and what I told you about our plan to try him out as head of the department. So if you'll just take him up to Mr. Liggett and have him or someone explain the nature of the work up there, I'll be obliged to you. He turned to his desk. After that, you can send him back to me. I want to talk to him again. Then he arose and dismissed them both with an air, and Wiggum, still somewhat dubious as to the experiment, but now very anxious to be pleasant to Clyde since he could not tell what he might become, led the way to Mr. Liggett's floor. And there, amid a thunderous hum of machines, Clyde was led to the extreme west of the building and into a much smaller department, which was merely railed off from the greater chamber by a low fence. Here were about 25 girls and their assistants with baskets, who apparently were doing their best to cope with a constant stream of unstitched collar bundles which fell through several chutes from the floor above. And now at once, after being introduced to Mr. Liggett, he was escorted to a small railed-off desk at which sat a short, plump girl of about his own years, not so very attractive, who arose as they approached. "This is Miss Todd," began Wiggum. "She's been in charge for about 10 days now in the absence of Mrs. Angier. And what I want you to do now, Miss Todd, is to explain to Mr. Griffiths here, just as quickly and clearly as you can, what it is you do here. And then later in the day, when he comes up here, I want you to help him to keep track of things until he sees just what is wanted and can do it himself. You'll do that, won't you?" "Why, certainly, Mr. Wiggum. I'll be only too glad to," complied Miss Todd, and at once she began to take down the books of records and to show Clyde how the entry and discharge records were kept, also later how the stamping was done, how the basket girls took the descending bundles from the chutes and distributed them evenly according to the needs of the stamper, and how later, as fast as they were stamped, other basket girls carried them to the stitchers outside. And Clyde, very much interested, felt that he could do it. Only among so many women on a floor like this he felt very strange. There were so very, very many women, hundreds of them, stretching far and away between white walls and white columns to the end of the building, and tall windows that reached from floor to ceiling let in a veritable flood of light. These girls were not all pretty. He saw them out of the tail of his eye as first Miss Todd, and later Wiggum, and even Liggett volunteered to impress points on him. "The important thing," explained Wiggum after a time, "is to see that there is no mistake as to the number of thousands of dozens of collars that come down here and are stamped, and also that there's no delay in stamping them and getting them out to the stitchers. Also, that the records of these girls' work is kept accurately so there won't be any mistakes as to their time." At last, Clyde saw what was required of him, and the conditions under which he was to work, and said so. He was very nervous, but quickly decided that if this girl could do the work, he could. And because Liggett and Wiggum, interested by his relationship to Gilbert, appeared very friendly, and persisted in delaying here, saying that there was nothing he could not manage, they were sure, he returned after a while with Wiggum to Gilbert, who, on seeing him enter, at once observed, "Well, what's the answer? Yes or no? Do you think you can do it, or do you think you can't?" "Well, I know that I can do it," replied Clyde, with a great deal of courage for him, yet with the private feeling that he might not make good unless fortune favored him somehow. There were so many things to be taken into consideration, the favor of those above as well as about him, and would they always favor him? "Very good, then. Just be seated for a moment," went on Gilbert. "I want to talk to you some more in connection with that work up there. It looks easy to you, does it?" "No, I can't say that it looks exactly easy," replied Clyde, strained and a little pale, for because of his inexperience he felt the thing to be a great opportunity, one that would require all his skill and courage to maintain. "Just the same, I think I can do it. In fact, I know I can, and I'd like to try." "Well, now, that sounds a little better," replied Gilbert crisply and more graciously. "And now I want to tell you something more about it. I don't suppose you ever thought there was a floor with that many women on it, did you?" "No, sir, I didn't," replied Clyde. "I knew they were somewhere in the building, but I didn't know just where." "Exactly," went on Gilbert. "This plant is practically operated by women from cellar to roof. In the manufacturing department, I venture to say that there are 10 women to every man. On that account, everyone in whom we entrust any responsibility around here must be known to us as to their moral and religious character. If you weren't related to us, and if we didn't feel that because of that we knew a little something about you, we wouldn't think of putting you up there or anywhere in this factory over anybody until we did know. But don't think because you're related to us that we won't hold you strictly to account for everything that goes on up there, and for your conduct. We will, and all the more so because you are related to us. You understand that, do you? And why? The meaning of the Griffiths name here? Yes, sir, replied Clyde. Very well, then, went on Gilbert. Before we place anyone here in any position of authority, we have to be absolutely sure that they're going to behave themselves as gentlemen always, that the women who are working here are going to receive civil treatment always. If a young man, or an old one for that matter, comes in here at any time and imagines that because there are women here he's going to be allowed to play about and neglect his work and flirt or cut up, that fellow is doomed to a short stay here. The men and women who work for us have got to feel that they are employees first, last, and all the time, and they have to carry that attitude out into the street with them. And unless they do it, and we hear anything about it, that man or woman is done for as far as we are concerned. We don't want 'em, and we won't have 'em. And once we're through with 'em, we're through with 'em. He paused and stared at Clyde as much as to say, Now I hope I have made myself clear. Also, that we will never have any trouble so far as you are concerned. And Clyde replied, Yes, I understand. I think that's right. In fact, I know that's the way it has to be. And ought to be, added Gilbert. And ought to be, echoed Clyde. At the same time, he was wondering whether it was really true as Gilbert said. Had he not heard the mill girls already spoken about in a slighting way? Yet consciously at the moment he did not connect himself in any thought with any of these girls upstairs. His present mood was that, because of his abnormal interest in girls, it would be better if he had nothing to do with them at all, never spoke to any of them, kept a very distant and cold attitude, such as Gilbert was holding towards him. It must be so, at least if he wished to keep his place here, and he was now determined to keep it, and to conduct himself always as his cousin wished. Well now, then, went on Gilbert as if to supplement Clyde's thoughts in that respect, what I want to know of you is, if I trouble to put you in that department, even temporarily, can I trust you to keep a level head on your shoulders and go about your work conscientiously, and not have your head turned or disturbed by the fact that you're working among a lot of women and girls? Yes, sir, I know you can, replied Clyde, very much impressed by his cousin's succinct demand, although after Rita a little dubious. If I can't, now is the time to say so, persisted Gilbert. By blood you're a member of this family, and to our help here, and especially in a position of this kind, you represent us. We can't have anything come up in connection with you at any time around here. That won't be just right. So, I want you to be on your guard and watch your step from now on. Not the least thing must occur in connection with you that anyone can comment on unfavorably. You understand, do you? Yes, sir, replied Clyde most solemnly. I understand that. I'll conduct myself properly or I'll get out. And he was thinking seriously at the moment that he could and would. The large number of girls and women upstairs seemed very remote and of no consequence just then. Very good. Now, I'll tell you what else I want you to do. I want you to knock off for the day and go home and sleep on this and think it over well. Then come back in the morning and go to work up there, if you still feel the same. Your salary from now on will be $25, and I want you to dress neat and clean so that you will be an example to the other men who have charge of departments. He arose coldly and distantly, but Clyde, very much encouraged and enthused by the sudden jump in salary, as well as the admonition in regard to dressing well, felt so grateful toward his cousin that he longed to be friendly with him. To be sure, he was hard and cold and vain, but still he must think something of him, and his uncle too, or they would not choose to do all this for him, and so speedily. And if ever he were able to make friends with him, win his way into his good graces, think how prosperously he would be placed here, what commercial and social honors might come to him. So elated was he at the moment that he bustled out of the great plant with a jaunty stride, resolved among other things, that from now on, come what might, and as a test of himself in regard to life and work, he was going to be all that his uncle and cousin obviously expected of him. Cool, cold even, and if necessary, severe, where these women or girls of this department were concerned. No more relations with Dillard or Rita or anybody like that, for the present, anyhow. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Section 31 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 12. The import of $25 a week, of being the head of a department employing 25 girls, of wearing a good suit of clothes again, sitting at an official desk in a corner, commanding a charming river view, and feeling that at last, after almost 2 months in that menial department below stairs, he was a figure of some consequence in this enormous institution, and because of his relationship and new dignity, Wigham, as well as Liggett, hovering about with advice and genial and helpful comments from time to time, and of the managers of the other departments, including several from the front office, an auditor and an advertising man occasionally pausing in passing to say hello, and the details of the work sufficiently mastered to permit him to look about him from time to time, taking an interest in the factory as a whole, its processes and supplies, such as where the great volume of linen and cotton came from, how it was cut in an enormous cutting room above this one, holding hundreds of experienced cutters receiving very high wages, how there was an employment bureau for recruiting help, a company doctor, a company hospital, a special dining room in the main building, where the officials of the company were allowed to dine, but no others, and that he, being an accredited department head, could now lunch with those others in that special restaurant, if he chose and could afford to. And he soon learned that several miles out from Lycurgus, on the Mohawk, near a hamlet called Van Troop, was an interfactory country club, to which most of the department heads of the various factories about belonged. But alas, as he also learned, Griffiths and Company did not really favor their officials mixing with those of any other company, and for that reason few of them did. Yet he, being a member of the family, as Liggett once said to him, could probably do as he chose to about that. But he decided, because of the strong warnings of Gilbert, as well as his high blood relations with this family, that he had better remain as aloof as possible. And so, smiling and being as genial as possible to all, nevertheless for the most part, and in order to avoid Dillard and others of his ilk, and although he was much more lonely than otherwise he would have been, returning to his room or the public squares of this and nearby cities on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, and even, since he thought this might please his uncle and cousin, and so raise him in their esteem, beginning to attend one of the principal Presbyterian churches, the Second or High Street Church, to which on occasion, as he had already learned, the Griffiths themselves were accustomed to resort. Yet without ever coming in contact with them in person, since from June to September they spent their weekends at Greenwood Lake, to which most of the society life of this region yet resorted. In fact, the summer life of Lycurgus, in so far as its society was concerned, was very dull. Nothing in particular ever eventuated then in the city, although previous to this, in May, there had been various affairs in connection with the Griffiths and their friends, which Clyde had either read about or saw at a distance. A graduation reception and dance at the Snedeker School, a lawn fete upon the Griffiths' grounds, with a striped marquee tent on one part of the lawn, and Chinese lanterns hung in among the trees. Clyde had observed this quite by accident one evening, as he was walking alone about the city. It raised many a curious and eager thought in regard to this family, its high station, and his relation to it. But having placed him comfortably in a small official position which was not arduous, the Griffiths now proceeded to dismiss him from their minds. He was doing well enough, and they would see something more of him later, perhaps. And then a little later, he read in the Lycurgus Star that there was to be staged on June 20th the annual Intercity Automobile Floral Parade and Contest, Fonda, Gloversville, Amsterdam, and Schenectady, which this year was to be held in Lycurgus, and which was the last local social affair of any consequence, as the Star phrased it, before the annual hegira to the lakes and mountains of those who were able to depart for such places. And the names of Bella, Bertine, and Sondra, to say nothing of Gilbert, were mentioned as contestants or defendants of the fair name of Lycurgus. And since this occurred on a Saturday afternoon, Clyde, dressed in his best, yet decidedly wishing to obscure himself as an ordinary spectator, was able to see once more the girl who had so infatuated him on sight, obviously breasting a white rose-surfaced stream, and guiding her craft with a paddle covered with yellow daffodils, a floral representation of some Indian legend in connection with the Mohawk River. With her dark hair filleted Indian fashion, with a yellow feather and brown-eyed Susans, she was arresting enough not only to capture a prize, but to recapture Clyde's fancy. How marvelous to be of that world! In the same parade he had seen Gilbert Griffiths, accompanied by a very attractive girl chauffeuring one of 4 floats representing the 4 seasons, and while the one he drove was winter, with this local society girl posed in ermine with white roses for snow all about, directly behind came another float, which presented Bella Griffiths as spring, swathed in filmy draperies and crouching beside a waterfall of dark violets. The effect was quite striking, and threw Clyde into a mood in regard to youth, love, and romance, which was delicious, and yet very painful to him. Perhaps he should have retained Rita after all. In the meantime, he was living on as before, only more spaciously in so far as his own thoughts were concerned. For his first thought after receiving his larger allowance was that he had better leave Mrs. Cuppy's, and secure a better room in some private home, which, if less advantageously situated for him, would be in a better street. It took him out of all contact with Dillard. And now, since his uncle had promoted him, some representative of his or Gilbert's might wish to stop by to see him about something. And what would one think if he found him living in a small room such as he now occupied? 10 days after his salary was raised, therefore, and because of the import of his name, he found it possible to obtain a room in one of the better houses and streets, Jefferson Avenue, which paralleled Waikiki Avenue only a few blocks further out. It was the home of a widow whose husband had been a mill manager, and who let out 2 rooms without board in order to be able to maintain this home, which was above the average for one of such position in Lycurgus. And Mrs. Peyton, having long been a resident of the city and knowing much about the Griffiths, recognized not only by the name but the resemblance of Clyde to Gilbert, and being intensely interested by this, as well as his general appearance, she at once offered him an exceptional room for so little as $5 a week, which he took at once. In connection with his work at the factory, however, and in spite of the fact that he had made such drastic resolutions in regard to the help who were beneath him, still it was not always possible for him to keep his mind on the mere mechanical routine of the work, or off of this company of girls as girls, since at least a few of them were attractive. For it was summer, late June, and over all the factory, especially around 2, 3, and 4 in the afternoon, when the endless repetition of the work seemed to pall on all, a practical indifference not remote from languor, and in some instances sensuality, seemed to creep over the place. There were so many women and girls, of so many different types and moods, and here they were so remote from men or idle pleasure in any form, all alone with just him, really. Again, the air within the place was nearly always heavy and physically relaxing, and through the many open windows that reached from floor to ceiling could be seen the Mohawk swirling and rippling, its banks carpeted with green grass and in places shaded by trees. Always it seemed to hint of pleasures which might be found by idling along its shores. And since these workers were employed so mechanically as to leave their minds free to roam from one thought of pleasure to another, they were for the most part thinking of themselves always, and what they would do, assuming that they were not chained to this routine. And because their moods were so brisk and passionate, they were often prone to fix on the nearest object, and since Clyde was almost always the only male present, and in these days in his best clothes, they were inclined to fix on him. They were indeed full of all sorts of fantastic notions in regard to his private relations with the Griffiths and their like, where he lived and how, whom in the way of a girl he might be interested in, and he, in turn, when not too constrained by the memory of what Gilbert Griffiths had said to him, was inclined to think of them, certain girls in particular, with thoughts that bordered on the sensual. For, in spite of the wishes of the Griffiths company and the discarded Rita, or perhaps because of her, he found himself becoming interested in 3 different girls there. They were of a pagan and pleasure-loving trio, and they thought Clyde was very handsome. Ruza Nikiforich, a Russian-American girl, big and blonde and animal, with swimming brown eyes, a snub fat nose and chin, was very much drawn to him. Only such was the manner with which he carried himself always that she scarcely dared to let herself think so. For to her, with his hair so smoothly parted, torsoed in a bright striped shirt, the sleeves of which in this weather were rolled to the elbows, he seemed almost too perfect to be real. She admired his clean, brown polished shoes, his brightly buckled black leather belt, and the loose four-in-hand tie he wore. Again, there was Martha Bourdaloue, a stocky, brisk Canadian-French girl of trim, if rotund figure and ankles, hair of a reddish gold and eyes of a greenish blue, with puffy pink cheeks and hands that were plump and yet small. Ignorant and pagan, she saw in Clyde someone whom, even for so much as an hour, assuming that he would, she would welcome, and that most eagerly. At the same time, being feline and savage, she hated all or any who even so much as presumed to attempt to interest him, and despised Ruza for that reason. For as she could see, Ruza tried to nudge or lean against Clyde whenever he came sufficiently near. At the same time, she herself saw it by every single device known to her, her shirt-waist left open to blow the borders of her white breast, her outer skirt lifted trimly above her calves when working, her plump round arms displayed to the shoulders, to show him that physically, at least, she was worth his time, and the sly sighs and languorous looks when she was near, which caused Ruza to exclaim one day, That French cat! He should look at her! And because of Clyde, she had an intense desire to strike her. And yet again there was the stocky and yet gay Flora Brant, a decidedly low-class American type of coarse and yet enticing features, black hair, large, swimming and heavily lashed black eyes, a snub nose, and full and sensuous yet pretty lips, and a vigorous and not ungraceful body, who, from day to day, once he had been there a little while, had continued to look at him, as if to say, "What? You don't think I'm attractive?" And with a look which said, "How can you continue to ignore me? There are lots of fellows who would be delighted to have your chance, I can tell you." And, in connection with these three, the thought came to him after a time that since they were so different, more common as he thought, less well-guarded and less sharply interested in the conventional aspects of their contacts, it might be possible, and that without detection on the part of anyone, for him to play with one or another of them, or all three in turn if his interest should eventually carry him so far, without being found out, particularly if beforehand he chose to impress on them the fact that he was condescending when he noticed them at all. Most certainly, if he could judge by their actions, they would willingly reward him by letting him have his way with them somewhere, and think nothing of it afterward if he chose to ignore them, as he must to keep his position here. Nevertheless, having given his word as he had to Gilbert Griffiths, he was still in no mood to break it. These were merely thoughts which from time to time were aroused in him by a situation which for him was difficult in the extreme. His was a disposition easily and often intensely inflamed by the chemistry of sex and the formula of beauty. He could not easily withstand the appeal, let alone the call, of sex, and by the actions and approaches of each in turn, he was surely tempted at times, especially in these warm and languorous summer days, with no place to go and no single intimate to commune with. From time to time he could not resist drawing near to these very girls who were most bent on tempting him, although in the face of their looks and nudges, not very successfully concealed at times, he maintained an aloofness and an assumed indifference which was quite remarkable for him. But just about this time there was a rush of orders, which necessitated, as both Wigham and Liggett advised, Clyde taking on a few extra tryout girls who were willing to work for the very little they could earn at the current piecework rate until they had mastered the technique, when, of course, they would be able to earn more. There were many such who applied at the employment branch of the main office on the ground floor. In slack times, all applications were rejected, or the sign hung up, "No help wanted." And since Clyde was relatively new to this work, and thus far had neither hired nor discharged anyone, it was agreed between Wigham and Liggett that all the help thus sent up should first be examined by Liggett, who was looking for extra stitchers also, and in case any were found who promised to be satisfactory as stampers, they were to be turned over to Clyde with the suggestion that he try them. Only before bringing anyone back to Clyde, Liggett was very careful to explain that in connection with this temporary hiring and discharging there was a system. One must not ever give a new employee, however well they did, the feeling that they were doing anything but moderately well until their capacity had been thoroughly tested. It interfered with the proper development as piece workers, the greatest results that could be obtained by any one person. Also, one might freely take on as many girls as were needed to meet any such situation, and then, once the rush was over, as freely drop them, unless occasionally a very speedy worker was found among the novices. In that case, it was always advisable to try to retain such a person, either by displacing a less satisfactory person or transferring someone from another department, to make room for new blood and new energy. The next day, after this notice of a rush, back came 4 girls at different times, and escorted always by Liggett, who in each instance explained to Clyde, "Here's a girl who might do for you. Miss Tyndall is her name. You might give her a tryout." Or, "You might see if this girl will be of any use to you." And Clyde, after he had questioned them as to where they had worked, what the nature of the general working experiences were, and whether they lived at home here in Lycurgus or alone, the bachelor girl was not much wanted by the factory, would explain the nature of the work and pay, and then call Miss Todd, who in her turn would first take them to the rest room where there were lockers for their coats, and then to one of the tables where they would be shown what the process was. And later it was Miss Todd's and Clyde's business to discover how well they were getting up, and whether it was worthwhile to retain them or not. Up to this time, apart from the girls to whom he was so definitely drawn, Clyde was not so very favorably impressed with the type of girl who was working here. For the most part, as he saw them, they were of a heavy and rather unintelligent company, and he had been thinking that smarter-looking girls might possibly be secured. Why not? Were there none in Lycurgus in the factory world? So many of these had fat hands, broad faces, heavy legs and ankles. Some of them even spoke with an accent, being Poles, or the children of Poles, living in that slum north of the mill. And they were all concerned with catching a feller, going to some dancing place with him afterwards, and little more. Also, Clyde had noticed that the American types who were here were of a decidedly different texture, thinner, more nervous, and for the most part more angular, and with a general reserve due to prejudices, racial, moral, and religious, which would not permit them to mingle with these others or with any men, apparently. But among the extras or tryouts that were brought to him during this and several succeeding days, finally came one who interested Clyde more than any girl whom he had seen here so far. She was, as he decided on sight, more intelligent and pleasing, more spiritual, although apparently not less vigorous, if more gracefully proportioned. As a matter of fact, as he saw her at first, she appeared to him to possess a charm which no one else in this room had, a certain wistfulness and wonder, combined with a kind of self-reliant courage and determination, which marked her at once as one possessed of will and conviction to a degree. Nevertheless, as she said, she was inexperienced in this kind of work, and highly uncertain as to whether she would prove of service here or anywhere. Her name was Roberta Alden, and, as she at once explained, previous to this she had been working in a small hosiery factory in a town called Trippett's Mills, 50 miles north of Lycurgus. She had on a small brown hat that did not look any too new, and was pulled low over her face that was small and regular and pretty, and that was haloed by bright, light brown hair. Her eyes were of a translucent gray-blue. Her little suit was commonplace, and her shoes were not so very new-looking and quite solidly soled. She looked practical and serious, and yet so bright and clean and willing and possessed of so much hope and vigor that along with Liggett, who had first talked with her, he was at once taken with her. Distinctly she was above the average of the girls in this room, and he could not help wondering about her as he talked to her, for she seemed so tense, a little troubled as to the outcome of this interview, as though this was a very great adventure for her. She explained that up to this time she had been living with her parents near a town called Biltz, but was now living with friends here. She talked so honestly and simply that Clyde was very much moved by her, and for this reason wished to help her. At the same time, he wondered if she were not really above the type of work she was seeking. Her eyes were so round and blue and intelligent, her lips and nose and ears and hands so small and pleasing. "You're going to live in Lycurgus, then, if you can get work here?" he said, more to be talking to her than anything else. "Yes," she said, looking at him most directly and frankly. "And the name again?" He took down a record pad. "Roberta Alden." "And your address here?" "228 Taylor Street." "I don't even know where that is myself," he informed her, because he liked talking to her. "I haven't been here so very long, you see." He wondered just why afterwards he had chosen to tell her as much about himself so swiftly. Then he added, "I don't know whether Mr. Liggett has told you all about the work here, but it's piecework, stamping collars. I'll show you if you'll just step over here." And he led the way to a nearby table where the stampers were. After letting her observe how it was done, and without calling Miss Todd, he picked up one of the collars and proceeded to explain all that had been previously explained to him. At the same time, because of the intentness with which she observed him and his gestures, the seriousness with which she appeared to take all that he said, he felt a little nervous and embarrassed. There was something quite searching and penetrating about her glance. After he had explained once more what the bundle rate was, and how much some made and how little others, and she had agreed that she would like to try, he called Miss Todd, who took her to the locker room to hang up her hat and coat. Then presently he saw her returning, a fluff of light hair about her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes very intent and serious. And as advised by Miss Todd, he saw her turn back her sleeves, revealing a pretty pair of forearms. Then she fell to, and by her gestures Clyde guessed that she would prove both speedy and accurate, for she seemed most anxious to obtain and keep this place. After she had worked a little while, he went to her side and watched her as she picked up and stamped the collars piled beside her and threw them to one side, also the speed and accuracy with which she did it. Then, because for a second she turned and looked at him, giving him an innocent and yet cheerful and courageous smile, he smiled back, most pleased. "Well, I guess you'll make out all right," he ventured to say, since he could not help feeling that she would. And instantly, for a second only, she turned and smiled again. And Clyde, in spite of himself, was quite thrilled. He liked her on the instant, but because of his own station here, of course, as he now decided, as well as his promise to Gilbert, he must be careful about being congenial with any of the help in this room, even as charming a girl as this. It would not do. He had been guarding himself in connection with the others, and must with her too, a thing which seemed a little strange to him then, for he was very much drawn to her. She was so pretty and cute. Yet, she was a working girl, as he remembered now, too. A factory girl, as Gilbert would say, and he was her superior. But she was so pretty and cute. Instantly he went on to others who had been put on the same day, and finally coming to Miss Todd, asked her to report pretty soon on how Miss Alden was getting along, that he wanted to know. But at the same time that he had addressed Roberta, and she had smiled back at him, Ruza Nikiforich, who was working 2 tables away, nudged the girl working next to her, and without anyone noting it, first winked, then indicated with a slight movement of the head both Clyde and Roberta. Her friend was to watch them, and after Clyde had gone away and Roberta was working as before, she leaned over and whispered, "He says she'll do already." Then she lifted her eyebrows and compressed her lips, and her friend replied, so softly that no one could hear her, "Pretty quick, eh? And he didn't seem to see anyone else at all before." Then the twain smiled most wisely, a choice bit between them. Ruza Nikiforich was jealous. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Section 32 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 13. The reasons why a girl of Roberta's type should be seeking employment with Griffiths and Company at this time and in this capacity are of some point. For, somewhat after the fashion of Clyde in relation to his family and his life, she too considered her life a great disappointment. She was the daughter of Titus Alden, a farmer, of near Biltz, a small town in Mimico County, some 50 miles north, and from her youth up she had seen little but poverty. Her father, the youngest of 3 sons of Ephraim Alden, a farmer in this region before him, was so unsuccessful that at 48 he was still living in a house which, though old and much in need of repair at the time his father willed it to him, was now bordering upon a state of dilapidation. The house itself, while primarily a charming example of that excellent taste which produced those delightful gabled homes which embellish the average New England town and street, had been by now so reduced for want of paint, shingles, and certain flags which had once made a winding walk from a road gate to the front door, that it presented a decidedly melancholy aspect to the world, as though it might be coughing and saying, "Well, things are none too satisfactory with me." The interior of the house corresponded with the exterior. The floorboards and stairboards were loose and creaked most eerily at times. Some of the windows had shades, some did not. Furniture of both an earlier and a later date, but all in a somewhat decayed condition, intermingled and furnished it in some nondescript manner which need hardly be described. As for the parents of Roberta, they were excellent examples of the native type of Americanism which resists facts and reveres illusion. Titus Alden was one of that vast company of individuals who are born, pass through, and die out of the world without ever quite getting any one thing straight. They appear, blunder, and end in a fog. Like his 2 brothers, both older and almost as nebulous, Titus was a farmer solely because his father had been a farmer, and he was here on this farm because it had been willed to him, and because it was easier to stay here and try to work this than it was to go elsewhere. He was a Republican because his father before him was a Republican, and because this county was Republican. It never occurred to him to be otherwise. And, as in the case of his politics and his religion, he had borrowed all his notions of what was right and wrong from those about him. A single, serious, intelligent, or rightly informing book had never been read by any member of this family, not one. But they were nevertheless excellent as conventions, morals, and religions go, honest, upright, God-fearing, and respectable. Insofar as the daughter of these parents was concerned, and in the face of natural gifts which fitted her for something better than this world from which she derived, she was still, in part at least, a reflection of the religious and moral notions there and then prevailing, the views of the local ministers and the laity in general. At the same time, because of a warm, imaginative, sensuous temperament, she was filled, once she reached 15 and 16, with the world-old dream of all of Eve's daughters from the homeliest to the fairest, that her beauty or charm might some day and ere long smite bewitchingly and so irresistibly the soul of a given man or men. So it was that although throughout her infancy and girlhood she was compelled to hear of and share a depriving and toilsome poverty, still, because of her innate imagination, she was always thinking of something better. Maybe someday, who knew, a larger city like Albany or Utica, a newer and greater life. And then what dreams! And in the orchard of a spring day later, between her 14th and 18th years, when the early May sun was making pink lamps of every aged tree, and the ground was pinkly carpeted with falling and odorous petals, she would stand and breathe and sometimes laugh, or even sigh, her arms upreached or thrown wide into life. To be alive, to have youth and the world before one, to think of the eyes and the smile of some youth of the region who by the merest chance had passed her and looked, and who might never look again, but who, nevertheless, in so doing, had stirred her young soul to dreams. Nonetheless, she was shy and hence recessive, afraid of men, especially the more ordinary types common in this region, and these in turn, repulsed by her shyness and refinement, tended to recede from her, for all of her physical charm, which was too delicate for this region. Nevertheless, at the age of 16, having repaired to Bilt's in order to work in Appleman's dry goods store for $5 a week, she saw many young men who attracted her, but here because of her mood in regard to her family's position, as well as the fact that to her inexperienced eyes they appeared so much better placed than herself, she was convinced that they would not be interested in her. And here again it was her own mood that succeeded in alienating them almost completely. Nevertheless, she remained working for Mr. Appleman until she was between 18 and 19, all the while sensing that she was really doing nothing for herself, because she was too closely identified with her home and her family, who appeared to need her. And then about this time, an almost revolutionary thing for this part of the world occurred. For because of the cheapness of labor in such an extremely rural section, a small hosiery plant was built at Trippett's Mills. And though Roberta, because of the views and standards that prevailed hereabout, had somehow conceived of this type of work as beneath her, still she was fascinated by the reports of the high wages to be paid. Accordingly, she repaired to Trippett's Mills, where, boarding at the house of a neighbor who had previously lived in Bilt's, and returning home every Saturday afternoon, she planned to bring together the means for some further form of practical education, a course at a business college at Homer or Lycurgus, or somewhere which might fit her for something better, bookkeeping or stenography. And in connection with this dream and this attempted saving, 2 years went by. And in the meanwhile, although she earned more money, eventually $12 a week, still, because various members of her family required so many little things, and she desired to alleviate to a degree the privations of these others, from which she suffered, nearly all that she earned went to them. And again here, as at Bilt's, most of the youths of the town who were better suited to her intellectually and temperamentally still looked upon the mere factory type as beneath them in many ways. And although Roberta was far from being that type, still having associated herself with them, she was inclined to absorb some of their psychology in regard to themselves. Indeed, by then she was fairly well satisfied that no one of these here in whom she was interested would be interested in her, at least not with any legitimate intentions. And then 2 things occurred which caused her to think, not only seriously of marriage, but of her own future, whether she married or not. For her sister, Agnes, now 20, and 3 years her junior, having recently re-encountered a young schoolmaster, who some time before had conducted the district school near the Alden farm, and finding him more to her taste now than when she had been in school, had decided to marry him. And this meant, as Roberta saw it, that she was about to take on the appearance of a spinster unless she married soon. Yet she did not quite see what was to be done until the hosiery factory at Trippett's Mills suddenly closed, never to reopen. And then, in order to assist her mother, as well as help with her sister's wedding, she returned to Bilt's. But then there came a third thing which decidedly affected her dreams and plans. Grace Marr, a girl whom she had met at Trippett's Mills, had gone to Lycurgus, and after a few weeks there had managed to connect herself with the Finchley Vacuum Cleaner Company at a salary of $15 a week, and at once wrote to Roberta telling her of the opportunities that were then present in Lycurgus. For in passing the Griffiths company, which she did daily, she had seen a large sign posted over the East employment door reading Girls Wanted, and inquiry revealed the fact that girls at this company were always started at $9 or $10, quickly taught some one of the various phases of piecework, and then, once they were proficient, were frequently able to earn as much as from $14 to $16, according to their skill. And since board and room were only consuming 7 of what she earned, she was delighted to communicate to Roberta, whom she liked very much, that she might come and room with her if she wished. Roberta, having reached the place where she felt that she could no longer endure farm life, but must act for herself once more, finally arranged with her mother to leave, in order that she might help her more directly with her wages. but once in Lycurgus and employed by Clyde, her life, after the first flush of self-interest which a change so great implied for her, was not so much more enlarged socially or materially either, for that matter, over what it had been in Bilt's and Trippett's mills. For despite the genial intimacy of Grace Marr, a girl not nearly as attractive as Roberta, and who, because of Roberta's charm and for the most part affected gaiety, counted on her to provide a cheer and a companionship which otherwise she would have lacked, still the world into which she was inducted here was scarcely any more liberal or diversified than that from which she sprang. For, to begin with, the Newtons, sister and brother-in-law of Grace Marr, with whom she lived, and who, despite the fact that they were not unkindly, proved to be almost more so than were the types with whom, either in Bilt's or Trippett's mills, she had been in constant contact, the most ordinary small-town mill workers, religious and narrow to a degree. George Newton, as everyone could see and feel, was a pleasant if not very emotional or romantic person who took his various small plans in regard to himself and his future of the utmost importance. Primarily, he was saving what little cash he could out of the wages he earned as a threadman in the Cranston wick wire factory to enable him to embark on some business for which he thought himself fitted. And to this end, and to further enhance his meager savings, he had joined with his wife in the scheme of taking over an old house on Taylor Street, which permitted the renting of enough rooms to carry the rent, and in addition to supply the food for the family and 5 boarders, counting their labor and worries in the process as nothing. And on the other hand, Grace Marr, as well as Newton's wife, Mary, were of that type that here as elsewhere find the bulk of their social satisfaction in such small matters as relate to the organization of a small home, the establishing of its import and integrity in a petty and highly conventional neighborhood, and the contemplation of life and conduct through the lens furnished by a purely sectarian creed. And so, once part and parcel of this particular household, Roberta found, after a time, that it, if not Lycurgus, was narrow and restricted, not wholly unlike the various narrow and restricted homes at Bilt's. And these lines, according to the Newtons and their like, to be strictly observed. No good could come of breaking them. If you were a factory employee, you should accommodate yourself to the world and customs of the better sort of Christian factory employees. Every day, therefore, and that not so very long after she had arrived, she found herself up and making the best of a not very satisfactory breakfast in the Newton dining room, which was usually shared by Grace and 2 other girls of nearly their own age, Opal Felis and Olive Pope, who were connected with the Cranston Wickwire Company. Also by a young electrician by the name of Fred Sherlock, who worked for the city lighting plant. And immediately after breakfast, joining a long procession that day after day at this hour made for the mills across the river. For just outside her own door, she invariably met with a company of factory girls and women, boys and men, of the same relative ages, to say nothing of many old and weary-looking women who looked more like wraiths than human beings, who had issued from the various streets and houses of this vicinity. And as the crowd, because of the general inpour into it from various streets, thickened at Central Avenue, there was much ogling of the prettier girls by a certain type of factory man, who, not knowing any of them, still sought, as Roberta saw it, unlicensed contacts, and even worse. Yet there was much giggling and simpering on the part of girls of a certain type, who were by no means as severe as most of those she had known elsewhere. Shocking. And at night the same throng, reforming at the mills, crossing the bridge at the depot, and returning as it had come. And Roberta, because of her social and moral training and mood, and in spite of her decided looks and charm and strong desires, feeling alone and neglected. Oh, how sad to see the world so gay and she so lonely. And it was always after 6 when she reached home. And after dinner there was really nothing much of anything to do, unless she and Grace attended one or another of the moving picture theaters, or she could bring herself to consent to join the Newtons and Grace at a meeting of the Methodist Church. Nonetheless, once part and parcel of this household and working for Clyde, she was delighted with the change, this big city, this fine Central Avenue with its stores and moving picture theaters, these great mills, and again this Mr. Griffiths, so young, attractive, smiling, and interested in her. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Section 33 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 14. In the same way, Clyde, on encountering her, was greatly stirred, since the abortive contact with Dillard, Rita, and Zella, and afterwards the seemingly meaningless invitation to the Griffiths with its introduction to, and yet only passing glimpse of such personages as Bella, Sondra Finchley, and Bertine Cranston, he was lonely indeed. That high world! But plainly he was not to be allowed to share in it. And yet, because of his vain hope in connection with it, he had chosen to cut himself off in this way. And to what end? Was he not, if anything, more lonely than ever? Mrs. Peyton, going to and from his work but merely nodding to people or talking casually, or however sociably with one or another of the storekeepers along Central Avenue who chose to hail him, or even some of the factory girls here in whom he was not interested, or with whom he did not dare to develop a friendship. What was that? Just nothing, really. And yet, as an offset to all this, of course, was he not a Griffiths, and so entitled to their respect and reverence, even on this account? What a situation, really! What to do? And at the same time, this Roberta Alden, once she was placed here in this fashion and becoming more familiar with local conditions, as well as the standing of Clyde, his charm, his evasive and yet sensible interest in her, was becoming troubled as to her state, too. For once part and parcel of this local home she had joined, she was becoming conscious of various local taboos and restrictions, which made it seem likely that never at any time here would it be possible to express an interest in Clyde, or anyone above her officially. For there was a local taboo in regard to factory girls aspiring toward or allowing themselves to become interested in their official supervisors. Religious, moral, and reserved girls didn't do it. And again, as she soon discovered, the lines of demarcation and stratification between the rich and the poor in Lycurgus was as sharp as though cut by a knife, or divided by a high wall. And another taboo in regard to all the foreign family girls and men, ignorant, low, immoral, un-American, one should, above all, have nothing to do with them. But among these people, as she could see, the religious and moral, lower middle-class group to which she and all of her intimates belonged, dancing or local adventurous gaiety, such as walking the streets or going to a moving picture theater, was also taboo. And yet she herself at this time was becoming interested in dancing. Worse than this, the various young men and girls of the particular church which she and Grace Marr attended at first were not inclined to see Roberta or Grace as equals, since they, for the most part, were members of older and more successful families of the town. And so it was that after a very few weeks of attendance of church affairs and services, they were about where they had been when they started, conventional and acceptable, but without the amount of entertainment and diversion which was normally reaching those who were of their same church, but better placed. And so it was that Roberta, after encountering Clyde and sensing the superior world in which she imagined he moved, and being so taken with the charm of his personality, was seized with the very virus of ambition and unrest that afflicted him. And every day that she went to the factory now, she could not help but feel that his eyes were upon her in a quiet, seeking, and yet doubtful way. Yet she also felt that he was too uncertain as to what she would think of any overture that he might make in her direction, to risk a repulse or any offensive interpretation on her part. And yet at times, after the first 2 weeks of her stay here, she wishing that he would speak to her, that he would make some beginning, at other times that he must not dare, and it would be dreadful and impossible. The other girls there would see at once. Since they all felt plainly that he was too good or too remote for them, they would at once note that he was making an exception in her case and would put their own interpretation on it. And she knew the type of a girl who worked on the Griffiths stamping room would put but one interpretation on it, that of looseness. At the same time, in so far as Clyde and his leaning toward her was concerned, there was that rule laid down by Gilbert, and although, because of it, he had hitherto appeared not to notice, or to give any more attention to one girl than another, still, once Roberta arrived, he was almost unconsciously inclined to drift by her table and pause in her vicinity to see how she was doing. And, as he saw from the first, she was a quick and intelligent worker, soon mastering without much advice of any kind all the tricks of the work, and thereafter earning about as much as any of the others, $15 a week. And her manner was always that of one who enjoyed it and was happy to have the privilege of working here, and pleased to have him pay any little attention to her. At the same time, he noted to his surprise, and especially since, to him, she seemed so refined and different, a certain exuberance and gaiety that was not only emotional, but in a delicate, poetic way, sensual. Also that despite her difference and reserve, she was able to make friends with, and seemed to be able to understand the viewpoint of most of the foreign girls who were essentially so different from her. For, listening to her discuss the work here, first with Lena Schlicht, Hoda Petkanis, Angela Pitti, and some others who soon chose to speak to her, he reached the conclusion that she was not nearly so conventional or standoffish as most of the other American girls, and yet she did not appear to lose their respect either. Thus, one noontime, coming back from the office lunch downstairs a little earlier than usual, he found her and several of the foreign family girls, as well as 4 of the American girls, surrounding Polish Mary, one of the gayest and roughest of the foreign family girls, who was explaining in rather a high key how a certain feller, whom she had met the night before, had given her a beaded bag, and for what purpose. "I should go with him to be his sweetheart," she announced with a flourish, the while she waved the bag before the interested group. "And I say, I'd take him and think on him. Pretty nice bag, eh?" she added, holding it aloft and turning it about. "Tell me," she added, with provoking and yet probably only mock-serious eyes, and waving the bag toward Roberta, "what shall I do with him? Keep him and go with him to be his sweetheart, or give him back? I like him pretty much, that bag, you bet." And although, according to the laws of her upbringing, as Clyde suspected, Roberta should have been shocked by all this, she was not, as he noticed. Far from it. If one might have judged from her face, she was very much amused. Instantly she replied with a gay smile, "Well, it all depends on how handsome he is, Mary. If he's very attractive, I think I'd string him along for a while, anyhow, and keep the bag as long as I could." "Oh, but he no wait," declared Mary archly, and with plainly a keen sense of the riskiness of the situation, the while she winked at Clyde, who had drawn near. "I got to give him bag, or he sweetheart tonight, and so swell bag I can never buy myself." She eyed the bag archly and roguishly, her own nose crinkling with the humor of the situation. "What do I do then?" "Gee, this is pretty strong stuff for a little country girl like Miss Alden. She won't like this, maybe," thought Clyde to himself. However, Roberta, as he now saw, appeared to be equal to the situation, for she pretended to be troubled. "Gee, you are in a fix," she commented. "I don't know what you'll do now." She opened her eyes wide and pretended to be greatly concerned. However, as Clyde could see, she was merely acting, but carrying it off very well. And frizzled-haired Dutch Lena now leaned over to say, "I take it in him too, you bet, if you don't want him. Where is he? I got no feller now." She reached over as if to take the bag from Mary, who as quickly withdrew it. And there were squeals of delight from nearly all the girls in the room, who were amused by this eccentric horseplay. Even Roberta laughed loudly, a fact which Clyde noted with pleasure, for he liked all this rough humor, considering it mere innocent play. "Well, maybe you're right, Lena," he heard her add, just as the whistle blew and the hundreds of sewing machines in the next room began to hum. "A good man isn't to be found every day." Her blue eyes were twinkling, and her lips, which were most temptingly modeled, were parted in a broad smile. There was much banter and more bluff in what she said than anything else, as Clyde could see, but he felt that she was not nearly as narrow as he had feared. She was human and gay and tolerant and good-natured. There was decidedly a very liberal measure of play in her, and in spite of the fact that her clothes were poor, the same little round brown hat and blue cloth dress that she had worn on first coming to work here, she was prettier than anyone else, and she never needed to paint her lips and cheeks like the foreign girls, whose faces at times looked like pink frosted cakes. And how pretty were her arms and neck, plump and gracefully designed. And there was a certain grace and abandon about her as she threw herself into her work, as though she really enjoyed it. As she worked fast during the hottest portions of the day, there would gather on her upper lip and chin and forehead little beads of perspiration, which she was always pausing in her work to touch with her handkerchief, while to him, like jewels, they seemed only to enhance her charm. Wonderful days, these now, for Clyde. For once more, and here, where he could be near her the long day through, he had a girl whom he could study and admire, and by degrees proceed to crave with all of the desire of which he seemed to be capable, and with which he had craved Hortense Briggs, only with more satisfaction, since as he saw it she was simpler, more kindly and respectable. And though for quite a while at first Roberta appeared or pretended to be quite indifferent to, or unconscious of him, still from the very first this was not true. She was only troubled as to the appropriate attitude for her. The beauty of his face and hands, the blackness and softness of his hair, the darkness and melancholy and lure of his eyes. He was attractive. Oh, very. Beautiful, really, to her. And then one day shortly thereafter, Gilbert Griffiths walking through here and stopping to talk to Clyde, she was led to imagine by this that Clyde was really much more of a figure socially and financially than she had previously thought, for just as Gilbert was approaching, Lena Schlicht, who was working beside her, leaned over to say, "Here comes Mr. Gilbert Griffiths. His father owns the whole factory, and when he dies, he'll get it, they say. And he's his cousin," she added, nodding toward Clyde. "They look a lot alike, don't they?" "Yes, they do," replied Roberta, slyly studying not only Clyde but Gilbert. "Only I think Mr. Clyde Griffiths is a little nicer looking, don't you?" Hoda Petkanis, sitting on the other side of Roberta and overhearing this last remark, laughed. "That's what everyone here thinks. He's not stuck up like Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, either." "Is he rich, too?" inquired Roberta, thinking of Clyde. "I don't know. They say not." She pursed her lips dubiously, herself rather interested in Clyde along with the others. "He worked down in the shrinking room before he came up here. He was just working by the day, I guess. But he only came on here a little while ago to learn the business. Maybe he won't work here much longer." Roberta was suddenly troubled by this last remark. She had not been thinking, or so she had been trying to tell herself, of Clyde in any romantic way, and yet the thought that he might suddenly go at any moment, never to be seen by her any more, disturbed her now. He was so youthful, so brisk, so attractive, and so interested in her, too. Yes, that was plain. It was wrong to think that he would be interested in her, or to try to attract him by any least gesture of hers, since he was so important a person here, far above her. For, true to her complex, the moment she heard that Clyde was so highly connected, and might even have money, she was not so sure that he could have any legitimate interest in her. For was she not a poor working girl? And was he not a very rich man's nephew? He would not marry her, of course. And what other legitimate thing would he want with her? She must be on her guard in regard to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 14.
Section 34 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 15. The thoughts of Clyde at this time in regard to Roberta and his general situation in Lycurgus were, for the most part, confused and disturbing. For had not Gilbert warned him against associating with the help here? On the other hand, in so far as his actual daily life was concerned, his condition was socially the same as before. Apart from the fact that his move to Mrs. Peyton's had taken him into a better street and neighborhood, he was really not so well off as he had been at Mrs. Cuppy's. For there, at least, he had been in touch with those young people who would have been diverting enough, had he felt that it would have been wise to indulge them. But now, aside from a bachelor brother who was as old as Mrs. Peyton herself, and a son 30, slim and reserved, who was connected with one of the Lycurgus banks, he saw no one who would or could trouble to entertain him. Like the others with whom he came in contact, they thought him possessed of relationships which would make it unnecessary and even a bit presumptuous for them to suggest ways and means of entertaining him. On the other hand, while Roberta was not of that high world to which he now aspired, still there was that about her which enticed him beyond measure. Day after day, and because so much alone, and furthermore because of so strong a chemic or temperamental pull that was definitely asserting itself, he could no longer keep his eyes off her, or she hers from him. There were evasive and yet strained and feverish eye-flashes between them, and after one such in his case, a quick and furtive glance on her part at times, by no means intended to be seen by him, he found himself weak, and then feverish. Her pretty mouth, her lovely big eyes, her radiant and yet so often shy and evasive smile, and oh, she had such pretty arms, such a trim, lithe, sentient, quick figure and movements. If he only dared to be friendly with her, venture to talk with and then see her somewhere afterwards, if she only would, and if he only dared. Confusion, aspiration, hours of burning and yearning, for indeed he was not only puzzled but irritated by the anomalous and paradoxical contrasts which his life here presented, loneliness and wistfulness, as against the fact that it was being generally assumed by such as knew him that he was rather pleasantly and interestingly employed socially. Therefore, in order to enjoy himself in some way befitting his present rank, and to keep out of the sight of those who were imagining that he was being so much more handsomely entertained than he was, he had been more recently, on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, making idle sightseeing trips to Gloversville, Fonda, Amsterdam, and other places, as well as Grey and Crumb Lakes, where there were boats, beaches, and bathhouses, with bathing suits for rent. And there, because he was always thinking that if by chance he should be taken up by the Griffiths, he would need as many social accomplishments as possible, and by reason of encountering a man who took a fancy to him, and who could both swim and dive, he learned to do both exceedingly well. But canoeing fascinated him, really. He was pleased by the picturesque and summery appearance he made in an outing shirt and canvas shoes,
paddling about Crumb Lake in one of the bright red or green or blue canoes that were leased by the hour. And at such times these summer scenes appeared to possess an airy, fairy quality, especially with a summer cloud or two hanging high above in the blue. And so his mind indulged itself in daydreams as to how it would feel to be a member of one of the wealthy groups that frequented the more noted resorts of the north, Raquette Lake, Shroon Lake, Lake George, and Champlain, dance, golf, tennis, canoe with those who could afford to go to such places, the rich of Lycurgus. But it was about this time that Roberta, with her friend Grace, found Crumb Lake, and had decided on it, with the approval of Mr. and Mrs. Newton, as one of the best and most reserved of all the smaller watering places about here. And so it was that they too were already given to riding out to the pavilion on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and once there, following the west shore along which ran a well-worn footpath, which led to clumps of trees, underneath which they sat and looked at the water, for neither could row a boat or swim. Also there were wild flowers and berry bushes to be plundered, and from certain marshy spots, to be reached by venturing out for a score of feet or more, it was possible to reach and take white lilies with their delicate yellow hearts. They were decidedly tempting, and on 2 occasions already the marauders had brought Mrs. Newton large armfuls of blooms from the fields and shoreline here. On the 3rd Sunday afternoon in July, Clyde, as lonely and rebellious as ever, was paddling about in a dark blue canoe along the south bank of the lake about 1.5 miles from the boathouse. His coat and hat were off, and in a seeking and half-resentful mood, he was imagining vain things in regard to the type of life he would really like to lead. At different points on the lake in canoes, or their more clumsy companions, the rowboats, were boys and girls, men and women, and over the water occasionally would come their laughter or bits of their conversation. And in the distance would be other canoes and other dreamers, happily in love, as Clyde invariably decided, that being to him the sharpest contrast to his own lorn state. At any rate, the sight of any other youth thus romantically engaged with his girl was sufficient to set dissonantly jangling the repressed and protesting libido of his nature, and this would cause his mind to paint another picture, in which, had fortune favored him in the first place by birth, he would now be in some canoe on Shroon or Raquette or Champlain Lake, with Sondra Finchley or some such girl, paddling and looking at the shores of a scene more distingué than this. Or might he not be riding or playing tennis, or in the evening dancing or racing from place to place in some high-powered car, Sondra by his side? He felt so out of it, so lonely and restless, and tortured by all that he saw here, for everywhere that he looked he seemed to see love, romance, contentment. What to do? Where to go? He could not go on alone like this forever. He was too miserable. In memory as well as mood, his mind went back to the few gay, happy days he had enjoyed in Kansas City before that dreadful accident. Ratterer, Hegland, Higby, Tina Kogel, Hortense, Ratterer's sister Louise. In short, the gay company of which he was just beginning to be a part when that terrible accident had occurred. And next to Dillard, Rita, Zella, a companionship that would have been better than this, certainly. Were the Griffiths never going to do any more for him than this? Had he only come here to be sneered at by his cousin, pushed aside, or rather completely ignored by all the bright company of which the children of his rich uncle were a part? And so plainly, from so many interesting incidents, even now in this dead summertime, he could see how privileged and relaxed, and apparently decidedly happy were those of that circle. Notices in the local papers almost every day as to their coming and going here and there, the large and expensive cars of Samuel as well as Gilbert Griffiths parked outside the main office entrance on such days as they were in Lycurgus, an occasional group of young society figures to be seen before the grill of the Lycurgus Hotel, or before one of the fine homes in Waikiki Avenue, someone having returned to the city for an hour or a night. And in the factory itself, whenever either was there, Gilbert or Samuel, in the smartest of summer clothes and tended by either Messrs. Simley, Latch, Gotboy, or Berkey, all high officials of the company, making a most austere and even regal round of the immense plant, and consulting with or listening to the reports of the various minor department heads. And yet here was he, a full cousin to this same Gilbert, a nephew to this distinguished Samuel, being left to drift and pine by himself, and for no other reason than, as he could now clearly see, he was not good enough. His father was not as able as this, his great-uncle, his mother, might heaven keep her, not as distinguished or as experienced as his cold, superior, indifferent aunt. Might it not be best to leave? Had he not made a foolish move, after all, in coming on here? What, if anything, did these high relatives ever intend to do for him? In loneliness and resentment and disappointment, his mind now wandered from the Griffiths and their world, and particularly that beautiful Sondra Finchley, whom he recalled with a keen and biting thrill, to Roberta and the world which she as well as he was occupying here. For although a poor factory girl, she was still so much more attractive than any of these other girls with whom he was every day in contact. How unfair and ridiculous for the Griffiths to insist that a man in his position should not associate with a girl such as Roberta, for instance, and just because she worked in the mill. He might not even make friends with her and bring her to some such a lake as this, or visit her in her little home on account of that. And yet he could not go with others more worthy of him, perhaps, for lack of means and contacts. And besides, she was so attractive. Very, and especially enticing to him. He could see her now as she worked with her swift, graceful movements at her machine, her shapely arms and hands, her smooth skin and her bright eyes as she smiled up at him, and his thoughts were played over by exactly the same emotions that swept him so regularly at the factory. For, poor or not, a working girl by misfortune only, he could see how he could be very happy with her, if only he did not need to marry her. For now his ambitions toward marriage had been firmly magnetized by the world to which the Griffiths belonged, and yet his desires were most colorfully inflamed by her. If only he might venture to talk to her more, to walk home with her some day from the mill, to bring her out here to this lake on a Saturday or Sunday and row about, just to idle and dream with her. He rounded a point studded with a clump of trees and bushes, and covering a shallow where there were scores of water lilies afloat, their large leaves resting flat upon the still water of the lake, and on the bank to the left was a girl standing and looking at them. She had her hat off and one hand to her eyes, for she was facing the sun and was looking down into the water. Her lips were parted in careless inquiry. She was very pretty, he thought, as he paused in his paddling to look at her. The sleeves of a pale blue waist came only to her elbows, and a darker blue skirt of flannel reconveyed to him the trimness of her figure. It wasn't Roberta. It couldn't be. Yes, it was. Almost before he had decided, he was quite beside her, some 20 feet from the shore, and was looking up at her, his face lit by the radiance of one who had suddenly, and beyond his belief, realized a dream, and as though he were a pleasant apparition suddenly evoked out of nothing and nowhere, a poetic effort taking form out of smoke or vibrant energy, she in turn stood staring down at him, her lips unable to resist the wavy line of beauty that a happy mood always brought to them. "My, Miss Alden! It is you, isn't it?" he called. "I was wondering whether it was. I couldn't be sure from out there." "Why, yes it is," she laughed, puzzled, and again just the least bit abashed by the reality of him, for in spite of her obvious pleasure at seeing him again, only thinly repressed for the first moment or two, she was on the instant beginning to be troubled by her thoughts in regard to him, the difficulties that contact with him seemed to prognosticate, for this meant contact in friendship, maybe, and she was no longer in any mood to resist him, whatever people might think. And yet here was her friend, Grace Marr. Would she want her to know of Clyde and her interest in him? She was troubled. And yet she could not resist smiling and looking at him in a frank and welcoming way. She had been thinking of him so much, and wishing for him in some happy, secure, commendable way. And now here he was, and there could be nothing more innocent than his presence here, nor hers. "Just out for a walk?" he forced himself to say, although, because of his delight and his fear of her, really, he felt not a little embarrassed now that she was directly before him. At the same time, he added, recalling that she had been looking so intently at the water, "You want some of these water lilies? Is that what you're looking for?" "Uh-huh," she replied, still smiling and looking directly at him, for the sight of his dark hair blown by the wind, the pale blue outing shirt he wore open at the neck, his sleeves rolled up and the yellow paddle held by him above the handsome blue boat, quite thrilled her. If only she could win such a youth for her very own self. Just hers, and no one else's in the whole world. It seemed as though this would be paradise, that if she could have him, she would never want anything else in all the world. And here at her very feet he now sat in this bright canoe on this clear July afternoon in this summery world, so new and pleasing to her, and now he was laughing up at her so directly and admiringly. Her girlfriend was far in the rear somewhere looking for daisies. Could she? Should she? "I was seeing if there was any way to get out to any of them," she continued, a little nervously, a tremor almost revealing itself in her voice. "I haven't seen any before just here on this side." "I'll get you all you want," he exclaimed briskly and gaily. "You just stay where you are. I'll bring them." But then, bethinking him of how much more lovely it would be if she were to get in with him, he added, "But see here. Why don't you get in here with me? There's plenty of room and I can take you anywhere you want to go. There's lots nicer lilies up the lake here a little way and on the other side, too. I saw hundreds of them over there, just beyond that island." Roberta looked, and as she did, another canoe paddled by, holding a youth of about Clyde's years and a girl no older than herself. She wore a white dress and a pink hat, and the canoe was green. And far across the water at the point of the very island about which Clyde was talking was another canoe, bright yellow with a boy and girl in that. She was thinking she would like to get in with her companion if possible, with her if need be. She wanted so much to have him all to herself. If she had only come out here alone. For if Grace Marr were included, she would know, and later talk, maybe, or think, if she heard anything else in regard to them ever. And yet, if she did not, there was the fear that he might not like her any more, might even come to dislike her or give up being interested in her, and that would be dreadful. She stood staring and thinking, and Clyde, troubled and pained by her doubt on this occasion, and his own loneliness and desire for her, suddenly called, "Oh, please don't say no. Just get in, won't you? You'll like it. I want you to. Then we can find all the lilies you want. I can let you out anywhere you want to get out. In 10 minutes if you want to." She marked the "I want you to." It soothed and strengthened her. He had no desire to take any advantage of her, as she could see. "But I have my friend with me here," she exclaimed almost sadly and dubiously, for she still wanted to go alone. Never in her life had she wanted anyone less than Grace Marr at this moment. Why had she brought her? She wasn't so very pretty, and Clyde might not like her, and that might spoil the occasion. Besides, she added almost in the same breath, and with many things fighting her, maybe I'd better not. Is it safe? "Oh, yes, but maybe you better had," Clyde laughed, seeing that she was yielding. "It's perfectly safe," he added eagerly. Then maneuvering the canoe next to the bank, which was a foot above the water, and laying hold of a root to hold it still, he said, "Of course you won't be in any danger. Call your friend then if you want to, and I'll row the two of you. There's room for two, and there are lots of water lilies everywhere over there." He nodded toward the east side of the lake. Roberta could no longer resist, and seized an overhanging branch by which to steady herself. At the same time, she began to call, "Oh, Grace! Grace! Where are you?" For she had at last decided that it was best to include her. A far-off voice as quickly answered, "Hello, what do you want?" "Come up here. Come on, I got something I want to tell you." "Oh, no, you come down here. The daisies are just wonderful." "No, you come on up here. There's someone here that wants to take us boating." She intended to call this loudly, but somehow her voice failed, and her friend went on gathering flowers. Roberta frowned. She did not know just what to do. "Oh, very well then," she suddenly decided, and straightening up, added, "We can row down to where she is, I guess." And Clyde, delighted, exclaimed, "Oh, that's just fine. Sure. Do get in. We'll pick these here first, and then if she hasn't come, I'll paddle down nearer to where she is. Just step square in the center, and that will balance it." He was leaning back and looking up at her, and Roberta was looking nervously and yet warmly into his eyes. Actually, it was as though she were suddenly diffused with joy, enveloped in a rosy mist. She balanced one foot. "Will it be perfectly safe?" "Sure, sure," emphasized Clyde. "I'll hold it safe. Just take hold of that branch there and steady yourself by that." He held the boat very still as she stepped. Then, as the canoe careened slightly to one side, she dropped to the cushioned seat with a little cry. It was like that of a baby to Clyde. "It's all right," he reassured her. "Just sit in the center there. It won't tip over." "Gee, but this is funny. I can't make it out quite. You know, just as I was coming around that point, I was thinking of you, how maybe you might like to come out to a place like this sometime. And now here you are, and here I am, and it all happened just like that." He waved his hand and snapped his fingers. And Roberta, fascinated by this confession and yet a little frightened by it, added, "Is that so?" She was thinking of her own thoughts in regard to him. "Yes, and what's more," added Clyde, "I've been thinking of you all day, really. That's the truth. I was wishing I might see you somewhere this morning and bring you out here." "Oh, now, Mr. Griffiths, you know you don't mean that," pleaded Roberta, fearful lest this sudden contact should take too intimate and sentimental a turn too quickly. She scarcely liked that because she was afraid of him and herself, and now she looked at him, trying to appear a little cold or at least disinterested, but it was a very weak effort. "That's the truth, though, just the same," insisted Clyde. "Well, I think it is beautiful myself," admitted Roberta. "I've been out here, too, several times now, my friend and I." Clyde was once more delighted. She was smiling now and full of wonder. "Oh, have you?" he exclaimed, and there was more talk as to why he liked to come out and how he had learned to swim here. "And to think, I turned in there, and there you were on the bank looking at those water lilies. Wasn't that queer? I almost fell out of the boat. I don't think I ever saw you look as pretty as you did just now, standing there." "Oh, now, Mr. Griffiths," again pleaded Roberta cautiously, "you mustn't begin that way. I'll be afraid you're a dreadful flatterer. I'll have to think you are if you say anything like that so quickly." Clyde once more gazed at her weakly, and she smiled because she thought he was more handsome than ever. But what would he think, she added to herself, if she were to tell him that just before he came around that point she was thinking of him too, and wishing that he were there with her and not Grace, and how they might sit and talk and hold hands, perhaps. He might even put his arms around her waist, and she might let him. That would be terrible, as some people here would see it, she knew, and it would never do for him to do that. Never. That would be too intimate, too bold. But just the same, it was so. Yet what would these people here in Lycurgus think of her and him now if they could see her, letting him paddle her about in this canoe? He a factory manager, and she an employee in his department. The conclusion! The scandal, maybe, even. And yet Grace Marr was along, or soon would be. And she could explain to her, surely. He was out rowing and knew her, and why shouldn't he help her get some lilies if he wanted to? It was almost unavoidable, this present situation, wasn't it? Already Clyde had maneuvered the canoe around so that they were among the water lilies. And as he talked, having laid his paddle aside, he had been reaching over and pulling them up, tossing them with their long, wet stems at her feet as she lay reclining in the seat, one hand over the side of the canoe in the water, as she had seen other girls holding theirs. And for the moment her thoughts were allayed and modified by the beauty of his head and arms, and the hair that now fell over his eyes. How handsome he was! End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Section 35 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 16. The outcome of that afternoon was so wonderful for both that for days thereafter neither could cease thinking about it, or marveling that anything so romantic and charming should have brought them together so intimately, when both were considering that it was not wise for either to know the other any better than employee and supervisor. After a few moments of badinage in the boat, in which he had talked about the beauty of the lilies and how glad he was to get them for her, they picked up her friend Grace and eventually returned to the boathouse. Once on the land again, there developed not a little hesitation on her part as well as his as to how farther to proceed, for they were confronted with the problem of returning into Lycurgus together. As Roberta saw it, it would not look right and might create talk. And on his part, he was thinking of Gilbert and what other people knew. The trouble that might come of it, what Gilbert would say if he did hear. And so both he and she, as well as Grace, were dubious on the instant about the wisdom of riding back together. Grace's own reputation, as well as the fact that she knew Clyde was not interested in her, piqued her. And Roberta, realizing this from her manner, said, "What do you think we had better do, excuse ourselves?" At once Roberta tried to think just how they could extricate themselves gracefully without offending Clyde. Personally, she was so enchanted that had she been alone she would have preferred to have ridden back with him. But with Grace here and in this cautious mood, never. She must think up some excuse. And at the same time, Clyde was wondering just how he was to do now. Ride in with them and brazenly face the possibility of being seen by someone who might carry the news to Gilbert Griffiths, or evade doing so on some pretext or another. He could think of none, however, and was about to turn and accompany them to the car, when the young etrician, Sherlock, who lived in the Newton household and who had been on the balcony of the pavilion, hailed them. He was with a friend who had a small car, and they were ready to return to the city. "Well, here's luck," he exclaimed. "How are you, Miss Alden? How do you do, Miss Marr? You two don't happen to be going our way, do you? If we are, we can take you in with us." Not only Roberta, but Clyde heard, and at once she was about to say that, since it was a little late and she and Grace were scheduled to attend church services with the Newtons, it would be more convenient for them to return this way. She was, however, half hoping that Sherlock would invite Clyde and that he would accept. But on his doing so, Clyde instantly refused. He explained that he had decided to stay out a little while longer, and so Roberta left him with a look that conveyed clearly enough the gratitude and delight she felt. They had had such a good time, and he in turn, in spite of many qualms as to the wisdom of all this, fell to brooding on how sad it was that just he and Roberta might not have remained here for hours longer. And immediately after they had gone, he returned to the city alone. The next morning he was keener than ever to see Roberta again, and although the peculiarly exposed nature of the work at the factory made it impossible for him to demonstrate his feelings, still by the swift and admiring and seeking smiles that played over his face and blazed in his eyes, she knew that he was as enthusiastic, if not more so, as on the night before. And on her part, although she felt that a crisis of some sort was impending, and in spite of the necessity of a form of secrecy, which she resented, She could not refrain from giving him a warm and quite yielding glance in return. The wonder of his being interested in her. The wonder and the thrill. Clyde decided at once that his attentions were still welcome, also that he might risk saying something to her, supposing that a suitable opportunity offered. And so, after waiting an hour and seeing two fellow workers leave from either side of her, he seized the occasion to drift near and pick up one of the collars she had just stamped, saying, as though talking about that, "I was awfully sorry to have to leave you last night. I wish we were out there again today instead of here, just you and me. Don't you?" Roberta turned, conscious that now was the time to decide whether she would encourage or discourage any attention on his part. At the same time, she was almost faintingly eager to accept his attentions, regardless of the problem in connection with them. His eyes, his hair, his hands. And then, instead of rebuking or chilling him in any way, she only looked, but with eyes too weak and melting to mean anything less than yielding and uncertainty. Clyde saw that she was hopelessly and helplessly drawn to him, as indeed he was to her. On the instant he was resolved to say something more, when he could, as to where they could meet when no one was along, for it was plain that she was no more anxious to be observed than he was. He well knew more sharply today than ever before that he was treading on dangerous ground. He began to make mistakes in his calculations, to feel that, with her so near him, he was by no means concentrating on the various tasks before him. She was too enticing, too compelling in so many ways to him. There was something so warm and gay and welcome about her, that he felt that if he could persuade her to love him, he would be among the most fortunate of men. Yet there was that rule, and although on the lake the day before he had been deciding that his position here was by no means as satisfactory as it should be, still, with Roberta in it, as now it seemed she might well be, would it not be much more delightful for him to stay? Could he not, for the time being at least, endure the further indifference of the Griffiths? And who knows? Might they not yet become interested in him as a suitable social figure, if only he did nothing to offend them? And yet here he was attempting to do exactly the thing he had been forbidden to do. What kind of an injunction was this, anyhow, wherewith Gilbert had enjoined him? If he could come to some understanding with her, perhaps she would meet him in some clandestine way, and thus obviate all possibility of criticism. It was thus that Clyde, seated at his desk or walking about, was thinking. For now his mind, even in the face of his duties, was almost entirely engaged by her, and he could think of nothing else. He had decided to suggest that they meet for the first time, if she would, in a small park which was just west of the first outlying resort on the Mohawk. But throughout the day, so close to each other did the girls work, he had no opportunity to communicate with her. Indeed, noontime came, and he went below to his lunch, returning a little early in the hope of finding her sufficiently detached to permit him to whisper that he wished to see her somewhere. But she was surrounded by others at the time, and so the entire afternoon went by without a single opportunity. However, as he was going out, he bethought him that if he should have the chance to meet her alone somewhere in the street, he would venture to speak to her. For she wanted him to. That he knew, regardless of what she might say at any time. And he must find some way that would appear as accidental, and hence as innocent to her as to others. But as the whistle blew, and she left the building, she was joined by another girl, and he was left to think of some other way. That same evening, however, instead of lingering about the Peyton house or going to a moving picture theater, as he so often did now, or walking alone somewhere in order to allay his unrest and loneliness, he chose now instead to seek out the house of Roberta on Taylor Street. It was not a pleasing house, as he now decided, not nearly so attractive as Mrs. Cuppy's, or the house in which he now dwelt. It was too old and brown, the neighborhood too nondescript, if conservative. But the lights in different rooms glowing at this early hour gave it a friendly and genial look, and the few trees in front were present. What was Roberta doing now? Why couldn't she have waited for him in the factory? Why couldn't she sense now that he was outside and come out? He wished intensely that in some way he could make her feel that he was out here, and cause her to come out, but she didn't. On the contrary, he observed Mr. Sherlock issue forth and disappear toward Central Avenue, and after that, pedestrian after pedestrian making their way out of different houses along the street and toward Central, which caused him to walk briskly about the block in order to avoid being seen. At the same time he sighed often, because it was such a fine night, a full moon rising about 9:30 and hanging heavy and yellow over the chimney tops. He was so lonely. But at 10, the moon becoming too bright and no Roberta appearing, he decided to leave. It was not wise to be hanging about here. But the night being so fine, he resented the thought of his room, and instead walked up and down Waikiki Avenue, looking at the fine houses there, his Uncle Samuel's among them. Now all their occupants were away at their summer places. The houses were dark. And Sondra Finchley and Bertine Cranston and all that company. What were they doing on a night like this? Where dancing? Where speeding? Where loving? It was so hard to be poor, not to have money and position, and to be able to do in life exactly as you wished. And the next morning, more eager than usual, he was out of Mrs. Peyton's by 6:45, anxious to find some way of renewing his attentions to Roberta. For there was that crowd of factory workers that proceeded north along Central Avenue, and she would be a unit in it, of course, at about 7:10. But his trip to the factory was fruitless, for after swallowing a cup of coffee at one of the small restaurants near the post office, and walking the length of Central Avenue toward the mill, and pausing at the cigar store to see if Roberta should by any chance come along alone, he was rewarded by the sight of her with Grace Marr again. What a wretched, crazy world this was, he at once decided, and how difficult it was in this miserable town for anyone to meet anyone else alone. Everyone, nearly, knew everyone else. Besides, Roberta knew that he was trying to get a chance to talk to her. Why shouldn't she walk alone, then? He had looked at her enough yesterday. And yet here she was walking with Grace Marr and appeared seemingly contented. What was the matter with her, anyhow? By the time he reached the factory, he was very sour. But the sight of Roberta taking her place at her bench and tossing him a genial "good morning" with a cheerful smile caused him to feel better, and that all was not lost. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the lull due to the afternoon heat, the fag of steadily continued work, and the flare of reflected light from the river outside was over all. The tap, tap, tap of metal stamps upon scores of collars at once, nearly always slightly audible above the hum and whir of the sewing machines beyond, was, if anything, weaker than usual. And there was Ruza Nikiforich, Hoda Pitcanis, Martha Bordeleau, Angelina Pitti, and Lena Schlicht, all joining in a song called Sweethearts, which someone had started. And Roberta, perpetually conscious of Clyde's eyes as well as his mood, was thinking how long it would be before he would come around with some word in regard to something, for she wished him to, and because of his whispered words of the day before, she was sure that it would not be long, because he would not be able to resist it. His eyes the night before had told her that. Yet because of the impediments of this situation, she knew that he must be having a difficult time thinking of any way by which he could say anything to her. And still at certain moments she was glad, for there were such moments when she felt she needed the security which the presence of so many girls gave her. And as she thought of all this, stamping at her desk along with the others, she suddenly discovered that a bundle of collars which she had already stamped as 16s were not of that size, but smaller. She looked at it quickly and nervously, then decided that there was but one thing to do, lay the bundle aside and await comment from one of the foremen, including Clyde, or take it directly to him now. Really the better way, because it prevented any of the foremen seeing it before he did. That was what all the girls did when they made mistakes of any kind. And all trained girls were supposed to catch all possible errors of that kind. And yet now and in the very face of all her urgent desires, she hesitated, for this would take her direct to Clyde and give him the opportunity he was seeking. But, more terrifying, it was giving her the opportunity she was seeking. She wavered between loyalty to Clyde as a superintendent, loyalty to her old conventions, as opposed to her new and dominating desire, and her repressed wish to have Clyde speak to her, then went over with the bundle and laid it on his desk. But her hands, as she did so, trembled. Her face was white, her throat taut. At the moment, as it chanced, he was almost vainly trying to calculate the scores of the different girls from the stubs laid before him, and having a hard time of it, because his mind was not on what he was doing. And then he looked up, and there was Roberta bending toward him. His nerves became very taut, his throat and lips dry, for here and now was his opportunity. And, as he could see, Roberta was almost suffocating from the strain which her daring and self-deception was putting upon her nerves and heart. "There's been a distake," she meant to say mistake, "in regard to this bundle upstairs," she began. "I didn't notice it either until I'd stamped nearly all of them. They're 15.5, and I've stamped nearly all of them 16. I'm sorry." Clyde noticed, as she said this, that she was trying to smile a little and appear calm, but her cheeks were quite blanched, and her hand, particularly the one that held the bundle, trembled. On the instant he realized that, although loyalty and order were bringing her with this mistake to him, still there was more than that to it. In a weak, frightened, and yet love-driven way, she was courting him, giving him the opportunity he was seeking, wishing him to take advantage of it. And he, embarrassed and shaken for the moment by this sudden visitation, was still heartened and hardened into a kind of effrontery and gallantry, such as he had not yet felt in regard to her. She was seeking him. That was plain. She was interested and clever enough to make the occasion which permitted him to speak. Wonderful. The sweetness of her daring. Oh, that's all right, he said, pretending a courage and a daring in regard to her which he did not feel even now. I'll just send them down to the washroom, then we'll see if we can't restamp them. It's not our mistake, really. He smiled most warmly, and she met his look with a repressed smile of her own, already turning and fearing that she had manifested too clearly what had brought her. But don't go, he added quickly. I want to ask you something. I've been trying to get a word with you ever since Sunday. I want you to meet me somewhere, will you? There's a rule here that says the head of a department can't have anything to do with a girl who works for him. Outside, I mean. But I want you to see me just the same, won't you? You know. And he smiled winsomely and coaxingly into her eyes. I've been just nearly crazy over you ever since you came in here, and Sunday made it worse. And now I'm not going to let any old rule come between me and you if I can help it. Will you? Oh, I don't know whether I can do that or not, replied Roberta, who, now that she had succeeded in accomplishing what she had wished, was becoming terrorized by her own daring. She began looking around nervously and feeling that every eye in the room must be upon her. I live with Mr. and Mrs. Newton, my friend's sister and brother-in-law, you know, and they're very strict. It isn't the same as if... She was going to add, I was home, but Clyde interrupted her. Oh, now please don't say no, will you? Please don't. I want to see you. I don't want to cause you any trouble, that's all. Otherwise, I'd be glad to come round to your house. You know how it is. Oh, no, you mustn't do that, cautioned Roberta. Not yet, anyhow. She was so confused that quite unconsciously she was giving Clyde to understand that she was expecting him to come around some time later. Well, smiled Clyde, who could see that she was yielding in part, we could just walk out near the end of some street here, that street you live in if you wish. There are no houses out there. Or there's a little park, Mohawk, just west of Dreamland on the Mohawk Street line. It's right on the river. You might come out there. I could meet you where the car stops. Will you do that? Oh, I'd be afraid to do that, I think. Go so far, I mean. I never did anything like that before. She looked so innocent and frank as she said this, that Clyde was quite carried away by the sweetness of her, and to think he was making a clandestine appointment with her. I'm almost afraid to go anywhere here alone, you know. People talk so here, they say, and someone would be sure to see me. But... Yes, but what? I'm afraid I'm staying too long at your desk here, don't you think? She actually gasped as she said it. And Clyde, realizing the openness of it, although there was really nothing very unusual about it, now spoke quickly and forcefully. Well then, how about the end of that street you live in? Couldn't you come down there for just a little while tonight? A half hour or so, maybe? Oh, I couldn't make it tonight, I think. Not so soon. I'll have to see first, you know. Arrange, that is. But another day. She was so excited and troubled by this great adventure of hers that her face, like Clyde's at times, changed from a half smile to a half frown, without her realizing that it was registering these changes. Well then, how about Wednesday night at 8:30 or 9? Couldn't you do that? Please, now. Roberta considered most sweetly, nervously. Clyde was enormously fascinated by her manner at the moment, for she looked around, conscious, or so she seemed, that she was being observed, and that her stay here, for a first visit, was very long. I suppose I'd better be going back to my work now, she replied, without really answering him. Wait a minute, pled Clyde. We haven't fixed on the time for Wednesday. Aren't you going to meet me? Make it 9 or 8:30, or any time you want to. I'll be there waiting for you after 8 if you wish. Will you? All right then, say 8:30 or between 8:30 and 9, if I can. Is that all right? I'll come if I can, you know. And if anything does happen, I'll tell you the next morning, you see. She flushed and then looked around once more, a foolish, flustered look, and then hurried back to the bench, fairly tingling from head to toe, and looking as guilty as though she had been caught red-handed of some dreadful crime. And Clyde at his desk was almost choking with excitement. The wonder of her agreeing, of his talking to her like that, of her venturing to make a date with him at all here in Lycurgus, where he was so well known. Thrilling. For her part, she was thinking how wonderful it would be just to walk and talk with him in the moonlight, to feel the pressure of his arm and to hear his soft, appealing voice. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Section 36 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 17. It was quite dark when Roberta stole out on Wednesday night to meet Clyde. But before that, what qualms and meditations in the face of her willingness and her agreement to do so. For not only was it difficult for her to overcome her own mental scruples within, but in addition there was all the trouble in connection with the commonplace and religious and narrow atmosphere in which she found herself embedded at the Newtons. For since coming here she had scarcely gone anywhere without Grace Marr. Besides, on this occasion, a thing she had forgotten in talking to Clyde, she had agreed to go with the Newtons and Grace to the Gideon Baptist Church, where a Wednesday prayer meeting was to be followed by a social, with games, cake, tea, and ice cream. In consequence, she was troubled severely as to how to manage, until it came back to her that a day or two before, Mr. Liggett, in noting how rapid and efficient she was, had observed that at any time she wanted to learn one phase of stitching operations going on in the next room, he would have her taken in hand by Mrs. Brayley, who would teach her. And now that Clyde's invitation and this church affair fell on the same night, she decided to say that she had an appointment with Mrs. Brayley at her home. Only, as she also decided, she would wait until just before dinner Wednesday, and then say that Mrs. Brayley had invited her to come to her house. Then she could see Clyde. And by the time the Newtons and Grace returned, she could be back. Oh, how it would feel to have him talk to her, say again as he did in the boat that she had never seen anyone look so pretty as she did, standing on the bank and looking for water lilies. Many, many thoughts, vague, dreadful, colorful, came to her, how and where they might go, be, do, from now on, if only she could arrange to be friends with him without harm to her or him. If need be, she now decided, she could resign from the factory and get a place somewhere else, a change which would absolve Clyde from any responsibility in regard to her. There was, however, another mental as well as emotional phase in regard to all this, and that related to her clothes. For since coming to Lycurgus, she had learned that the more intelligent girls here dressed better than did those about Bilt's and Trippett's mills. At the same time, she had been sending a fair portion of her money to her mother, sufficient to have equipped her exceptionally well, as she now realized, had she retained it. But now that Clyde was swaying her so greatly, she was troubled about her looks, and on the evening after her conversation with him at the mill, she had gone through her small wardrobe, fixing upon a soft blue hat which Clyde had not yet seen, together with a checkered blue and white flannel skirt and a pair of white canvas shoes purchased the previous summer at Bilt's. Her plan was to wait until the Newtons and Grace had departed for church, and then dress swiftly and leave. At 8:30, when night had finally fallen, she went east along Taylor to Central Avenue, and then by a circuitous route made her way west again to the trysting place. And Clyde was already there. Against an old wooden fence that enclosed a 5-acre cornfield, he was leaning and looking back toward the interesting little city, the lights in so many of the homes of which were aglow through the trees. The air was laden with spices, the mingled fragrance of many grasses and flowers. There was a light wind stirring in the long swords of the corn at his back, in the leaves of the trees ahead. And there were stars, the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and the Milky Way, sidereal phenomena which his mother had pointed out to him long ago. And he was thinking about how different was his position here to what it had been in Kansas City. There he had been so nervous in regard to Hortense Briggs, or any girl, really, afraid almost to say a word to any of them. Whereas here, and especially since he had had charge of this stamping room, he had seemed to become aware of the fact that he was more attractive than he had ever thought he was before. Also, that the girls were attracted to him, and that he was not so much afraid of them. The eyes of Roberta herself showed him this day how much she was drawn to him. She was his girl. And when she came, he would put his arms around her and kiss her, and she would not be able to resist him. He stood listening, dreaming and watching, the rustling corn behind him stirring an old recollection in him, when suddenly he saw her coming. She looked trim and brisk and yet nervous, and paused at the street end and looked about like a frightened and cautious animal. At once Clyde hurried forward toward her and called softly, "Hello. Gee, it's nice to have you meet me. Did you have any trouble?" He was thinking how much more pleasing she was than either Hortense Briggs or Rita Dickerman, the one so calculating, the other so sensually free and indiscriminate. "Did I have any trouble? Oh, didn't I, though?" And at once she plunged into a full and picturesque account, not only of the mistake in regard to the Newtons' church night and her engagement with them, but of a determination on the part of Grace Marr not to go to the church social without her, and how she had to fib, oh so terribly, about going over to Mrs. Brayley's to learn to stitch, a Liggett-Roberta development of which Clyde had heard nothing so far, and concerning which he was already intensely curious, because at once it raised the thought that Liggett might be intending to remove her from under his care. He proceeded to question her about that before he would let her go on with the story, an interest which Roberta noticed, and because of which she was very pleased. But I can't stay very long, you know, she explained briskly and warmly at the first opportunity, the while Clyde laid hold of her arm and turned toward the river, which was to the north and untenanted this far out. The Baptist Church socials never last much beyond 10:30 or 11, and they'll be back soon, so I'll have to manage to be back before they are. Then she gave many reasons why it would be unwise for her to be out after 10, reasons which annoyed yet convinced Clyde by their wisdom. He had been hoping to keep her out longer, but seeing that the time was to be brief, he was all the keener for a closer contact with her now, and fell to complimenting her on her pretty hat and cape and how becoming they were. At once he tried putting his arm about her waist, but feeling this to be a too swift advance, she removed his arm, or tried to, saying in the softest and most coaxing voice, Now, that's not nice, is it? Can't you just hold my arm or let me hold yours? But he noted, once she persuaded him to disengage her waist, she took his arm in a clinging, snuggling embrace and measured her stride to his. On the instant he was thinking how natural and unaffected her manner was now that the ice between them had been broken. And how she went on babbling. She liked Lycurgus, only she thought it was the most religious town she had ever been in, worse than Bilt's or Trippett's Mills that way. And then she had to explain to Clyde what Bilt's and Trippett's Mills were like, and her home, a very little, for she did not care to talk about that. And then back to the Newtons and Grace Marr and how they watched her every move. Clyde was thinking as she talked how different she was from Hortense Briggs or Rita, or any other girl he had ever known. So much more simple and confiding, not in any way mushy as was Rita, or brash or vain or pretentious as was Hortense, and yet really as pretty and so much sweeter. He could not help thinking if she were smartly dressed how sweet she would be. And again, he was wondering what she would think of him and his attitude toward Hortense in contrast to his attitude toward her now, if she knew. You know, he said at his very first opportunity, I've been trying to talk to you ever since you came to work at the factory, but you see how very watchful everyone is. They're the limit. They told me when I came up there that I mustn't interest myself in any girl working there, and so I tried not to. But I just couldn't help this, could I? He squeezed her arm affectionately, then stopped suddenly, and, disengaging his arm from hers, put both his around her. You know, Roberta, I'm crazy about you. I really am. I think you're the dearest, sweetest thing. Oh, say, do you mind my telling you? Ever since you showed up there, I haven't been able to sleep nearly. That's the truth. Honest it is. I think and think of you. You've got such nice eyes and hair. Tonight you look just too cute. Lovely, I think. Oh, Roberta. Suddenly he caught her face between his two hands and kissed her, before really she could evade him. Then, having done this, he held her while she resisted him, although it was almost impossible for her to do so. Instead, she felt as though she wanted to put her arms around him, or have him hold her tight, and this mood in regard to him and herself puzzled and troubled her. It was awful. What would people think, say, if they knew? She was a bad girl, really, and yet she wanted to be this way, near him, now as never before. Oh, you mustn't, Mr. Griffiths, she pleaded. You really mustn't, you know. Please, someone might see us. I think I hear someone coming. Please now. She looked about, quite frightened, apparently, while Clyde laughed ecstatically. Life had presented him a delicious sweet at last. You know, I never did anything like this before, she went on. Honest, I didn't. Please, it's only because you said... Clyde was pressing her close, not saying anything in reply. His pale face and dark, hungry eyes held very close to hers. He kissed her again and again despite her protests, her little mouth and chin and cheeks seeming too beautiful, too irresistible, then murmured pleadingly, for he was too overcome to speak vigorously. Oh, Roberta, dearest, please, please say that you love me. Please do. I know that you do, Roberta. I can tell. Please tell me now. I'm so crazy about you. We have so little time. He kissed her again upon the cheek and mouth, and suddenly he felt her relax. She stood quite still and unresisting in his arms. He felt a wonder of something. He could not tell what. All of a sudden he felt tears upon her face, her head sunk to his shoulder, and then he heard her say, Yes, 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 I do love you. Yes, yes, I do. I do. There was a sob, half of misery, half of delight, in her voice, and Clyde caught that. He was so touched by her honesty and simplicity that tears sprang to his own eyes. It's all right, Roberta. It's all right. Please don't cry. Oh, I think you're so sweet. I do, Roberta. He looked up, and before him in the east over the low roofs of the city was the thinnest, yellowest topmost arc of the rising July moon. It seemed at the moment as though life had given him all that he could possibly ask of it. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Section 37 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 18. The culmination of this meeting was but the prelude, as both Clyde and Roberta realized, to a series of contacts and rejoicings which were to extend over an indefinite period. They had found love. They were deliciously happy, whatever the problems attending its present realization might be. But the ways and means of continuing with it were a different matter. For not only was her connection with the Newtons a bar to any normal procedure insofar as Clyde was concerned, but Grace Marr herself offered a distinct and separate problem. Far more than Roberta, she was chained, not only by the defect of poor looks, but by the narrow teachings and domestic training of her early social and religious life. Yet she wanted to be gay and free too. And in Roberta, who, while gay and boastful at times, was still well within the conventions that chained Grace, she imagined that she saw one who was not so bound. And so it was that she clung to her closely, and as Roberta saw it, a little wearisomely. She imagined that they could exchange ideas and jests and confidences in regard to the love life and their respective dreams without an injury to each other, and to date this was her one solace in an otherwise gray world. But Roberta, even before the arrival of Clyde in her life, did not want to be so clung to. It was a bore, and afterwards she developed an inhibition in regard to him where Grace was concerned. For she not only knew that Grace would resent this sudden desertion, but also that she had no desire to face out within herself the sudden and revolutionary moods which now possessed her. Having at once met and loved him, she was afraid to think what, if anything, she proposed to permit herself to do in regard to him. Were not such contacts between the classes banned here? She knew they were. Hence she did not care to talk about him at all. In consequence, on Monday evening following the Sunday on the lake, when Grace had inquired most gaily and familiarly after Clyde, Roberta had as instantly decided not to appear nearly as interested in him as Grace might already be imagining. Accordingly, she said little other than that he was very pleasant to her, and had inquired after Grace, a remark which caused the latter to eye her slyly, and to wonder if she were really telling what had happened since. "He was so very friendly, I was beginning to think he was stuck on you." "Oh, what nonsense!" replied Roberta shrewdly, and a bit alarmed. "Why, he wouldn't look at me. Besides, there's a rule of the company that doesn't permit him to, as long as I work there." This last, more than anything else, served to allay Grace's notions in regard to Clyde and Roberta, for she was of that conventional turn of mind which would scarcely permit her to think of anyone infringing upon a company rule. Nevertheless, Roberta was nervous, lest Grace should be associating her and Clyde in her mind, in some clandestine way, and she decided to be doubly cautious in regard to Clyde, to feign a distance she did not feel. But all this was preliminary to troubles and strains and fears which had nothing to do with what had gone before, but took their rise from difficulties which sprang up immediately afterwards. For once she had come to this complete emotional understanding with Clyde, she saw no way of meeting him except in this very clandestine way, and that so very rarely and uncertainly that she could not say when there was likely to be another meeting. "You see, it's this way," she explained to Clyde when, a few evenings later, she had managed to steal out for an hour, and they walked from the region at the end of Taylor Street down to the Mohawk, where were some fields and a low bank rising above the pleasant river. "The Newtons never go any place much without inviting me, and even if they didn't, Grace would never go unless I went along. It's just because we were together so much in Trippett's Mills that she feels that way, as though I were a part of the family. But now it's different, and yet I don't see how I'm going to get out of it so soon. I don't know where to say I'm going or whom I'm going with." "I know all that, honey," he replied softly and sweetly. "That's all true enough. But how is that going to help us now? You can't expect me to get along with just looking at you in the factory either, can you?" He gazed at her so solemnly and yearningly that she was moved by her sympathy for him, and in order to assuage his depression added, "No, I don't want you to do that, dear. You know I don't. But what am I to do?" She laid a soft and pleading hand on the back of one of Clyde's thin, long, and nervous ones. "I'll tell you what, though," she went on after a period of reflection. "I have a sister living in Homer, New York. That's about 35 miles north of here. I might say I was going up there some Saturday afternoon or Sunday. She's been writing me to come up, but I hadn't thought of it before. But I might go. That is, I might—" "Oh, why not do that?" exclaimed Clyde eagerly. "That's fine. A good idea." "Let me see," she added, ignoring his exclamation. If I remember right, you have to go to Fonda first, then change cars there. But I could leave here any time on the trolley, and there are only 2 trains a day from Fonda, one at 2 and one at 7 on Saturday. So I might leave here any time before 2, you see, and then if I didn't make the 2 o'clock train, it would be all right, wouldn't it? I could go on the 7. And you could be over there or meet me on the way, just so no one here saw us. Then I could go on and you could come back. I could arrange that with Agnes, I'm sure. I would have to write her. How about all the time between then and now, though? He queried peevishly. It's a long time till then, you know. Well, I'll have to see what I can think of, but I'm not sure, dear. I'll have to see. And you think, too. But I ought to be going back now, she added nervously. She at once arose, causing Clyde to rise, too, and consult his watch, thereby discovering that it was already near 10. But what about us? He continued persistently. Why couldn't you pretend next Sunday that you're going to some other church than yours and meet me somewhere instead? Would they have to know? At once Clyde noted Roberta's face darken slightly, for here he was encroaching upon something that was still too closely identified with her early youth and convictions to permit infringement. Huh, she replied quite solemnly. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't feel right about it, and it wouldn't be right either. Immediately Clyde sensed that he was treading on dangerous ground and withdrew the suggestion because he did not care to offend or frighten her in any way. Oh well, just as you say. I only thought since you don't seem to be able to think of any other way. No, dear, she pleaded softly, because she noted that he felt that she might be offended. It's all right, only I wouldn't want to do that. I just couldn't. Clyde shook his head. A recollection of his own youthful inhibitions caused him to feel that perhaps it was not right for him to have suggested it. They returned in the direction of Taylor Street without, apart from the proposed trip to Fonda, either having hit upon any definite solution. Instead, after kissing her again and again, and just before letting her go, the best he could suggest was that both were to try and think of some way by which they could meet before, if possible. And she, after throwing her arms about his neck for a moment, ran east along Taylor Street, her little figure swaying in the moonlight. However, apart from another evening meeting which was made possible by Roberta's announcing a second engagement with Mrs. Brayley, there was no other encounter until the following Saturday, when Roberta departed for Fonda, and Clyde, having ascertained the exact hour, left by the car ahead and joined Roberta at the first station west. From that point on until evening, when she was compelled to take the 7 o'clock train, they were unspeakably happy together, loitering near the little city, comparatively strange to both. For outside of Fonda a few miles, they came to a pleasure park called Starlight, where, in addition to a few claptrap pleasure concessions, such as a ring of captive airplanes, and a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round, an old mill, and a dance floor, was a small lake with boats. It was after its fashion an idyllic spot with a little bandstand out on an island near the center of the lake, and on the shore a grave and captive bear in a cage. Since coming to Lycurgus, Roberta had not ventured to visit any of the rougher resorts near there, which were very much like this, only much more strident. On sight of this, both exclaimed, "Oh, look!" And Clyde added at once, "Let's get off here, will you? Shall we? What do you say? We're almost to Fonda anyhow, and we can have more fun here." At once they climbed down, and having disposed of her bag for the time being, he led the way first to the stand of a man who sold frankfurters. Then, since the merry-go-round was in full blast, nothing would do but that Roberta should ride with him. And in the gayest of moods they climbed on, and he placed her on a zebra, and then stood close in order that he might keep his arm about her, and both try to catch the brass ring. And as commonplace and noisy and gaudy as it all was, the fact that at last he had her all to himself unseen, and she him, was sufficient to evoke in both a kind of ecstasy, which was all out of proportion to the fragile gimcrack scene. Round and round they spun on the noisy, grinding machine, surveying now a few idle pleasure-seekers who were in boats upon the lake, now some who were flying round in the gaudy green and white captive airplanes, or turning upward and then down in the suspended cages of the Ferris wheel. Both looked at the woods and sky beyond the lake, the idlers and dancers in the dancing pavilion, dreaming and thrilling, and then suddenly Clyde asked, "You dance, don't you, Roberta?" "Why, no, I don't," she replied, a little sadly, for at the very moment she had been looking at the happy dancers rather ruefully, and thinking how unfortunate it was that she had never been allowed to dance. It might not be right or nice, perhaps. Her own church said it was not. But still, now that they were here and in love like this, these others looked so gay and happy. A pretty medley of colors moving round and round in the green and brown frame. It didn't seem so bad to her. Why shouldn't people dance anyway? Girls like herself and boys like Clyde. Her younger brother and sister, in spite of the views of her parents, were already declaring that when the opportunity offered, they were going to learn. "Oh, isn't that too bad?" he exclaimed, thinking how delightful it would be to hold Roberta in his arms. "We could have such fun now if you could. I could teach you in a few minutes if you wanted me to." "I don't know about that," she replied quizzically, her eyes showing that his suggestion appealed to her. "I'm not clever that way, and you know dancing isn't considered so very nice in my part of the country, and my church doesn't approve of it either, and I know my parents wouldn't like me to." "Oh, shucks," replied Clyde foolishly and gaily. "What nonsense, Roberta. Why, everybody dances these days, or nearly everybody. How can you think there's anything wrong with it?" "Oh, I know," replied Roberta oddly and quaintly. "Maybe they do in your set. I know most of these factory girls do, of course. And I suppose where you have money and position, everything's all right. But with a girl like me, it's different. I don't suppose your parents were as strict as mine either." "Oh, weren't they, though?" laughed Clyde, who had not failed to catch the "your set," also the "where you have money and position." "Well, that's all you know about it," he went on. "They were as strict as yours and stricter, I'll bet. But I danced just the same. Why, there's no harm in it, Roberta. Come on, let me teach you. It's wonderful, really. Won't you, dearest?" He put his arm around her and looked into her eyes, and she half relented, quite weakened by her desire for him. Just then the merry-go-round stopped, and without any plan or suggestion they seemed instinctively to drift to the side of the pavilion where the dancers, not many but avid, were moving briskly around. Foxtrots and one-steps were being supplied by an orchestrelle of considerable size. At a turnstile, all the remaining portions of the pavilion being screened in, a pretty concessionaire was sitting and taking tickets, 10 cents per dance per couple. But the color and the music and the motions of the dancers gliding rhythmically here and there were seized upon both Clyde and Roberta. The orchestrelle stopped and the dancers were coming out. But no sooner were they out than 5-cent admission checks were once more sold for the new dance. "I don't believe I can," pleaded Roberta as Clyde led her to the ticket stile. "I'm afraid I'm too awkward, maybe. I've never danced, you know." "You awkward, Roberta?" he exclaimed. "Oh, how crazy. Why, you're as graceful and pretty as you can be. You'll see. You'll be a wonderful dancer." Already he had paid the coin and they were inside. Carried away by a bravado which was 3/4 her conception of him as a member of the Lycurgus upper crust and possessor of means and position, he led the way into a corner and began at once to illustrate their respective movements. They were not difficult, and for a girl of Roberta's natural grace and zest, easy. Once the music started and Clyde drew her to him, she fell into the positions and steps without effort, and they moved rhythmically and instinctively together. It was the delightful sensation of being held by him and guided here and there that so appealed to her, the wonderful rhythm of his body coinciding with hers. "Oh, you darling," he whispered. "Aren't you the dandy little dancer, though? You've caught on already. If you aren't the wonderful kid, I can hardly believe it." They went about the floor once more, then a third time, before the music stopped, and by the time it did, Roberta was lost in a sense of delight as had never come to her before. To think she had been dancing, and it should be so wonderful, and with Clyde! He was so slim, graceful, quite the handsomest of any of the young men on the floor, she thought. And he, in turn, was now thinking that never had he known anyone as sweet as Roberta. She was so gay and winsome and yielding. She would not try to work him for anything. And as for Sondra Finchley, well, she had ignored him, and he might as well dismiss her from his mind. And yet, even here, with Roberta, he could not quite forget her. At 5:30, when the orchestra was silenced for lack of customers, and a sign reading "Next concert 7:30" hung up, they were still dancing. After that they went for an ice cream soda, then for something to eat, and by then, so swiftly had sped the time, it was necessary to take the very next car for the depot at Fonda. As they neared this terminal, both Clyde and Roberta were full of schemes as to how they were to arrange for tomorrow, for Roberta would be coming back then, and if she could arrange to leave her sisters a little early Sunday, he could come over from Lycurgus to meet her. They could linger around Fonda until 11 at least, when the last train south from Homer was due, and pretending she had arrived on that, they could then, assuming that there was no one who they knew on the Lycurgus car, journey to that city. And as arranged, so they met, and in the dark outlying streets of that city, walked and talked and planned, and Roberta told Clyde something, though not much, of her home life at Bill's. But the great thing, apart from their love for each other and its immediate expression in kisses and embraces, was the how and where of further contacts. They must find some way, only really, as Roberta saw it, she must be the one to find the way, and that soon. For while Clyde was obviously very impatient and eager to be with her as much as possible, still he did not appear to be very ready with suggestions. Available ones. But that, as she also saw, was not easy, for the possibility of another visit to her sister in Homer or her parents in Bill's was not to be even considered under a month. And apart from them, what other excuses were there? New friends at the factory, the post office, the library, the YWCA? All suggestions of Clyde's at the moment. But these spelled out but an hour or two together at best, and Clyde was thinking of other weekends like this. And there were so few remaining summer weekends. End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Section 38 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 19. The return of Roberta and Clyde, as well as their outing together, was quite unobserved, as they thought. On the car from Fonda they recognized no one, and at the Newtons' Grace was already in bed. She merely awakened sufficiently to ask a few questions about the trip, and those were casual and indifferent. How was Roberta's sister? Had she stayed all day in Homer, or had she gone to Bill's or Trippett's Mills? Roberta explained that she had remained at her sister's. She herself must be going up pretty soon to see her parents at Trippett's Mills. Then she fell asleep. But at dinner the next night, the Misses Opal Fellis and Olive Pope, who had been kept from the breakfast table by a too-late return from Fonda and the very region in which Roberta had spent Saturday afternoon, now seated themselves, and at once, as Roberta entered, interjected a few genial and well-meant, but, in so far as Roberta was concerned, decidedly troubling observations. "Oh, there you are! Look who's back from Starlight Park! How'd you like the dancing over there, Miss Alden? We saw you, but you didn't see us." And before Roberta had time to think what to reply, Miss Felix had added, "We tried to get your eye, but you couldn't see anyone but him, I guess. I'll say, you danced swell." At once, Roberta, who had never been on very intimate terms with either of these girls, and who had neither the effrontery nor the wit to extricate herself from so swift and complete and so unexpected an exposure, flushed. She was all but speechless and merely stared, bethinking her at once that she had explained to Grace that she was at her sister's all day. And opposite sat Grace, looking directly at her, her lips slightly parted as though she would exclaim, "Well, of all things! And dancing! A man!" And at the head of the table, George Newton, thin and meticulous and curious, his sharp eyes and nose and pointed chin now turned in her direction. But on the instant, realizing that she must say something, Roberta replied, "Oh, yes, that's so. I did go over there for a little while. Some friends of my sister's were coming over, and I went with them." She was about to add, "We didn't stay very long," but stopped herself. For at that moment, a certain fighting quality which she had inherited from her mother, and which had asserted itself in the case of Grace before this, now came to her rescue. After all, why shouldn't she be at Starlight Park if she chose? And what right had the Newtons or Grace or anyone else to question her, for that matter? She was paying her way. Nevertheless, as she realized, she had been caught in a deliberate lie, and all because she lived here, and was constantly being questioned and looked after in regard to her very least move. Miss Pope added curiously, "I don't suppose he's a Lycurgus boy. I don't remember ever seeing him around here." "No, he isn't from here," returned Roberta shortly and coldly, for by now she was fairly quivering with the realization that she had been caught in a falsehood before Grace. Also that Grace would resent intensely this social secrecy and desertion of her. At once she felt as though she would like to get up from the table and leave and never return. But instead she did her best to compose herself, and now gave the two girls with whom she had never been familiar a steady look. At the same time, she looked at Grace and Mr. Newton with defiance. If anything more were said, she proposed to give a fictitious name or two, friends of her brother-in-law and Homer, or better yet, to refuse to give any information whatsoever. Why should she? Nevertheless, as she learned later that evening, she was not to be spared the refusing of it. Grace, coming to their room immediately afterward, reproached her with, "I thought you said you stayed out at your sister's all the time you were gone." "Well, what if I did say it?" replied Roberta defiantly and even bitterly, but without a word in extenuation, for her thought was now that unquestionably Grace was pretending to catechize her on moral grounds, whereas in reality the real source of her anger and pique was that Roberta was slipping away from and hence neglecting her. Well, you don't have to lie to me in order to go anywhere or see anybody without me in the future. I don't want to go with you. And what's more, I don't want to know where you go or who you go with. But I do wish you wouldn't tell me one thing and then have George and Mary find out that it ain't so, and that you're just trying to slip away from me, or that I'm lying to them in order to protect myself. I don't want you to put me in that position. She was very hurt and sad and contentious, and Roberta could see for herself that there was no way out of this trying situation other than to move. Grace was a leech, a hanger-on. She had no life of her own and could contrive none. As long as she was anywhere near her, she would want to devote herself to her, to share her every thought and mood with her. And yet, if she told her about Clyde, she would be shocked and critical, and would unquestionably eventually turn on her or even expose her. So she merely replied, "Oh well, have it that way if you want to. I don't care. I don't propose to tell anything unless I choose to." And at once Grace conceived the notion that Roberta did not like her any more and would have nothing to do with her. She arose immediately and walked out of the room, her head very high and her spine very stiff. And Roberta, realizing that she had made an enemy of her, now wished that she was out of here. They were all too narrow here anyway. They would never understand or tolerate this clandestine relationship with Clyde, so necessary to him apparently, as he had explained, so troublesome and even disgraceful to her from one point of view, and yet so precious. She did love him so very, very much, and she must now find some way to protect herself and him, move to another room. But that in this instance required almost more courage and decision than she could muster. The anomalous and unprotected nature of a room where one was not known. The look of it. Subsequent explanation to her mother and sister, maybe. Yet to remain here after this was all but impossible, too, for the attitude of Grace, as well as the Newtons, particularly Mrs. Newton, Grace's sister, was that of the early Puritans or Friends who had caught a brother or sister in a great sin. She was dancing, and secretly. There was the presence of that young man, not quite adequately explained by her trip home, to say nothing of her presence at Starlight Park. Besides, in Roberta's mind was the thought that under such definite espionage as must now follow, to say nothing of the unhappy and dictatorial attitude of Grace, she would have small chance to do with Clyde as much as she now most intensely desired. And accordingly, after 2 days of unhappy thought, and then a conference with Clyde, who was all for her immediate independence in a new room where she would not be known or spied upon, she proceeded to take an hour or two off, and having fixed upon the southeast section of the city as one most likely to be free from contact with either the Newtons or those whom thus far she had encountered at the Newtons, she inquired there, and after little more than an hour's search found one place which pleased her. This was in an old brick house in Elm Street, occupied by an upholsterer and his wife and 2 daughters, one a local milliner and another still in school. The room offered was on the ground floor to the right of a small front porch and overlooking the street. A door off this same porch gave into a living room which separated this room from the other parts of the house, and permitted ingress and egress without contact with any other portion of the house. And since she was still moved to meet Clyde clandestinely, this, as she now saw, was important. Besides, as she gathered from her one conversation with Mrs. Gilpin, the mother of this family, the character of this home was neither so strict nor inquisitive as that of the Newtons. Mrs. Gilpin was large, passive, cleanly, not so very alert, and about 50. She informed Roberta that as a rule she didn't care to take boarders or roomers at all, since the family had sufficient means to go on. However, since the family scarcely ever used the front room, which was rather set off from the remainder of the house, and since her husband did not object, she had made up her mind to rent it. And again, she preferred someone who worked like Roberta, a girl, not a man, and one who would be glad to have her breakfast and dinner along with her family. Since she asked no questions as to her family or connections, merely looking at her interestedly and seeming to be favorably impressed by her appearance, Roberta gathered that there were no such standards as prevailed at the Newtons. And yet, what qualms in connection with the thought of moving thus? For about this entire clandestine procedure there hung, as she saw it, a sense of something untoward and even sinful, and then, on top of it all, quarreling and then breaking with Grace Marr, her one girlfriend here thus far, and the Newtons on account of it, when, as she well knew, it was entirely due to Grace that she was here at all. Supposing her parents or her sister and Homer should hear about this through someone whom Grace knew, and think strangely of her going off by herself in Lycurgus in this way. Was it right? Was it possible that she could do things like this, and so soon after her coming here? She was beginning to feel as though her hitherto impeccable standards were crumbling. And yet there was Clyde now. Could she give him up? After many emotional aches, she decided that she could not, and accordingly, after paying a deposit and arranging to occupy the room within the next few days, she returned to her work, and after dinner the same evening announced to Mrs. Newton that she was going to move. Her premeditated explanation was that recently she had been thinking of having her younger brother and sister come and live with her, and since one or both were likely to come soon, she thought it best to prepare for them. And the Newtons, as well as Grace, feeling that this was all due to the new connections which Roberta had recently been making, and which were tending to alienate her from Grace, were now content to see her go. Plainly she was beginning to indulge in a type of adventure of which they could not approve. Also, it was plain that she was not going to prove as useful to Grace as they had at first imagined. Possibly she knew what she was doing, but more likely she was being led astray by notions of a good time not consistent with the reserved life led by her at Trippett's Mills. And Roberta herself, once having made this move and settled herself in this new atmosphere, apart from the fact that it gave her much greater freedom in connection with Clyde, was dubious as to her present course. Perhaps, she had moved hastily and in anger and might be sorry. Still, she had done it now, and it could not be helped, so she proposed to try it for a while. To salve her own conscience more than anything else, she at once wrote her mother and her sister a very plausible version of why she had been compelled to leave the Newtons. Grace had grown too possessive, domineering, and selfish. It had become unendurable. However, her mother need not worry. She was satisfactorily placed. She had a room to herself, and could now entertain Tom and Emily, or her mother, or Agnes, in case they should ever visit her here, and she would be able to introduce them to the Gilpins, whom she proceeded to describe. Nevertheless, her underlying thought in connection with all this, so far as Clyde and his great passion for her was concerned, and hers for him, was that she was indeed trifling with fire and perhaps social disgrace into the bargain. For, although consciously at this time she was scarcely willing to face the fact that this room, its geometric position in relation to the rest of the house, had been of the greatest import to her at the time she first saw it, yet subconsciously she knew it well enough. The course she was pursuing was dangerous, that she knew. And yet how, as she now so often asked herself at moments when she was confronted by some desire which ran counter to her sense of practicability and social morality, was she to do? End of Book 2, Chapter 19. Section 39 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 20. However, as Roberta and Clyde soon found, after several weeks in which they met here and there, such thoughts as could be conveniently reached by interurban lines, there were still drawbacks, and the principal of these related to the attitude of both Roberta and Clyde in regard to this room, and what, if any, use of it was to be made by them jointly. For in spite of the fact that thus far Clyde had never openly agreed with himself that his intentions in relation to Roberta were in any way different to those normally entertained by any youth toward any girl for whom he had a conventional social regard, still, now that she had moved into this room, there was that ineradicable and possibly censurable, yet very human and almost unescapable, desire for something more, the possibility of greater and greater intimacy with and control of Roberta, and her thoughts and actions and everything, so that in the end she would be entirely his. But how his? By way of marriage and the ordinary conventional and durable existence which thereafter must ordinarily ensue? He had never said so to himself thus far. For in flirting with her or any girl of a lesser social position than that of the Griffiths here, Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, for instance, he would not, and that largely due to the attitude of his newly found relatives and their very high position in the city, have deemed marriage advisable. And what would they think if they should come to know? For socially, as he saw himself now, if not before coming here, he was supposed to be above the type of Roberta, and should of course profit by that notion. Besides, there were all those that knew him here, at least to speak to. On the other hand, because of the very marked pull that her temperament had for him, He had not been able to say for the time being that she was not worthy of him, or that he might not be happy in case it were possible or advisable for him to marry her. And there was another thing now that tended to complicate matters, and that was that fall, with its chilling winds and frosty nights, was drawing near. Already it was near October 1st, and most of those out-of-door resorts which, up to the middle of September at least, had provided diversion, and that at a fairly safe distance from Lycurgus, were already closed for the season. And dancing, except in the halls of the nearby cities, and which, because of a mood of hers in regard to them, were unacceptable, was also for the time being done away with. As for the churches, moving pictures, and restaurants of Lycurgus, how, under the circumstances, due to Clyde's position here, could they be seen in them? They could not, as both reasoned between them. And so now, while her movements were unrestrained, there was no place to go unless by some readjustment of their relations he might be permitted to call on her at the Gilpins. But that, as he knew, she would not think of, and, at first, neither had he the courage to suggest it. However, they were at a street end one early October night about 6 weeks after she had moved to her new room. The stars were sharp, the air cool, the leaves were beginning to turn. Roberta had returned to a 3/4 green and cream striped winter coat that she wore at this season of the year. Her hat was brown, trimmed with brown leather, and of a design that became her. There had been kisses over and over, that same fever that had been dominating them continuously since first they met, only more pronounced, if anything. "It's getting cold, isn't it?" It was Clyde who spoke, and it was 11 o'clock and chill. "Yes, I should say it is. I'll soon have to get a heavier coat." "I don't see how we are to do from now on, do you? There's no place to go any more much, and it won't be very pleasant walking the streets this way every night. You don't suppose we could fix it so I could call on you at the Gilpins once in a while, do you? It isn't the same there now as it was at the Newtons." "Oh, I know, but they use their sitting room every night nearly until 10:30 or 11. And besides, their 2 girls are in and out all hours up to 12 anyhow, and they're in there often. I don't see how I can. Besides, I thought you said that you didn't want to have anyone see you with me that way, and if you came there I couldn't help introducing you." "Oh, but I don't mean just that way," replied Clyde audaciously, and yet with the feeling that Roberta was much too squeamish, and that it was high time she was taking a somewhat more liberal attitude toward him if she cared for him as much as she appeared to. "Why wouldn't it be all right for me to stop in for a little while? They wouldn't need to know, would they?" He took out his watch and discovered with the aid of a match that it was 11:30. He showed the time to her. "There wouldn't be anybody there now, would there?" She shook her head in opposition. The thought not only terrified but sickened her. Clyde was getting very bold to even suggest anything like that. Besides, this suggestion embodied in itself all the secret fears and compelling moods which hitherto, although actual in herself, she was still unwilling to face. There was something sinful, low, dreadful about it. She would not. That was one thing sure. At the same time within her was that overmastering urge of repressed and feared desire now knocking loudly for recognition. No, I can't let you do that. It wouldn't be right. I don't want to. Someone might see us. Somebody might know you." For the moment the moral repulsion was so great that unconsciously she endeavored to relinquish herself from his embrace. Clyde sensed how deep was this sudden revolt. All the more was he flagellated by the desire for possession of that which now he half feared to be unobtainable. A dozen seductive excuses sprang to his lips. "Oh, who would be likely to see us anyhow at this time of night? There isn't anyone around. Why shouldn't we go there for a few minutes if we want to? No one would be likely to hear us. We needn't talk so loud. There isn't anyone on the street, even. Let's walk by the house and see if anybody is up." Since hitherto she had not permitted him to come within half a block of the house, her protest was not only nervous but vigorous. Nevertheless, on this occasion Clyde was proving a little rebellious, and Roberta, standing somewhat in awe of him as her superior, as well as her lover, was unable to prevent their walking within a few feet of the house where they stopped. Except for a barking dog, there was not a sound to be heard anywhere, and in the house no light was visible. "See, there's no one up," protested Clyde reassuringly. "Why shouldn't we go in for a little while if we want to? Who will know? We needn't make any noise. Besides, what is wrong with it? Other people do it. It isn't such a terrible thing for a girl to take a fellow to her room if she wants to, for a little while." "Oh, isn't it? Well, maybe not in your set, but I know what's right, and I don't think that's right, and I won't do it." At once, as she said this, Roberta's heart gave a pained and weakening throb, for in saying so much she had exhibited more individuality and defiance than ever he had seen, or that she fancied herself capable of in connection with him. It terrified her not a little. Perhaps he would not like her so much now if she were going to talk like that. His mood darkened immediately. Why did she want to act so? She was too cautious, too afraid of anything that spelled a little life or pleasure. Other girls were not like that. Rita, those girls at the factory. She pretended to love him. She did not object to his holding her in his arms or kissing her under a tree at the end of the street. But when it came to anything slightly more private or intimate, she could not bring herself to agree. What kind of girl was she, anyhow? What was the use of pursuing her? Was this to be another case of Hortense Briggs with all her wiles and evasions? Of course, Roberta was in no wise like her, but she was still so stubborn. Although she could not see his face, she knew he was angry, and quite for the first time in this way. "All right, then. If you don't want to, you don't have to," came his words, and with decidedly a cold ring to them. "There are other places I can go. I notice you never want to do anything I want to do, though. I'd like to know how you think we're to do. We can't walk the streets every night." His tone was gloomy and foreboding, more contentious and bitter than at any time ever between them, and his references to other places shocked and frightened Roberta, so much so that instantly almost her own mood changed. Those other girls in his own world that no doubt he saw from time to time, those other girls at the factory who were always trying to make eyes at him. She had seen them trying, and often. That Ruza Nikiforich, as coarse as she was, but pretty too. And that Flora Brandt, and Martha Bordeleau. Ugh! To think that anyone as nice as he should be pursued by such wretches as those. However, because of that, she was fearful lest he would think her too difficult, someone without the experience or daring to which he, in his superior world, was accustomed, and so turn to one of those. Then she would lose him. The thought terrified her. Immediately from one of defiance, her attitude changed to one of pleading persuasion. "Oh, please, Clyde, don't be mad with me now, will you? You know that I would if I could. I can't do anything like that here. Can't you see? You know that. Why, they'd be sure to find out. And how would you feel if someone were to see us or recognize you?" In a pleading way, she put one hand on his arm, and then about his waist, and he could feel that, in spite of her sharp opposition to the moment before, she was very much concerned, painfully so. "Please don't ask me to," she added in a begging tone. "Well, what did you want to leave the Newtons for, then?" he asked sullenly. "I can't see where else we can go if you won't let me come to see you once in a while. We can't go to any place else." The thought gave Roberta pause. Plainly, this relationship was not to be held within conventional lines. At the same time, she did not see how she could possibly comply. It was too unconventional, too unmoral, bad. "I thought we took it," she said weakly and placatively, "just so that we could go places on Saturday and Sunday." "But where can we go Saturday and Sunday now? Everything's closed." Again, Roberta was checked by these unanswerable complexities which beleaguered them both, and she exclaimed futilely, "Oh, I wish I knew what to do." "Oh, it would be easy enough if you wanted to do it, but that's always the way with you. You don't want to." She stood there, the night wind shaking the drying, whispering leaves. Distinctly the problem in connection with him that she had been fearing this long while was upon her. Could she possibly, with all the right instruction that she had had, now do as he suggested? She was pulled and swayed by contending forces within herself, strong and urgent in either case. In the one instance, however painful it was to her moral and social mood, she was moved to comply. In another, to reject once and for all any such, as she saw it, bold and unnatural suggestion. Nevertheless, in spite of the latter, and because of her compelling affection, she could not do other than deal tenderly and pleadingly with him. "I can't, Clyde, I can't. I would if I could, but I can't. It wouldn't be right. I would if I could make myself, but I can't." She looked up into his face, a pale oval in the dark, trying to see if he would not see, sympathize, be moved in her favor. However, irritated by this plainly definite refusal, he was not now to be moved. All this, as he saw it, smacked of that long series of defeats which had accompanied his attentions to Hortense Briggs. He was not going to stand for anything now like that, you bet. If this was the way she was going to act, well, let her act so, but not with him. He could get plenty of girls now, lots of them, who would treat him better than this. At once, and with an irritated shrug of the shoulders, as she now saw, he turned and started to leave her, saying as he did so, "Oh, that's all right, if that's the way you feel about it." And Roberta, dumbfounded and terrified, stood there. "Please don't go, Clyde. Please don't leave me," she exclaimed suddenly and pathetically, her defiance and courage undergoing a deep and sad change. "I don't want you to. I love you so, Clyde. I would if I could. You know that." "Oh, yes, I know, but you needn't tell me that." It was his experience with Hortense and Rita that was prompting him to this attitude. With a twist, he released his body from her arm and started walking briskly down the street in the dark. And Roberta, stricken by this sudden development which was so painful to both, called, "Clyde!" and then ran after him a little way, eager that he should pause and let her plead with him more. But he did not return. Instead, he went briskly on. And for the moment it was all she could do to keep from following him, and by sheer force, if need be, restrain him. Her Clyde! And she started running in his direction a little, but as suddenly stopped, checked for the moment by the begging, pleading, compromising attitude in which she, for the first time, found herself. For on the one hand, all her conventional training was now urging her to stand firm, not to belittle herself in this way, whereas on the other, all her desires for love, understanding, companionship, urged her to run after him before it was too late and he was gone. His beautiful face, his beautiful hands, his eyes, and still the receding echo of his feet. And yet so binding were the conventions which had been urged upon her up to this time, that, though suffering horribly, a balance between the two forces was struck, and she paused, feeling that she could neither go forward nor stand still, understand or endure this sudden rift in their wonderful friendship. Pain constricted her heart and whitened her lips. She stood there numb and silent, unable to voice anything, even the name Clyde, which persistently arose as a call in her throat. Instead, she was merely thinking, "Oh, Clyde, please don't go, Clyde. Oh, please don't go." And he was already out of hearing, walking briskly and grimly on, the click and echo of his receding steps falling less and less clearly on her suffering ears. It was the first flashing, blinding, bleeding stab of love for her. End of Book 2, Chapter 20. Section 40 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 21. The state of Roberta's mind for that night is not easily to be described. For here was true and poignant love, and in youth true and poignant love is difficult to withstand. Besides, it was coupled with the most stirring and grandiose illusions in regard to Clyde's local material and social condition, illusions which had little to do with anything he had done to build up, but were based rather on conjecture and gossip over which he had no control. And her own home, as well as her personal situation, was so unfortunate. No promise of any kind, save in his direction. And here she was quarreling with him, sending him away angry. On the other hand, was he not beginning to push too ardently toward those troublesome and no doubt dreadful liberties and familiarities, which her morally trained conscience would not permit her to look upon as right? How was she to do now? What to say? Now it was that she said to herself in the dark of her room, after having slowly and thoughtfully undressed and noiselessly crept into the large old-fashioned bed, "No, I won't do that. I mustn't. I can't. I will be a bad girl if I do. I should not do that for him, even though he does want me to, and should threaten to leave me forever in case I refuse. He should be ashamed to ask me." And at the very same moment, or the next, she would be asking herself what else under the circumstances they were to do. For most certainly Clyde was at least partially correct in his contention that they had scarcely anywhere else they could go and not be recognized. How unfair was that rule of the company? And no doubt, apart from that rule, the Griffiths would think it beneath him to be troubling with her, as would, no doubt, the Newtons, and the Gilpins, for that matter, if they should hear and know who he was. And if this information came to their knowledge, it would injure him and her. And she would not do anything that would injure him. Never. One thing that occurred to her at this point was that she should get a place somewhere else, so that this problem would be solved, a problem which at the moment seemed to have little to do with the more immediate and intimate one of desiring to enter her room. But that would mean that she would not see him any more all day long, only at night, and then not every night by any means, and that caused her to lay aside this thought of seeking another place. At the same time, as she now meditated, the dawn would come tomorrow, and there would be Clyde at the factory. And supposing that he should not speak to her, nor she to him? Impossible! Ridiculous! Terrible! The mere thought brought her to a sitting posture in bed, where distractedly a vision of Clyde looking indifferently and coldly upon her came to her. On the instant she was on her feet and had turned on the one incandescent globe which dangled from the center of the room. She went to the mirror hanging above the old walnut dresser in the corner and stared at herself. Already she imagined she could see dark rings under her eyes. She felt numb and cold, and now shook her head in a helpless and distracted way. He couldn't be that mean. He couldn't be that cruel to her now, could he? Oh, if he but knew how difficult, How impossible was the thing he was asking of her. If the day would only come so that she could see his face again. Oh, if it were only another night so that she could take his hands in hers, his arm, feel his arms about her. "Clyde, Clyde," she exclaimed half aloud. "You wouldn't do that to me, would you? You couldn't." She crossed to an old, faded, and somewhat decrepit overstuffed chair which stood in the center of the room beside a small table whereupon lay some nondescript books and magazines, the Saturday Evening Post, Munsey's, the Popular Science Monthly, BB's Garden Seeds, and to escape most distracting and searing thoughts, sat down, placed her chin in her hands, and her elbows planted on her knees. But the painful thoughts continuing, and a sense of chill overtaking her, she took a comforter off the bed and folded it about her, then opened the seed catalogue, only to throw it down. No, 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 he couldn't do that to me. He wouldn't. She must not let him. Why, he had told her over and over that he was crazy about her, madly in love with her. They had been to all these wonderful places together. And now, without any real consciousness of her movements, she was moving from the chair to the edge of the bed, sitting with elbows on knees and chin in hands, or she was before the mirror or peering restlessly out into the dark to see if there was any trace of day. And at 6 and 6:30, when the light was just breaking and it was nearing time to dress, she was still up, in the chair, on the edge of the bed, in the corner before the mirror. But she had reached but one definite conclusion, and that was that in some way she must arrange not to have Clyde leave her. That must not be. There must be something that she could say or do that would cause him to love her still, even if she must let him stop in here or somewhere from time to time, some other room in some other rooming house, maybe, where she could arrange in some way beforehand, say that he was her brother or something. But the mood that dominated Clyde was of a different nature. To have understood it correctly, the full measure and obstinacy and sullen contentiousness that had suddenly generated, one would have had to return to Kansas City and the period in which he had been so futilely dancing attendance upon Hortense Briggs. Also his having been compelled to give up Rita, yet to no end. For although the present conditions and situation were different, and he had no moral authority wherewith to change Roberta with any such unfair treatment as Hortense had meted out to him, still there was this other fact that girls, all of them, were obviously stubborn and self-preservative, always setting themselves apart from and even above the average man, and so wishing to compel him to do a lot of things for them without their wishing to do anything in return. And had not Roberta always told him that insofar as girls were concerned, he was more or less of a fool, too easy, too eager to show his hand and let them know that he was struck on them. Whereas, as Roberta had explained, Clyde possessed the looks, the goods, and why should he always be trailing after girls unless they wanted him very much? And this thought and compliment had impressed him very much at that time. Only because of the fiascos in connection with Hortense and Rita he was more earnest now. Yet here he was again in danger of repeating or bringing upon himself what had befallen him in the case of Hortense and Rita. At the same time, he was not without the self-incriminating thought that in seeking this, most distinctly he was driving toward a relationship which was not legitimate and that would prove dangerous in the future. For, as he now darkly and vaguely thought, if he sought a relationship which her prejudices and her training would not permit her to look upon as anything but evil, was he not thereby establishing in some form a claim on her part to some consideration from him in the future which it might not be so easy for him to ignore? For after all, he was the aggressor, not she. And because of this, and whatever might follow in connection with it, might not she be in a position to demand more from him than he might be willing to give? For was it his intention to marry her? In the back of his mind there lurked something which even now assured him that he would never desire to marry her, could not in the face of high family connections here. Therefore, should he proceed to demand, or should he not? And if he did, could he avoid that which would preclude any claim in the future? He did not thus so distinctly voice his inmost feelings to himself, but relatively of such was their nature. Yet so great was the temperamental and physical enticement of Roberta, that in spite of a warning nudge or mood that seemed to hint that it was dangerous for him to persist in his demand, he kept saying to himself that unless she would permit him to her room, he would not have anything more to do with her, the desire for her being all but overpowering. This contest which every primary union between the sexes, whether with or without marriage implies, was fought out the next day in the factory, and yet without a word on either side. For Clyde, although he considered himself to be deeply in love with Roberta, was still not so deeply involved but that a naturally selfish and ambitious and seeking disposition would in this instant stand its ground and master any impulse. And he was determined to take the attitude of one who had been injured, and was determined not to be friends any more, or yield in any way unless some concession on her part, such as would appease him, was made. And in consequence, he came into the stamping department that morning with the face and air of one who was vastly preoccupied with matters which had little, if anything, to do with what had occurred the night before. Yet, being far from certain that this attitude on his part was likely to lead to anything but defeat, he was inwardly depressed and awry. For after all, the sight of Roberta, freshly arrived, and although pale and distrait, as charming and energetic as ever, was not calculated to assure him of any immediate or even ultimate victory. And knowing her as well as he thought he did, by now, he was but weakly sustained by the thought that she might yield. He looked at her repeatedly when she was not looking, and when in turn she looked at him repeatedly, but only at first when he was not looking, later when she felt satisfied that his eyes, whether directly bent on her or not, must be encompassing her, still no trace of recognition could she extract. And now, to her bitter disappointment, not only did he choose to ignore her, but quite for the first time since they had been so interested in each other, he professed to pay, if not exactly conspicuous, at least noticeable and intentional attention to those other girls who were always so interested in him, and who always, as she had been constantly imagining, were but waiting for any slight overture on his part, to yield themselves to him in any way that he might dictate. Now he was looking over the shoulder of Ruza Nikiforovich, her plump face with its snub nose and weak chin turned engagingly toward him, and he commenting on something not particularly connected with the work in hand, apparently, for both were idly smiling. Again, in a little while, he was by the side of Martha Bourdaloue, her plump French shoulders and arms bare to the pits next to his. And for all her fleshly solidity and decidedly foreign flavor, there was still enough about her which most men would like. And with her, Clyde was attempting to jest, too. And later it was Flora Brant, the very sensuous and not unpleasing American girl whom Roberta had seen Clyde cultivating from time to time. Yet even so, she had never been willing to believe that he might become interested in any of these. Not Clyde, surely. And yet he could not see her at all now, could not find time to say a single word, although all these pleasant words and gay looks for all these others. Oh, how bitter! Oh, how cruel! And how utterly she despised those other girls with their oglings and their open attempts to take him from her. Oh, how terrible! Surely he must be very opposed to her now. Otherwise he would not do this, and especially after all that had been between them, the love, the kisses. The hours dragged for both, and with as much poignance for Clyde as for Roberta. For his was a feverish, urgent disposition where his dreams were concerned, and could ill brook the delay or disappointments that are the chief and outstanding characteristics of the ambitions of men, whatever their nature. He was tortured hourly by the thought that he was to lose Roberta, or that to win her back he would have to succumb to her wishes. And on her part she was torn, not so much by the question as to whether she would have to yield in this matter, for by now that was almost the least of her worries, but whether, once so yielding, Clyde would be satisfied with just some form of guarded social contact in the room, or not, and so continue on the strength of that to be friends with her. For more than this she would not grant. Never. And yet, the suspense, the misery of his indifference, she could scarcely endure it from minute to minute, let alone from hour to hour, and finally, in an agony of dissatisfaction with herself at having brought all this on herself, she retired to the rest-room at about 3 p.m, and there, with the aid of a piece of paper found on the floor, and a small bit of pencil which she had, she composed a brief note. "Please, Clyde, don't be mad at me, will you? Please don't. Please look at me and speak to me, won't you? I'm so sorry about last night. Really I am. Terribly. And I must see you tonight at the end of Elm Street at 8:30, if you can, will you? I have something to tell you. Please do come. And please do look at me and tell me you will, even though you are angry. You won't be sorry. I love you so. You know I do. Your sorrowful, Roberta." And in the spirit of one who is in agonized search for an opiate, she folded up the paper, and returning to the room, drew close to Clyde's desk. He was before it at the time, bent over some slips, and quickly as she passed, she dropped the paper between his hands. He looked up instantly, his dark eyes still hard at the moment with the mingled pain and unrest and dissatisfaction and determination that had been upon him all day, and noting Roberta's retreating figure as well as the note, he at once relaxed, a wave of puzzled satisfaction as well as delight instantly filling them. He opened it and read, and instantly his body was suffused with a warm and yet very weakening ray. And Roberta, in turn, having reached her table and paused to note if by any chance anyone had observed her, now looked cautiously about, a strained and nervous look in her eyes. But seeing Clyde looking directly at her, his eyes filled with a conquering and yet yielding light and a smile upon his lips, and his head nodding a happy assent, she has suddenly experienced a dizzying sensation, as though her hitherto constricted blood, detained by a constricted heart and constricted nerves, were as suddenly set free, and all the dry marshes and cracked and parched banks of her soul, the dry rivulets and streams and lakes of misery that seemed to dot her being, were as instantly flooded with this rich upswelling force of life and love. He would meet her. They would meet tonight. He would put his arm around her and kiss her as before. She would be able to look in his eyes. They would not quarrel any more. Oh, never, if she could help it. End of Book 2, Chapter 21.
Section 41 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 22. The wonder and delight of a new and more intimate form of contact, of protest gainsaid, of scruples overcome, days when both, having struggled in vain against the greater intimacy which each knew that the other was desirous of yielding to, and eventually so yielding, looked forward to the approaching night with an eagerness which was as a fever embodying a fear. For with what qualms, what protests on the part of Roberta, what determination, yet not without a sense of evil, seduction, betrayal, on the part of Clyde. Yet the thing once done, a wild convulsive pleasure motivating both. Yet not without, before all this, an exaction on the part of Roberta to the effect that never, come what might, the natural consequences of so wild an intimacy strong in her thoughts, would he desert her, since without his aid she would be helpless. Yet with no direct statement as to marriage. And he, so completely overcome and swayed by his desire, thoughtlessly protesting that he never would. Never. She might depend on that, at least, although even then there was no thought in his mind of marriage. He would not do that. Yet nights and nights, all scruples for the time being abandoned, and however much by day Roberta might brood and condemn herself, when each yielded to the other completely, and dreamed thereafter, recklessly and wildly, of the joy of it, wishing from day to day for the time being that the long day might end, that the concealing, rewarding, feverish night were at hand. And Clyde feeling, and not unlike Roberta, who was firmly and even painfully convinced of it, that this was sin, deadly, mortal, since both his mother and father had so often emphasized that the seducer, adulterer, who prays outside the sacred precincts of marriage, and Roberta, peering nervously into the blank future, wondering what, how, in any case, by any chance, Clyde should change or fail her. Yet the night returning, her mood once more veering, and she as well as he hurrying to meet somewhere, only later, in the silence of middle night, to slip into this unlighted room which was proving so much more of a paradise than either might ever know again, so wild and unrecapturable is the fever of youth. And at times, and despite all his other doubts and fears, Clyde, because of this sudden abandonment by Roberta of herself to his desires, feeling for the first time, really, in all his feverish years, that at last he was a man of the world, one who was truly beginning to know women, and so taking himself an air or manner that said as plainly as might have any words, "Behold, I am no longer the inexperienced, neglected simpleton of but a few weeks ago, but an individual of import now, someone who knows something about life. What have any of these strutting young men and gay, coaxing, flirting girls all about me that I have not? And if I chose, were less loyal than I am, what might I not do?" And this was proving to him that the notion which Hortense Briggs, to say nothing of the more recent fiasco in connection with Rita, had tended to build up in his mind, i.e., that he was either unsuccessful or ill-fated where girls were concerned, was false. He was, after all, and despite various failures and inhibitions, a youth of the Don Juan or Lothario stripe. And if now Roberta was obviously willing to sacrifice herself for him in this fashion, must there not be others? And this, in spite of the present indifference of the Griffiths, caused him to walk with even more of an air than had hitherto characterized him. Even though neither they nor any of those connected with them recognized him, still he looked at himself in his mirror from time to time with an assurance and admiration which before this he had never possessed. For now Roberta, feeling that her future was really dependent on his will and whim, had set herself to flatter him almost constantly, to be as obliging and convenient to him as possible.
Indeed, according to her notion of the proper order of life, she was now his and his only, as much as any wife is ever to a husband, to do with as he wished. And for a time, therefore, Clyde forgot his rather neglected state here, and was content to devote himself to her without thinking much of the future. The one thing that did trouble him at times was the thought that, possibly, in connection with the original fears she had expressed to him, something might go wrong, which, considering her exclusive devotion to him, might prove embarrassing. At the same time, he did not trouble to speculate too deeply as to that. He had Roberta now. These relations, insofar as either of them could see or guess, were a dark secret. The pleasures of this left-handed honeymoon were at full tide, and the remaining brisk and often sunshiny and warm November and first December days passed, as in a dream really, an ecstatic paradise of sorts in the very center of a humdrum, conventional, and petty and underpaid workaday world. In the meantime, the Griffiths had been away from the city since the middle of June, and ever since their departure, Clyde had been meditating upon them and all they represented in his life and that of the city. Their great house closed and silent, except for gardeners and an occasional chauffeur or servant visible as he walked from time to time past the place, was the same as a shrine to him, nearly, the symbol of that height to which by some turn of fate he might still hope to attain. For he had never quite been able to expel from his mind the thought that his future must in some way be identified with the grandeur that was here laid out before him. Yet so far as the movements of the Griffiths family and their social peers outside Lycurgus were concerned, he knew little other than that which from time to time he had read in the society columns of the two local papers, which almost obsequiously pictured the comings and goings of all those who were connected with the more important families of the city. At times, after reading these accounts, he had pictured to himself, even when he was off somewhere with Roberta at some unheralded resort, Gilbert Griffiths racing in his big car, Bella, Bertine, and Sondra dancing, canoeing in the moonlight, playing tennis, riding at some of the smart resorts where they were reported to be. The thing had had a bite and ache for him that was almost unendurable, and had lit up for him at times, and with overwhelming clarity, this connection of his with Roberta. For after all, who was she? A factory girl, the daughter of parents who lived and worked on a farm, and one who was compelled to work for her own living. Whereas he, if fortune would but favor him a little, was this to be the end of all his dreams in connection with his prospective superior life here? So it was that at moments and in his darker moods, and especially after she had abandoned herself to him, his thoughts ran. She was not of his station, really, at least not of that of the Griffiths, to which he still most eagerly aspired. Yet at the same time, whatever the mood generated by such items as he read in the Star, he would still return to Roberta, picturing her, since the other mood which had drawn him to her had by no means palled as yet, as delightful, precious, exceedingly worthwhile from the point of view of beauty, pleasure, sweetness, the attributes and charms which best identify any object of delight. But the Griffiths and their friends having returned to the city, and Lycurgus once more taken on that brisk, industrial, and social mood which invariably characterized it for at least 7 months in the year, he was again, and even more vigorously than before, intrigued by it. The beauty of the various houses along Waikiki Avenue and its immediate tributaries, the unusual and intriguing sense of involvement and life there so much in evidence. Oh, if he were but of it. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. Section 42 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 23. And then, one November evening, as Clyde was walking along Waikiki Avenue, just west of Central, a portion of the locally celebrated avenue which, ever since he had moved to Mrs. Peyton's, he was accustomed to traverse to and from his work, one thing did occur, which insofar as he and the Griffiths were concerned, was destined to bring about a chain of events which none of them could possibly have foreseen. At the time there was in his heart and mind that singing which is the inheritance of youth and ambition, and which the dying of the old year, instead of depressing, seemed but to emphasize. He had a good position. He was respected here. Over and above his room and board, he had not less than $15 a week to spend on himself and Roberta, an income which, while it had not paralleled that which had been derived from the Green Davidson or the Union League, was still not so involved with family miseries in the one place or personal loneliness in the other. And he had Roberta secretly devoted to him. And the Griffiths, thank goodness, did not and should not know anything of that, though just how in case of a difficulty it was to be avoided, he was not even troubling to think. His was a disposition which did not tend to load itself with more than the most immediate cares. And although the Griffiths and their friends had not chosen to recognize him socially, still more and more all others who were not connected with local society, and who knew of him, did. Only this very day, because the spring before he had been made a room chief, perhaps, and Samuel Griffiths had recently paused and talked with him, no less an important personage than Mr. Rudolph Smiley, one of the several active vice presidents, had asked him most cordially and casually whether he played golf, and if so, when spring came again, whether he might not be interested to join the Muskeg, one of the two really important golf clubs within half a dozen miles of the city. Now, what could that mean, if not that Mr. Smiley was beginning to see him as a social possibility, and that he, as well as many others about the factory, were becoming aware of him as someone who was of some importance to the Griffiths, if not the factory. This thought, together with one other, that once more after dinner he was to see Roberta and in her room as early as 11 o'clock, or even earlier, cheered him and caused him to step along most briskly and gaily. For, since having indulged in this secret adventure so many times, both were unconsciously becoming bolder. Not having been detected to date, they were of the notion that it was possible they might not be. Or if they were, Clyde might be introduced as her brother or cousin for the moment, anyhow, in order to avoid immediate scandal. Later, to avoid danger of comment or subsequent detection, as both had agreed after some discussion, Roberta might have to move to some other place where the routine was to be repeated. But that would be easy, or at least better than no freedom of contact. And with that, Roberta had been compelled to agree. However, on this occasion, there came a contact and an interruption which set his thoughts careening in an entirely different direction. Reaching the first of the more important houses of Waikiki Avenue, although he had not the slightest idea who lived there, he was gazing interestedly at the high wrought iron fence, as well as the kempt lawn within, dimly illuminated by street lamps, and upon the surface of which he could detect many heaps of freshly fallen brown leaves being shaken and rolled by a winnowing and gambolling wind. It was also starkly severe, placid, reserved, beautiful as he saw it, that he was quite stirred by the dignity and richness of it. And as he neared the central gate, above which 2 lights were burning, making a circle of light about it, a closed car of great size and solidity stopped directly in front of it, and the chauffeur stepping down and opening the door, Clyde instantly recognized Sondra Finchley leaning forward in the car. "Go around to the side entrance, David, and tell Miriam that I can't wait for her because I'm going over to the Trumbolls for dinner, but I'll be back by 9. If she's not there, leave this note and hurry, will you?" The voice and manner were of that imperious and yet pleasing mode which had so intrigued him the spring before. And at the same time, seeing, as she thought, Gilbert Griffiths approaching along the sidewalk, she called, "Oh, hello. Walking tonight? If you just want to wait a minute, you can ride out with me. I've just sent David in with a note. He won't be long." Now, Sondra Finchley, despite the fact that she was interested in Bella and the Griffiths' wealth and prestige in general, was by no means as well pleased with Gilbert. He had been indifferent to her in the beginning, when she had tried to cultivate him, and he had remained so. He had wounded her pride. And to her, who was overflowing with vanity and self-conceit, this was the last offense, and she could not forgive him. She could not and would not brook the slightest trace of ego in another, and most especially the vain, cold, self-centered person of Bella's brother. He had too fine of an opinion of himself, as she saw it, was one who was too bursting with vanity to be of service to anyone. That stick. It was so that she invariably thought of him. Who does he think he is, anyhow? He certainly does think he's a lot around here. You'd think he was a Rockefeller or a Morgan. And for my part, I can't see where he's a bit interesting, anymore. I like Bella. I think she's lovely. But that's smarty. I guess he would like to have a girl wait on him. Well, not for me. Such in the main were the comments made by Sondra upon such reported acts and words of Gilbert as were brought to her by others. And for his part, Gilbert, hearing of the gyrations, airs, and aspirations of Sondra from Bella from time to time, was accustomed to remark, "What, that little snip? Who does she think she is, anyhow? If ever there was a conceited little nut." However, so tightly were the social lines of Lycurgus drawn, so few the truly eligibles, that it was almost necessary and compulsory upon those in to make the best of such others as were in. And so it was that she now greeted Gilbert as she thought. And as she moved over slightly from the door to make room for him, Clyde, almost petrified by this unexpected recognition, and quite shaken out of his pose and self-contemplation, not being sure whether he had heard aright, now approached, his manner the epitome almost of a self-ingratiating and somewhat affectionate and wistful dog of high breeding and fine temperament. "Oh, good evening. he exclaimed, removing his cap and bowing. "How are you?" While his mind was registering that this truly was the beautiful, the exquisite Sondra whom months before he had met at his uncle's, and concerning whose social activities during the preceding summer he had been reading in the papers. And now here she was as lovely as ever, seated in this beautiful car and addressing him, apparently. However, Sondra on the instant, realizing that she had made a mistake and that it was not Gilbert, was quite embarrassed and uncertain for the moment just how to extricate herself from a situation which was a bit ticklish, to say the least. "Oh, pardon me, you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths. I see now. It's quite my mistake. I thought you were Gilbert. I couldn't quite make you out in the light." She had for the moment an embarrassed and fidgety and halting manner, which Clyde noticed, and which he saw implied that she had made a mistake that was not entirely flattering to him nor satisfactory to her, and this in turn caused him to become confused and anxious to retire. "Oh, pardon me, but that's all right. I didn't mean to intrude. I thought—" He flushed and stepped back, really troubled. But now Sondra, seeing at once that Clyde was, if anything, much more attractive than his cousin and far more diffident, and obviously greatly impressed by her charms as well as her social state, unbent sufficiently to say with a charming smile, "But that's all right. Won't you get in, please, and let me take you where you're going? Oh, I wish you would. I would be so glad to take you." For there was that in Clyde's manner the instant he learned that it was due to a mistake that he had been recognized, which caused even her to understand that he was hurt, abashed, and disappointed. His eyes took on a hurt look, and there was a wavering, apologetic, sorrowful smile playing about his lips. "Why, yes, of course," he said jerkily. "That is, if you want me to. I understand how it was. That's all right. But you needn't mind, if you don't wish to. I thought—" He had half turned to go, but was so drawn by her that he could scarcely tear himself away before she repeated, "Oh, do come get in, Mr. Griffiths. I'll be so glad if you will. It won't take David a moment to take you wherever you are going, I'm sure. And I am sorry about the other, I really am. I didn't mean, that just because you weren't Gilbert Griffiths." He paused, and in a bewildered manner stepped forward and entering the car, slipped into the seat beside her. And she, interested by his personality, at once again began to look at him, feeling glad that it was he now instead of Gilbert. In order the better to see and again reveal her interesting charms, as she saw them, to Clyde, she now switched on the roof light. And the chauffeur returning, she asked Clyde where he wished to go, an address which he gave reluctantly enough since it was so different from the street in which she resided. As the car sped on, he was animated by a feverish desire to make some use of this brief occasion which might cause her to think favorably of him. Perhaps, who knows, lead to some faint desire on her part to contact him again at some time or other. He was so truly eager to be of her world. "It's certainly nice of you to take me up this way." He now turned to her and observed, smiling. "I didn't think it was my cousin you meant, or I wouldn't have come up as I did." "Oh, that's all right. Don't mention it," replied Sondra archly, with a kind of sickly sweetness in her voice. Her original impression of him, as she now felt, had been by no means so vivid. "It's my mistake, not yours. But I'm glad I made it now, anyhow," she added most definitely and with an engaging smile. "I think I'd rather pick you up than I would Gil, anyhow. We don't get along any too well, he and I. We quarrel a lot whenever we do meet anywhere." She smiled, having completely recovered from her momentary embarrassment, and now leaned back after the best princess fashion, her glance examining Clyde's very regular features with interest. He had such soft, smiling eyes, she thought. And after all, as she now reasoned, he was Bella's and Gilbert's cousin, and looked prosperous. "Well, that's too bad," he said stiffly, and with a very awkward and weak attempt at being self-confident and even high-spirited in her presence. "Oh, it doesn't amount to anything, really. We just quarrel, that's all, once in a while." She saw that he was nervous and bashful, and decidedly unresourceful in her presence, and it pleased her to think that she could thus befuddle and embarrass him so much. "Are you still working for your uncle?" "Oh, yes," replied Clyde quickly, as though it would make an enormous difference to her if he were not. "I have charge of a department over there now." "Oh, really? I didn't know. I haven't seen you at all since that one time, You don't get time to go out much, I suppose." She looked at him wisely, as much as to say, "Your relatives aren't so very interested in you." But really liking him now, she said instead, "You have been in the city all summer, I suppose?" "Oh, yes," replied Clyde quite simply and winningly. "I have to be, It's the work that keeps me here. But I've seen your name in the papers often and read about your riding and tennis contests, and I saw you in that flower parade last June, too. I certainly thought you looked beautiful, like an angel almost." There was an admiring, pleading light in his eyes which now quite charmed her. What a pleasing young man, so different to Gilbert. And to think he should be so plainly and hopelessly smitten when she could take no more than a passing interest in him. It made her feel sorry a little, and hence kindly toward him. Besides, what would Gilbert think if only he knew that his cousin was so completely reduced by her? How angry he would be, he who so plainly thought her a snip. It would serve him just right if Clyde were taken up by someone and made more of than he, Gilbert, could ever hope to be. The thought had a most pleasing tang for her. However, at this point, unfortunately, the car turned in before Mrs. Peyton's door and stopped. The adventure for Clyde and for her was seemingly over. "That's awfully nice of you to say that. I won't forget that." She smiled archly as, the chauffeur opening the door, Clyde stepped down, his own nerves taut because of the grandeur and import of this encounter. "So this is where you live. Do you expect to be in Lycurgus all winter?" "Oh, yes, I'm quite sure of it. I hope to be anyhow," he added quite yearningly, his eyes expressing the meaning completely. "Well, perhaps then I'll see you again somewhere, sometime. I hope so, anyhow." She nodded and gave him her fingers and the most fetching and wreathy of smiles, and he, eager to the point of folly, added, "Oh, so do I." "Good night, good night," she called as the car sprang away, and Clyde, looking at it, wondered if he would ever see her again so closely and intimately as here. To think that he should have met her again in this way. And she had proved so very different from that first time when, as he distinctly recalled, she took no interest in him at all. He turned hopefully and a little wistfully toward his own door. And Sondra, why was it, she pondered as the motor car sped on his way, that the Griffiths were apparently not much interested in him? End of Book 2, Chapter 23. Section 43 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana. Book 2, Chapter 24. The effect of this so casual contact was really disrupting in more senses than one. For now, in spite of his comfort in and satisfaction with Roberta, once more and in this positive and to him entrancing way, was posed the whole question of his social possibilities here. And that, strangely enough, by the one girl of this upper level who had most materialized and magnified for him the meaning of that upper level itself, the beautiful Sondra Finchley, her lovely face, smart clothes, gay and superior demeanor. If only at the time he had first encountered her he had managed to interest her. Or could now. The fact that his relations with Roberta were what they were now was not of sufficient import or weight to offset the temperamental or imaginative pull of such a girl as Sondra, and all that she represented. Just to think, the Wimblinger Finchley Electric Sweeper Company was one of the largest manufacturing concerns here. Its tall walls and stacks were a part of the striking skyline across the Mohawk, and the Finchley residence in Waikiki Avenue, near that of the Griffiths, was one of the most impressive among that distinguished row of houses, which had come with the latest and most discriminating architectural taste here. Italian Renaissance, cream-hued marble, and Dutchess County sandstone combined. And the Finchleys were among the most discussed of families here. Ah, to know this perfect girl more intimately, to be looked upon her with favor, made, by reason of that favor, a part of the fine world to which she belonged. Was he not a Griffiths? As good-looking as Gilbert Griffiths any day? And as attractive, if he only had as much money, or a part of it even. To be able to dress in the Gilbert Griffiths fashion, to ride around in one of the handsome cars he sported. Then, you bet, a girl like this would be delighted to notice him. Mayhap, who knows, even fall in love with him. An Oscar in the tray of glasses. But now, as he gloomily thought, he could only hope, hope, hope. The devil! He would not go around to Roberta's this evening. He would trump up some excuse. Tell her in the morning that he had been called upon by his uncle or cousin to do some work. He could not and would not go, feeling as he did just now. So much for the effect of wealth, beauty, the peculiar social state to which he most aspired, on a temperament that was as fluid and unstable as water. On the other hand, later, thinking over her contact with Clyde, Sondra was definitely taken with what may only be described as his charm for her, all the more definite in this case, since it represented a direct opposite to all that his cousin offered by way of offense. His clothes and his manner, as well as a remark he had dropped, to the effect that he was connected with the company in some official capacity, seemed to indicate that he might be better placed than she had imagined. Yet she also recalled, that although she had been about with Bella all summer and had encountered Gilbert, Myra, and their parents from time to time, there had never been a word about Clyde. Indeed, all the information she had gathered concerning him was that originally furnished by Mrs. Griffiths, who had said that he was a poor nephew whom her husband had brought on from the West in order to help in some way. Yet now, as she viewed Clyde on this occasion, he did not seem so utterly unimportant or poverty-stricken by any means. Quite interesting and rather smart and very attractive, and obviously anxious to be taken seriously by a girl like herself, as she could see. And this coming from Gilbert's cousin, a Griffiths, was flattering. Arriving at the Trumbolls, a family which centered about one Douglas Trumbull, a prosperous lawyer and widower and speculator of this region, who, by reason of his children, as well as his own good manners and legal subtlety, had managed to ingratiate himself into the best circles of Lycurgus society, she suddenly confided to Jill Trumbull, the elder of the lawyer's 2 daughters. "You know, I had a funny experience today," and she proceeded to relate all that had occurred in detail. Afterward at dinner, Jill having appeared to find it most fascinating, she again repeated it to Gertrude and Tracy, the younger daughter and only son of the Trumbull family. "Oh, yes," observed Tracy Trumbull, a law student in his father's office. "I've seen that fellow, I bet, 3 or 4 times on Central Avenue. He looks a lot like Gil, doesn't he? Only not so swagger. I've nodded to him 2 or 3 times this summer because I thought he was Gil for the moment." "Oh, I've seen him too," commented Gertrude Trumbull. "He wears a cap and a belted coat like Gilbert Griffiths sometimes, doesn't he? Arabella Stark pointed him out to me once, and then Jill and I saw him passing Stark's once on a Saturday afternoon. He is better looking than Gil, any day, I think." This confirmed Sondra in her own thoughts in regard to Clyde, and now she added, "Bertine Cranston and I met him one evening last spring at the Griffiths. We thought he was too bashful then, but I wish you could see him now. He's positively handsome, with the softest eyes and the nicest smile." "Oh, now, Sondra," commented Jill Trumbull, who, apart from Bertine and Bella, was as close to Sondra as any girl here, having been one of her classmates at the Snedeker School, "I know someone who would be jealous if he could hear you say that." "And wouldn't Gil Griffiths like to hear that his cousin's better looking than he is?" chimed in Tracy Trumbull. "Oh, say—" "Oh, he," sniffed Sondra irritably. "He thinks he's so much. I'll bet anything it's because of him that the Griffiths won't have anything to do with their cousin. I'm sure of it, now that I think of it. Bella would, of course, because I heard her say last spring that she thought he was good-looking. And Myra wouldn't do anything to hurt anybody. What a lark if some of us were to take him up some time and begin inviting him here and there, once in a while, you know, just for fun, to see how he would do, and how the Griffiths would take it. I know well enough it would be all right with Mr. Griffiths and Myra and Bella, but Gil, I'll bet, would be as peeved as anything. I couldn't do it myself very well because I'm so close to Bella, but I know who could, and they wouldn't say a thing." She paused, thinking of Bertine Cranston and how she disliked Gil and Mrs. Griffiths. "I wonder if he dances or rides or plays tennis or anything like that." She stopped and meditated amusedly, the while others studied her, and Jill Trumbull, a restless, eager girl like herself, without so much of her looks or flair, however, observed, "It would be a prank, wouldn't it? Do you suppose the Griffiths really would dislike it very much?" "What's the difference if they did?" went on Sondra. "They couldn't do anything more than ignore him, could they? And who would care about that, I'd like to know? Not the people who invited him." "Go on, you fellows, stir up a local scrap, will you?" put in Tracy Trumbull. "I'll bet anything that's what comes of it in the end. Gil Griffiths won't like it, you can gamble on that. I wouldn't if I were in his position. If you want to stir up a lot of feeling here, go to it, but I'll lay a bet that's what it comes to." Now Sondra Finchley's nature was of just such a turn that a thought of this kind was most appealing to her. However, as interesting as the idea was to her at the time, nothing definite might have come of it, had it not been that subsequent to this conversation, and several others held with Bertine Cranston, Jill Trumbull, Patricia Anthony, and Arabella Stark, the news of this adventure, together with some comments as to himself, finally came to the ears of Gilbert Griffiths, yet only via Constance Wynant, to whom, as local gossips would have it, he was prospectively engaged. And Constance, hoping that Gilbert would marry her eventually, was herself irritated by the report that Sondra had chosen to interest herself in Clyde, and then, for no sane reason, as she saw it, proclaimed that he was more attractive than Gilbert. So, as much to relieve herself as to lay some plan of avenging herself upon Sondra, if possible, she conveyed the whole matter in turn to Gilbert, who at once proceeded to make various cutting references to Clyde and Sondra, and these carried back to Sondra, along with certain embellishments by Constance, had the desired effect. It served to awaken in her the keenest desire for retaliation, for if she chose, she certainly could be nice to Clyde, and have others be nice to him too, and that would mean, perhaps, that Gilbert would find himself faced by a social rival of sorts, his own cousin, too, who, even though he was poor, might come to be liked better. What a lark! At the very same time, there came to her a way by which she might most easily introduce Clyde, and yet without seeming to do so, without any great harm to herself, if it did not terminate as she wished. For in Lycurgus, among the younger members of those smarter families whose children had been to the Snedeker school, existed a rather illusory and casual dinner and dance club called the Now and Then. It had no definite organization, officers, or abode. Anyone who, because of class and social connections, was eligible and chose to belong, could call a meeting of other members to give a dinner or dance or tea in their homes. And how simple, thought Sondra in browsing around for a suitable vehicle by which to introduce Clyde, if someone other than herself who belonged could be induced to get up something, and then at her suggestion invite Clyde. How easy, say, for Jill Trumbull to give a dinner and dance to the Now and Thens to which Clyde might be invited, and by this ruse, she would thus be able to see him again, and find out just how much he did interest her, and what he was like. Accordingly, a small dinner for this club and its friends was announced for the first Thursday in December, Jill Trumbull to be the hostess. To it were to be invited Sondra and her brother, Stuart, Tracy and Gertrude Trumbull, Arabella Stark, Bertine and her brother, and some others from Utica and Gloversville as well, and Clyde. But in order to safeguard Clyde against any chance of failure or even invidious comment of any kind, not only she but Bertine and Jill and Gertrude were to be attentive to and considerate of him. They were to see that his dance program was complete, and that neither at dinner nor on the dance floor was he to be left to himself, but was to be passed on most artfully from one to the other until the evening should be over. For, by reason of that, others might come to be interested in him, which would not only take the thorn from the thought that Sondra alone, of all the better people of Lycurgus, had been friendly to him, but would sharpen the point of this development for Gilbert, if not for Bella and the other members of the Griffiths family. And in accordance with this plan, so it was done. And so it was that Clyde, returning from the factory one early December evening about 2 weeks after his encounter with Sondra, was surprised by the sight of a cream-colored note leaning against the mirror on his dresser. It was addressed in a large, scrawly, and unfamiliar hand. He picked it up and turned it over, without being able in any way to fix upon the source. On the back were the initials BT or JT, he could not decide which, so elaborately intertwined was the engraved penmanship. He tore it open and drew out a card which read, "The Now and Then Club will hold its first winter dinner dance at the home of Douglas Trumbull, 135 Waikiki Avenue, on Thursday, December 4th. You are cordially invited. Will you kindly reply to Miss Jill Trumbull?" On the back of this, though, in the same scrawly hand that graced the envelope, was written, "Dear Mr. Griffiths, thought you might like to come. It will be quite informal. And I'm sure you'll like it. If so, will you let Jill Trumbull know? Sondra Finchley." Quite amazed and thrilled, Clyde stood and stared, for ever since that second contact with her he had been more definitely fascinated than at any time before by the dream that somehow, in some way, he was to be lifted from the lowly state in which he now dwelt. He was, as he now saw it, really too good for the commonplace world by which he was environed. And now here was this, a social invitation issued by the Now and Then Club, of which, even though he had never heard of it, must be something, since it was sponsored by such exceptional people. And on the back of it, was there not the writing of Sondra herself? How marvelous, really! So astonished was he that he could scarcely contain himself for joy, but now on the instant must walk to and fro, looking at himself in the mirror, washing his hands and face, and then deciding that his tie was not just right, perhaps, and changing to another, thinking forward to what he should wear, and back upon how Sondra had looked at him on that last occasion, and how she had smiled. At the same time, he could not help wondering, even at this moment, of what Roberta would think, if now, by some extra optical power of observation, she could note his present joy in connection with this note. For plainly, and because he was no longer governed by the conventional notions of his parents, he had been allowing himself to drift into a position in regard to her, which would certainly spell torture to her, in case she could discover the nature of his present mood, a thought which puzzled him not a little, but did not serve to modify his thoughts in regard to Sondra in the least. That wonderful girl! that beauty, that world of wealth and social position she lived in. At the same time, so innately pagan and unconventional were his thoughts in regard to all this, that he could now ask himself, and that seriously enough, why should he not be allowed to direct his thoughts toward her and away from Roberta, since at the moment Sondra supplied the keener thought of delight? Roberta could not know about this. She could not see into his mind, could she? Become aware of any such extra experience as this unless he told her, and most assuredly he did not intend to tell her. And what harm, he now asked himself, was there in a poor youth like him aspiring to such heights? Other youths as poor as himself had married girls as rich as Sondra. For in spite of all that had occurred between him and Roberta, he had not, as he now clearly recalled, given her his word that he would marry her, except under one condition. And such a condition, especially with the knowledge that he had all too clearly acquired in Kansas City, was not likely to happen as he thought. And Sondra, now that she had thus suddenly burst upon him again in this way, was the same as a fever to his fancy. This goddess in her shrine of gilt and tinsel, so utterly enticing to him, had deigned to remember him in this open and direct way, and suggest that he be invited. And no doubt she herself was going to be there, a thought which thrilled him beyond measure. And what would not Gilbert and the Griffiths think if they were to hear of his going to this affair now, as they surely would? Or meet him later at some other party to which Sondra might invite him? Think of that! Would it irritate or please them? Make them think less or more of him? For after all, this was certainly not of his doing. Was he not properly invited by people of their own station here in Lycurgus, whom most certainly they were compelled to respect? And by no device of his either. Sheer accident, the facts concerning which would most certainly not reflect on him as pushing. As lacking as he was in some of the finer shades of mental discrimination, a sly and ironic pleasure lay in the thought that now Gilbert and the Griffiths might be compelled to countenance him, whether they would or not, invite him to their home, even. For, if these others did, how could they avoid it, really? Oh, joy! And that in the face of Gilbert's high contempt for him. He fairly chuckled as he thought of it, feeling that however much Gilbert might resent it, neither his uncle nor Myra were likely to, and that hence he would be fairly safe from any secret desire on the part of Gilbert to revenge himself on him for this. But how wonderful this invitation! Why that intriguing scribble of Sondra's, unless she was interested in him some? Why? The thought was so thrilling that Clyde could scarcely eat his dinner that night. He took up the card and kissed the handwriting. And instead of going to see Roberta as usual, he decided, as before, on first re-encountering her, to walk a bit, then return to his room and retire early. And on the morrow, as before, he could make some excuse, say that he had been over to the Griffiths' home, or some one of the heads of the factory, in order to listen to an explanation in regard to something in connection with the work, since there were often such conferences. For, in the face of this, he did not care to see or talk to Roberta that night. He could not. The other thought, that of Sondra and her interest in him, was too enticing. End of Book 2, Chapter 24. Section 44 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 25. But in the interim, in connection with his relations with Roberta, no least reference to Sondra, although, even when near her in the factory or her room, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering away to where Sondra in her imaginary high social world might be. The while Roberta, at moments only sensing a drift and remoteness in his thought and attitude which had nothing to do with her, was wondering what it was that of late was beginning to occupy him so completely, and he in his turn, when she was not looking, was thinking, supposing, since she had troubled to recall herself to him, that he could interest a girl like Sondra in him. What then of Roberta? What? And in the face of this intimate relation that had now been established between them? Goodness, the deuce! And that he did care for her. Yes, he did. Although now, basking in the direct rays of this newer luminary, he could scarcely see Roberta any longer, so strong were the actinic rays of this other. Was he all wrong? Was it evil to be like this? His mother would say so, and his father too, and perhaps everybody who thought right about life. Sondra Finchley, maybe? The Griffiths? All. And yet, it was snowing the first light snow of the year as Clyde, arrayed in a new collapsible silk hat and white silk muffler, both suggested by a friendly haberdasher, or in short, with whom recently he had come in contact here, and a new silk umbrella wherewith to protect himself from the snow, made his way toward the very interesting, if not so very imposing residence of the Trumbolls on Waikiki Avenue. It was quaint, low, and rambling, and the lights beaming from within upon the many drawn blinds gave it a Christmas card effect. And before it, even at the prompt hour at which he arrived, were ranged a half-dozen handsome cars of various builds and colors. The sight of them, sprinkled on tops, running boards, and fenders, with the fresh, flaky snow, gave him a keen sense of a deficiency that was not likely soon to be remedied in his case, the want of ample means wherewith to equip himself with such a necessity as that. And inside, as he approached the door, he could hear voices, laughter, and conversation commingled. A tall, thin servant relieved him of his hat, coat, and umbrella, and he found himself face to face with Jill Trumbull, who apparently was on the lookout for him, a smooth, curly-haired blonde girl, not too thrillingly pretty, but brisk and smart, in white satin, with arms and shoulders bare and rhinestones banded around her forehead. "No trouble to tell who you are," she said gaily, approaching and giving Clyde her hand. "I'm Jill Trumbull. Miss Finchley hasn't come yet, but I can do the honors just as well, I guess. Come right in where the rest of us are." She led the way into a series of connecting rooms that seemed to join each other at right angles, adding as she went, "You do look an awful lot like Gil Griffiths, don't you?" "Do I?" smiled Clyde, simply and courageously, and very much flattered by the comparison. The ceilings were low. Pretty lamps behind painted shades hugged dark walls. Open fires in two connecting rooms cast a rosy glow upon cushioned and comfortable furniture. There were pictures, books, objects of art. "Here, Tracy, you do the announcing, will you?" she called. "My brother, Tracy Trumbull, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Clyde Griffiths, everybody," she added, surveying the company in general, which in turn fixed varying eyes upon him, while Tracy Trumbull took him by the hand. Clyde, suffering from a sense of being studied, nevertheless achieved a warm smile. At the same time, he realized that, for the moment at least, conversation had stopped. "Don't all stop talking on my account," he ventured with a smile, which caused most of those present to conceive of him as at ease and resourceful. At the same time, Tracy added, "I'm not going to do any man-to-man introduction stuff. We'll stand right here and point 'em out. That's my sister, Gertrude, over there talking to Scott Nicholson." Clyde noted that a small, dark girl dressed in pink with a pretty and yet saucy and piquant face nodded to him. And beside her, a very de rigueur youth of fine physique and pink complexion nodded jerkily. "How'd you do?" And a few feet from them, near a deep window, stood a tall and yet graceful girl of dark and by no means ravishing features, talking to a broad-shouldered and deep-chested youth of less than her height, who were proclaimed to be Arabella Stark and Frank Harriet. "They're arguing over a recent Cornell-Syracuse football game. Bertrand Taylor and Miss Fant of Utica," he went on, almost too swiftly for Clyde to assemble any mental notes. "Pearlie Haynes and Miss Vanda Steele. Well, I guess that's all as yet. Oh no, here come Grant and Nina Temple." Clyde paused and gazed as a tall and somewhat dandified-looking youth, sharp of face and with murky gray eyes, steered a trim, young, plump girl in fawn gray, and with a light chestnut braid of hair laid carefully above her forehead, into the middle of the room. "Hello, Jill. Hello, Vanda. Hello, Wynette." In the midst of these greetings on his part, Clyde was presented to these two, neither of whom seemed to pay much attention to him. "Didn't think we'd make it," went on young Cranston, speaking to all at once. "Nina didn't want to come, but I promised Bertine and Jill, or I wouldn't have either. We were up at the Bagleys. Guess who's up there, Scott? Van Peterson and Rhoda Hull. They're just over for the day." "You don't say," called Scott Nicholson, a determined and self-centered-looking individual. Clyde was arrested by the very definite sense of social security and ease that seemed to reside in everybody. "Why didn't you bring 'em along? I'd like to see Rhoda again, and Van, too." "Couldn't. They have to go back early, they say. They may stop in later for a minute." "Gee, isn't dinner served yet? I expected to sit right down." "These lawyers, don't you know they don't eat often?" commented Frank Harriet, who was a short but broad-chested and smiling youth, very agreeable, very good-looking, and with even, white teeth. Clyde liked him. "Well, whether they do or not, we do, or out I go. Did you hear who's being touted for stroke next year over at Cornell?" This college chatter relating to Cornell, and shared by Harriet, Cranston, and others, Clyde could not understand. He had scarcely heard of the various colleges with which this group was all too familiar. At the same time, he was wise enough to sense the defect and steer clear of any questions or conversations which might relate to them. However, because of this, he at once felt out of it. These people were better informed than he was, had been to colleges. Perhaps he had better claim that he had been to some school. In Kansas City, he had heard of the State University of Kansas, not so very far from there, also the University of Missouri, and in Chicago of the University of Chicago. Could he say that he had been to one of those? That Kansas one for a little while, anyway? On the instant he proposed to claim it if asked, and then look up afterwards what, if anything, he was supposed to know about it. What if, for instance, he might have studied? He had heard of mathematics somewhere, why not that? But these people, as he could see, were too much interested in themselves to pay attention to him now. He might be a Griffiths and important to some outside, but here not so much, a matter of course, as it were. And because Tracy Trumbull for the moment had turned away to say something to Wynette Fant, he felt quite alone, beached and helpless, and with no one to talk to. But just then, the small dark girl, Gertrude, came over to him. "The crowd's a little late in getting together. It always is. If we said 8, they'd come at 8:30 or 9. Isn't that always the way?" "It certainly is," replied Clyde gratefully, endeavoring to appear as brisk and as much at ease as possible. "I'm Gertrude Trumbull," she repeated. "The sister of the good-looking Jill?" A cynical and yet amused smile played about her mouth and eyes. "You nodded to me, but you don't know me. Just the same, we've been hearing a lot about you." She teased in an attempt to trouble Clyde a little, if possible. "A mysterious Griffiths here in Lycurgus whom no one seems to have met. I saw you once in Central Avenue, though. You were going into Rich's candy store. You didn't know that, though. Do you like candy?" "Oh, yes, I like candy. Why?" asked Clyde on the instant, feeling teased and disturbed, since the girl for whom he was buying the candy was Roberta. At the same time, he could not help feeling slightly more at ease with this girl than with some others, for although cynical and not so attractive, her manner was genial, and she now spelled escape from isolation, and hence diffidence. "You're probably just saying that," she laughed, a bantering look in her eyes. "More likely you were buying it for some girl. You have a girl, haven't you?" "Why—" Clyde paused for the fraction of a second, because as she asked this, Roberta came to his mind, and the query, "Had anyone ever seen him with Roberta?" flitted through his brain, also thinking at the same time what a bold, teasing, intelligent girl this was, different from any that thus far he had known. Yet quite without pause, he added, "No, I haven't. What makes you ask that?" As he said this, there came to him the thought of what Roberta would think if she could hear him now. "But what a question!" he continued, a little nervously now. "You like to tease, don't you?" "Who, me? Oh, no, I wouldn't do anything like that. But I'm sure you have just the same. I like to ask questions sometimes, just to see what people will say when they don't want you to know what they really think." She beamed into Clyde's eyes, amusedly and defiantly. "But I know you have a girl all the same. All good-looking fellows have." "Oh, am I good-looking?" He beamed nervously, amused and yet pleased. "Who said so?" "As though you didn't know. Well, different people. I, for one. And Sondra Finchley thinks you're good-looking, too. She's only interested in men who are. So does my sister, Jill, for that matter. And she only likes men who are good-looking. I'm different because I'm not so good-looking myself." She blinked cynically and teasingly into his eyes, which caused him to feel oddly out of place, not able to cope with such a girl at all, at the same time very much flattered and amused. "But don't you think you're better looking than your cousin?" she went on sharply and even commandingly. "Some people think you are." Although a little staggered and yet flattered by this question, which propounded what he might have liked to believe, and although intrigued by this girl's interest in him, still Clyde would not have dreamed of venturing any such assertion even though he had believed it. Too vividly it brought the aggressive and determined, and even at times revengeful-looking features of Gilbert before him, who, stirred by such a report as this, would not hesitate to pay him out. "Why, I don't think anything of the kind," he laughed. "Honestly, I don't. Of course I don't." "Oh, well, then maybe you don't, but you are just the same. But that won't help you much either unless you have money. That is, if you want to run with people who have." She looked up at him and added quite blandly, "People like money even more than they do looks." What a sharp girl this was, he thought, and what a hard, cold statement. It cut him not a little, even though she had not intended that it should. But just then Sondra herself entered with some youth whom Clyde did not know, a tall, gangling, but very smartly dressed individual, and after them, along with others, Bertine and Stuart Finchley. "Here she is now," added Gertrude a little spitefully, for she resented the fact that Sondra was so much better looking than either she or her sister, and that she had expressed an interest in Clyde. "She'll be looking to see if you notice how pretty she looks, so don't disappoint her." The impact of this remark, a reflection of the exact truth, was not necessary to cause Clyde to gaze attentively and even eagerly, For apart from her local position and means, and taste and dress and manners, Sondra was of the exact order and spirit that most intrigued him, a somewhat refined, and because of means and position showered upon her, less savage, although scarcely less self-centered, Hortense Briggs. She was, in her small, intense way, a seeking Aphrodite, eager to prove to any who were sufficiently attractive the destroying power of her charm, while at the same time retaining her own personality and individuality, free of any entangling alliance or compromise. However, for varying reasons which she could not quite explain to herself, Clyde appealed to her. He might not be anything socially or financially, but he was interesting to her. Hence she was now keen, first to see if he were present, next to be sure that he gained no hint that she had seen him first, and lastly to act as grandly as possible for his benefit, a Hortensian procedure and type of thought that was exactly the thing best calculated to impress him. He gazed, and there she was, tripping here and there in a filmy chiffon dance frock, shaded from palest yellow to deepest orange, which most enhanced her dark eyes and hair. And after having exchanged a dozen or more "oh, hellos," and references with one and another to this, that, and the other local event, she at last condescended to evince awareness of his proximity. "Oh, here you are. You decided to come after all. I wasn't sure whether you would think it worthwhile. You've been introduced to everybody, of course?" She looked around as much as to say that if he had not been, she would proceed to serve him in this way. The others, not so very impressed by Clyde, were still not a little interested by the fact that she seemed so interested in him. "Yes, I met nearly everybody, I think." "Except Freddie Sells. He came in with me just now. Here you are, Freddie," she called to a tall and slender youth, smooth of cheek and obviously becurled as to hair, who now came over and in his closely fitting dress coat looked down on Clyde about as a spring rooster might look down on a sparrow. "This is Clyde Griffiths I was telling you about, Fred," she began briskly. "Doesn't he look a lot like Gilbert?" "Why, you do that!" exclaimed this amiable person, who seemed to be slightly troubled with weak eyes, since he bent close. "I hear you're a cousin of Gil's. I know him well. We went through Princeton together. I used to be over there before I joined the General Electric over at Schenectady, but I'm around a good bit yet. You're connected with the factory, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, who, before a youth of obviously so much more training and schooling than he possessed, felt now a little reduced. He began to fear that this individual would try to talk to him about things which he could not understand, things concerning which, having had no consecutive training of any kind, he had never been technically informed. "In charge of some department, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, cautiously and nervously. "You know," went on Mr. Sells, briskly and interestingly, being of a commercial as well as technical turn, "I've always wondered just what, outside of money, there is to the collar business. Gil and I used to argue about that when we were down at college. He used to try to tell me that there was some social importance to making and distributing collars, giving polish and manner to people who wouldn't otherwise have them if it weren't for cheap collars. I think he must have read that in a book somewhere. I always laughed at him." Clyde was about to attempt an answer, although already beyond his depth in regard to this. Social importance. Just what did he mean by that? Some deep scientific information that he had acquired at college? He was saved a non-committal or totally uninformed answer by Sondra, who, without thought or knowledge of the difficulty which was then and there before him, exclaimed, "Oh, no arguments, Freddie. That's not interesting. Besides, I want him to meet my brother and Bertine. You remember Miss Cranston. She was with me at your uncle's last spring." Clyde turned, while Fred made the best of the rebuff by merely looking at Sondra, whom he admired so very much. "Yes, of course," Clyde began, for he had been studying these two along with others. To him, apart from Sondra, Bertine seemed exceedingly attractive, though quite beyond his understanding also. Being involved, insincere, and sly, she merely evoked in him a troubled sense of ineffectiveness, and hence uncertainty, insofar as her particular world was concerned. No more. "Oh, how do you do? It's nice to meet you again," she drawled, and while her greenish-gray eyes went over him in a smiling and yet indifferent and quizzical way. She thought him attractive, but not nearly as shrewd and hard as she would have preferred him to be. "You've been terribly busy with your work, I suppose. But now that you've come out once, I suppose we'll see more of you here and there." "Well, I hope so," he replied, showing his even teeth. Her eyes seemed to be saying that she did not believe what she was saying, and that he did not either, but that it was necessary, possibly amusing, to say something of the sort. And a related, though somewhat modified, version of this same type of treatment was accorded him by Stuart, Sondra's brother. "Oh, how do you do? Glad to know you. My sister has just been telling me about you. Going to stay in Lycurgus long? Hope you do. We'll run into another once in a while then, I suppose." Clyde was by no means so sure, but he admired the easy, shallow way in which Stuart laughed and showed his even white teeth, a quick, genial, indifferent laugh. Also the way in which he turned and laid hold of Wynette Fant's white arm as she passed. "Wait a minute, Wyn, I want to ask you something." He was gone, into another room, bending close to her and talking fast, and Clyde had noticed that his clothes were perfectly cut. What a gay world, he thought. What a brisk world. And just then Jill Trumbull began calling, "Come on, people, it's not my fault. The cook's mad about something and you're all late anyhow. We'll get it over with and then dance, eh?" "You can sit between me and Miss Trumbull when she gets the rest of us seated," assured Sondra. "Won't that be nice? And now you may take me in." She slipped a white arm under Clyde's, and he felt as though he were slowly but surely being transported to paradise. End of Book 2, Chapter 25.